of different issues. So today it's very much an opening discussion about what the new European Bauhaus means, both for the LIFE project, the LIFE program, and more generally. We'll be talking about the engagement of citizens in the new European Bauhaus and the sense of interdisciplinary opportunity that exists across different professions, different disciplines, different skills. Artists, we know about the importance of building design, and we know about the importance of building materials, but the new European Bauhaus is also more of a lifestyle concept. So we'll be looking a little bit at that. And also when it comes to incentivizing behavioral change, we'll be learning from LIFE projects that are very much engaged with people at a grassroots level to develop this concept of incentivizing behavioral change and also monitoring behavioral change. So this is the first of 3 Bauhaus radio slots today. We'll be going up until 9:30 when the formal conference gets started. Then we'll be coming back on air at 11:30 Brussels time for half an hour, and then a further session between 1:30 and 2:30 this afternoon. At each time we'll be reviewing what's been going on in the conference and discussing various aspects of the LIFE program with various guests. And I hope that as more and more people come into this great venue here, this event lounge here in Brussels, which is very kind of Bauhausy in a sense. I don't know if that's really an adjective that I can use. I've rather invented that one, but it's very Bauhausy, very trendy, very post-industrial. We have many people attending on site today and hundreds more attending online. So it really promises to be an absolutely fascinating discussion. I'm very pleased to be at the center of this in terms of bringing people together, learning from them about their contributions to the LIFE program historically, but also learning about how the LIFE program can intersect and become very much a part of, and at the center indeed, of the new European Bauhaus movement. Well, of course, it's the breakfast show. I have my cup of coffee in front of me. I have fizzy water. But of course, the first thing you learn on radio is that you don't eat while you're on air. So I'll be looking forward to my full English breakfast, or rather full extra community breakfast after the first. Malbasic, who's from Nemo. Now, for those of you who know all about the LIFE program, well, you'll know what Nemo is. But first of all, Yvonne, it's great to have you on. Can you explain
role in the LIFE program? So we are monitoring LIFE projects that are implemented in all EU member states, as you know. So currently, I believe I have around 170 colleagues all across Europe. And then we are a small coordination team here in Brussels, of which I'm also a part of. We are kind of in between the Commission on the one hand and the beneficiaries on the other hand who are implementing the project. So, of course, we are monitoring, doing formal monitoring, checking whether projects are implemented in a way they are supposed to be implemented. We also help the beneficiaries explain the complex, sometimes rules of the LIFE program. We try to help them, to bring the policy feedback back to the policymakers here in Brussels. So this is what we would say is a core of our business. We also organize this kind of events. So we help the Commission organize this kind of events. In our jargon, we call it the platform meeting. So it's a thematic events where, projects who have something in common, come together to discuss LIFE, Horizon, sometimes Interreg, other projects as well. We also have a lot of communication activities. You met some of my colleagues here, Claire and her team, and Gopacom team as well, which is very much involved in the organization of this event. So we are also doing a lot of publications, a lot of outreach, trying to spread the good word about interesting activities that the LIFE projects are implementing across Europe. So in a nutshell, that's what we do.
Yeah, indeed. And you mentioned the communication side of things. We'll come on to that probably several times during these 3 days of radio discussions, because clearly the LIFE program, has lasted so long because it's been such a good news story, I guess, because it's engaged people at the political level, but also very much at the grassroots level. And it packs a punch way above what it is in effect allocated. It really delivers value. I think nobody would really dispute that. When you talk about the LIFE program, though, I mean, what we often hear in the news is more about the nature side of things, but you're very much focused on the environment side of things. To what extent do those two elements interact within the LIFE program? And can you explain more about how the environmental side of the LIFE program has developed, particularly as we look towards more and more climate sensibility?
If you look at the LIFE strands as they are now, so the nature side, environment, also climate action, governance projects, they are now integrated projects which are implemented on a much larger scale, they are approximately 10 years long. They aim at implementing a particular piece of strategy, for example, the river-based management plan, for example. So they're much larger. If you look at, for example, a lot of nature projects also have aspects of climate change adaptation. We are going to discuss the nature-based solutions here on the third day of the conference. So of course, in our world, the things are interconnected. And in the context of this conference in particular, we started looking at LIFE projects in a different way. So we also realized that quite a lot of environment projects had these aspects of behavioral change, and not only governance, where we sort of knew it was happening much more prominently than in some other projects, but it is also the case for the environment, for nature. So in reality, of course, things are interconnected. You don't have these clear cuts as we do for the administrative purposes. I would say, of course, certain projects are very specific in what they do. So if they're developing a particular technology to find a solution for wastewater treatment, clearly they are very much focusing on that. But I think we have quite a lot of LIFE projects that are addressing several issues or looking at issues, environmental issues or climate change issues in a more kind of holistic and comprehensive way.
Let me ask you also about the circular economy, because this is a concept that we hear an awful lot about in policy circles. Do you think that, to what extent do you see society actively engaging and embracing this concept, and to what extent do you think it has to be driven by policymakers? We're in Brussels, the heart of policymaking. Are people waiting to be told how they should be approaching these aspects of climate adaptation and mitigation? Or are they actually leading the way for policymakers, in a sense, to follow? How do you feel that balance is going?
In my view, it's a kind of dance, Policy always sets the tone, sets the priorities. This is then followed usually by some kind of, budget and that kind of support. But I think for many LIFE projects that is the case, especially those that work on the community level or that try to engage the local communities. I think there is a recognition more and more nowadays that we need to live more sustainably. I think it's not that you only have to have sort of financial incentives. We are going to discuss about these issues today in the course of the day to encourage people to behave more sustainably. I think this has become a kind of major discourse now, and that it has become more accepted than maybe a while ago. So I don't know if you would agree with me, Yael.
Yes, well, Yael Maros has kindly joined us as well, and your colleagues. Yael, perhaps you can just explain your role as it relates to the LIFE program.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Yael. I've been a LIFE program monitor for, almost 20 years now. In the last few years, I've been also engaged in the organization of such events. So going beyond the monitoring and supporting projects, supporting the agency or the commission. So we're doing these horizontal tasks in NEMO, trying to provide more ample, wider forums for discussion and to get some insights, both for policymakers, which is the aim of this event here, but also for the potential applicants and beneficiaries on how to best address their difficulties or to reach more effective results. So I'm also in NEMO team. I'm also part of the governance hub. I'm the leader of the governance hub, which is why I'm also involved in specifically in the organization of this first day of the Bauhaus event, because in governance projects, the strand in life is aimed at instigating changes in behavior of different types of stakeholders. And actually, this is where I get back to what Ivona was mentioning before. You will see in this first day that how we have all types of stakeholders and types of beneficiaries, types of people that can instigate this change. We have the policymaker, we have local community, grassroots organization, we have NGOs, we have associations, maybe industrial part is a bit missing, but there are also private companies, usually they're smaller ones. So this dance that Ivona was mentioning is very much going to be evident today, for sure.
I like the idea of a dance this early in the morning. It's kind of unusual. Let's come back to this announcement that was made in September 2020 about the new European Bauhaus that was made by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. What did you think? I'll ask you first, Yael, but I'm also very interested in Ivona's view on this. I mean, what did you think when it was announced? Did you think, wow, that's really something we need to get to grips with, you know, as the LIFE project? Or did you also feel, well, in a sense, that's already a little bit what we've been going towards, and it's a great way of elevating that? I mean, where was your thinking on this?
Well, let me give you a third option. I was a bit puzzled because for me, the Bauhaus, as maybe you know from you see from my name, I'm originally from Israel, and many of the Bauhaus architects fled Germany to Palestine at the time, and there are a lot of Bauhaus-oriented buildings in Tel Aviv. So for me, the Bauhaus is this. So I was a bit puzzled. I mean, what are we talking about here? And I must say that also some of the speakers whom I interviewed, so to say, for this day, they were a bit, but the Bauhaus, isn't it about architecture and the school from the 20s? And so this was the first reaction. Then when you go into it and you listen to it carefully, you actually find a source of inspiration, because it's very important to highlight that it's the new European Bauhaus. It's not the Bauhaus. So, and it's nice that you take some of the principles of the older Bauhaus, so the social building and these kind of things and construction, and you add to them questions of sustainability, of course, for which at the time were not so
prominent, were they? No.
Exactly. And of course also questions of beautifulness, but it was already back then evident. But now I think the question of making things beautiful for everybody, it's even more, I think, urgent, because seeing the gaps in society between different layers, and so why is beautiful only should be accessible to the rich people.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the slogan behind this conference is beautiful, sustainable, together. And I think that you know, that very much underlines the social component of Bauhaus as well. I mean, Ivona, as Yael was saying, you know, this is a new European Bauhaus. There's also, I guess, the stress on the European, in the sense that the original Bauhaus was a German concept that really, you know, we weren't an integrated continent at that time. It was after the First World War. There was, in the Weimar Republic, it was a very liberal environment, but that wasn't the case across Europe. I mean, this is a chance to bring those principles, you know, throughout. You're from a newer member state yourself, so I mean, maybe this is something that can be applied in across Europe.
Well, indeed, as you said, originally from Croatia, and actually I used to be the proud owner of the apartment in the Bauhaus building in Budapest. So, you know, the style is very much evident, you know, in Central and Eastern Europe. So I was actually very excited when I saw this initiative, and I think also a bit puzzled, you know, when we were asked to help organize this conference. I was thinking, oh, you know, what do we have to say about this? But then, of course, when you start reading about it, when you start learning more, you realize what Yael already explained, that it's inclusive, that's European. There are, of course, now all these elements of the sustainability and, you know, sort of coming together. So it was quite interesting for us, I think, as an experience also to look at life projects from a different perspective. You know, I think we realized very quickly when we started, you know, discussing about what life and certain horizon projects have to offer here, apart from the obvious, energy efficiency and circularity, we realized there are actually quite a lot of common elements, and there are quite a lot of good case studies that can be shown in this event, but also to the wider audience, hopefully.
Yeah, you were mentioning that a lot of architects left Nazi Germany after when the Bauhaus movement effectively ended in the 30s. Can you just give us a picture of how the Bauhaus sprang up and what it was like in the 1920s? Because historically, it's a concept that we hear about. Then it was more design-based, I think, wasn't it? I mean, now we're looking at the new European Bauhaus being a more, let's say, all-embracing concept. But then it was what looks good, and there was this marriage of style and not sustainability then so much, but style and substance, wasn't there?
Yes.
There was.
It's not really I'm a political scientist in my background, but actually I've been talking to some of the speakers who are, for example, one of the speakers in the first session today, Maya. She did her dissertation about the Bauhaus movement, so she explained some things
wonderful.
to me.
Well, we must grab.
Yes,
yeah.
she might
get her on the radio.
I will try to convince her to come at around lunchtime. I already started to do it, but yes, it was more about design.
Yeah.
And yes, and being beautiful and pragmatic in the way that the construction is made. For example, okay, maybe you can talk to her about it, but she mentioned that one of her criticisms in the dissertation was that it's very male-oriented. It was a male movement.
Right.
Men's movement. So this is another thing that this new European Bauhaus brings into the picture, I think, because we have a lot of women speakers.
Yes.
And it's really, and I think it made me think what Ivona said before, that yes, we have the LIFE project, but actually LIFE is a community of people. So actually many of the people that will speak today, yes, they will speak about their project, but actually they represent this chunk of society that actually wants to do more. So it's not really just a project, but it's who they represent, this community of doers and of changers.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. Ivona, on that issue, perhaps you can give us some insight into, that kind of very special environment, that atmosphere that LIFE has generated over 30 years, because you'll be seeing old friends here, but you'll also have people who are coming for the first time with a sense of wanting to engage with the LIFE program. Everything that I've done with the LIFE program has marked it out as a very kind of almost like a family-oriented place. And there's so much learning, isn't there? There's so much that you can absorb from other people in terms of their projects and their outlook and the partnerships. It's like almost, the more you get into it, the more you discover there is to discover.
I think it's partially, of course, due to the program design, if you talk to people who are interested in, in enhancing our environment or the nature or changing things for the better, in the environment in which we live, they're usually driven, I think, by certain passion. Of course, we all have jobs, but I mean, we always say this is for us more than a job. We really care about our environment. We care about, the nature. We care about all these issues that are addressed by LIFE program. So, once the project ends, LIFE has also this kind of feature of sustainability and potential for replicability. So the intention is really for these good results that to last, after the project ends. And this is maybe more particular for nature. Like you need to see, you need to have activities or actions on the ground for many years to see the improvement. So once this process starts, typically, people would like to keep being engaged and keep doing the things that lead to improvements in our environment. So I think this is part of the reason that I think the program by design attracts this kind of initiatives, and also you see the enthusiasm on the ground really when we visit projects every year. The monitors visit projects every year. Okay, now in the Corona times it's been virtual, but I think this is the point of our job where you really see what's happening on the ground, especially if you have a chance to talk to some of these, we call them stakeholders, but to us these are people who really become then the part of the this wider community and family, and who want to see the change, real change on the ground. So it's very inspiring, I think.
Yeah.
And I think this is what then gives you back this good energy and willing to continue and be engaged with the program or the project or the community one way or another.
Sure. I'm not going to let you get away with easy questions today, I'm afraid. I'm fascinated by your role as leading the governance hub.
Yeah.
And I'd like you to tell us a bit more about that, because clearly you have various interlocutors in the European Commission who are leading the policy process, the governance process. We've discussed the projects on the ground, and you have levels of governance between there and the European level. You have local governments, district governments, who are very much engaged. Can you just explain a little bit more about how that works for you?
Okay, I will just explain where it comes from, because in our contract with the agency and the European Commission as monitoring team, we were asked to provide some sort of a horizontal thematic, because usually we are regional. So I'm, for example, part of Team Assist, which is the team in charge of monitoring Italian, Slovenian, and Maltese projects. Okay, so we have very good local, national knowledge, but there was something missing at the, let's say, horizontal aspect. So we were asked in this contract to provide for this kind of knowledge, so decentralized horizontal knowledge. And we came up with a list of, I don't know, Ivana, how many are there? But
17 now?
Yes,
Yeah.
there are almost 20 hubs, so 20 themes, topics, on which we identify the leader that has to, first, we were engaged in the last year or so in a mapping exercise. So it means that I looked at all the governance projects since 2007 that were financed by the LIFE program.
Mm-hmm.
So first it was a different name, it was called Information, but it basically was, let's say, the grandfather of the current governance project. And so I mapped all of them, and really you see the local municipalities, you see the regional, you see the national governments. But after this mapping exercise, me and Ivona actually, we work on this together on this hub, and we came up with an idea. We say, let's look at which kind of interesting projects there are in the governance hub. What kind of a workshop we can organize for policymakers, and it happened that at this period, it was a year ago almost, there was the ongoing revision of the Environmental Crime Directive. So this is just to give you an idea of what can be done in these hubs. So we gathered all the projects that were dealing with environmental crime. So we're talking about trafficking of waste, we're talking about trafficking of wildlife, hunting, illegal hunting, of course, all these kind of, a lot of aspects of environmental crime. We collected all of them. We brought a proposal to DG Environment and DG Justice. So here enters the European policymaker, of course. And they said, look, we're interested in hearing the NGO's point of view on this directive. So we gathered from these projects all the NGOs, and we organized this workshop as part of the hub's work, and we helped to provide this forum to provide feedback to the policymaker on the revision process. And it was a very successful event, and it helped the revision of the directive. So this is one example of what can be done with these hubs. Mm-hmm. There are now other ideas in the sack, but we'll keep them for now.
I mean, environmental crime is an interesting one, because I believe that member states now have an obligation to criminalize certain acts against the environment, which is obviously a big step forward from being a civil offence. I can also remember writing about a LIFE project on storks. I think you probably can remember this one in Poland, where there was a problem with storks flying into electricity lines.
Oh, this quite...
Yes, the white storks. So, I mean, the breadth of LIFE projects is truly astonishing. I mean, you must be discovering things all the time that you just, amazing, the sense of commitment as well. I want to ask you about this, Ivona, because obviously you've both been involved with building this conference up and putting it together. What are people telling you about what they're hoping to get out of the next 3 days here in Brussels?
Well, one big aspect of any event like this is, of course, networking, and especially for those who come physically, I think they are happy to have, to join a physical meeting after, the lockdowns and pandemics. Of course, this is a hybrid event, so we are still going to have a large online audience. This is one aspect. Another aspect which for us was quite curious, I think, is to look a little bit wider, to connect with people who are maybe doing something different. We have quite a lot of Horizon projects this time in the event. So I think this is another aspect to learn a little bit from others what they are doing in their respective fields. But also the hope is to give feedback to policymakers. This is usually the one important aspect of such events, to see what are the good solutions on the ground, how can they potentially be implemented on the larger scale. Is there something that should be maybe included in the future calls for proposals? There is quite a lot already available now, but also in the making. Life only is committing, I believe, 13 million euros to the projects related to the Bauhaus.
Just to this new European Bauhaus initiative.
And there are many others, many Horizon projects also that are going to be dedicated to or have certain elements of the new European Bauhaus initiative. So I think that's also one.
Horizon is just to remind everyone. Horizon is the EU's research and development program, which has quite a lot more money than the LIFE program does, but nonetheless, it's focusing on related but a different, more, let's say, high tech, I would say, areas of research. But it's interesting that you're also bringing together colleagues from Horizon projects so that you can develop synergies. I want to ask you, Yael, about to go back to this to the governance hub. I mean, can you tell me some of the people who will be participating in person here, who will be able to contribute to some ideas, concepts, shared experiences and best practices on this?
Okay, so one of them I think you know already, and you will also interview at lunchtime, I think. That's Eleonora De Sabata.
Yes, indeed.
From Clean Sea Life. So this is an example of an excellent governance project, for example. She will be speaking today at the first session. For example, this is a project that you would say, what is the link to the Bauhaus? Because it's about marine litter.
Donc,
okay, this project encouraged, she will talk about it later, but raised awareness on the need to collect waste from the sea. But since this first day of the event, we will dedicate to how can we change the mindset of people. So since this project has been extremely effective in doing this, and I'm talking really cross categories, it's fishermen schools, scuba diving schools, policymakers. She will tell you all about it, but I think they reached the parliament with a new law. It's called Salva Mare, Save the Sea, and they helped to create lobby for this law, which I think now it's going to be maybe approved in the Senate, but she will give you all the details on this. They created also changes of policy at municipal level. So this is an example of a governance project, which is, it's not about just sharing information and awareness raising. It's about changing behavior and mindset, and of all types of stakeholders. So this is one of the best projects in the recent years. But we have also other projects. I don't remember all of them now.
There's a huge list actually, and it's amazing that also the breadth, because I mean you mentioned Clean Sea Life, and quite rightly you might say, well, what's this got to do with the built environment? But here it's about engagement, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean, that's what we're discussing today.
So I think they can share a lot from their experience with how to engage with people and how to change behaviors. So this is why we selected them. But yes, the governance projects, I mean, we have many other examples of, for example, managing food surplus in cities and directing them from food banks to small communities and needy people in need. You have other governance projects. I just try to remember now, but
no. Well, you mentioned the food waste, of course, which is obviously a big.
Yes.
I think that one was in Italy as well.
There was one in Italy, Food Waste Stand Up. Yes. There was one in London, Trifocal, also
Excellent
about
project,
another
indeed,
excellent
yeah,
project.
yeah. In
So
Hungary-
these are in Hungary,
We actually had a conference about food waste in Hungary a couple of years ago.
maybe 4 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So really there are many, many topics. As you said before, the breadth
Yeah,
of the, it's really amazing. But
Yeah.
so yes, governance project is not just about social media posting, and it's about changing behaviors through really sometimes very innovative also ways.
Well, one of the questions that we're going to be asking when we're talking about incentivizing behavioral change is the difference between the carrot and the stick approach. And I'm kind of interested in this because I mentioned, Ivona, a little bit earlier this dual approach of you know, whether the role that policymakers have and whether, you know, society is at the point now in considering the climate emergency, in considering the necessity of environmental protection, where actually you get this impetus coming from the ground up rather than coming from the top down. I mean, how do you see citizens' engagement and this sort of difference between the carrot and stick approach with projects that you're monitoring?
I think it very much depends on the issue. One thing I often hear is, okay, when is all this organic food going to become more affordable? You know, this is like a common, not complaint, but I would say, you know, the real concern, concern that people have. It's quite often you hear this talk about the cost. You know, recently, I'll just give you an example. I had a conversation with a dentist who told me, you know, I would really like to reduce, you know, the plastic that I produce in my practice, but it's expensive for me, you know, or then I have to wash it, that has other costs, etc., etc. So clearly there is, you know, aspect of costs where, you know, where you cannot really, I think we cannot expect the population at large simply to embrace more sustainable practices if it really has, you know, an impact on their budget, let's say. Yeah. But on the other hand, you see, I think there is a genuine willingness, you know, for the change of behavior and change of practices. You mentioned food waste. I think for me this was really interesting. Example from this event that I mentioned in Budapest. We had one of the participants from a large retailer in Poland, and we had similar discussion. You know, how do you encourage your staff to, you know, not to throw away food, but to, you know, check whether it's expired or not, and to, you know, give it to the right piece. Like, how do you, you know, encourage them to do that? It does create more work for them. And she said something which I thought was really interesting. She said, we don't have issues motivating people because they see it as something good. They see it as doing something good for their community. So I think it depends what the issue is here. You know, whether you need more, I would say, we're also going to discuss it during the session, you know, under which circumstances you need maybe more formal measures to...
legislative frameworks.
Exactly, and all of that kind of policy incentives, and sometimes, you know, we're going to talk about aspects such as prestige, culture, or simply when something is perceived as, you know, it's not a lot of effort for me, but I'll be doing some good for the people in need. So in these kind of circumstances, sometimes it becomes easier to encourage.
If I can add something, I mean, I'm not sure, maybe tomorrow we have the project I Share Life. Are they on the list? Because this is a kind of a win-win situation where you have private transport companies that they created several business models for car sharing services, and they incentivize the users of these different models. So you have the touristic model, the car service for the company home, company train station. I mean, there are different kind of models, and they created this model where you pay the subscription to use the car service, but you also earn points and these kind of things. So everybody actually earns from this kind of, let's say, has an advantage for this kind of a scheme, and it's been really, really, really successful. And they've also replicated. So this is another adjective and a verb and the noun, that replication that we always mention to our projects. They replicated it quite a lot throughout Italy and in Croatia also too. So this is a way of providing incentives, so you earn points and then you have reductions and this kind of thing. This is one example of how you can provide these incentives to people but also they.
Autonomy away from the sort of there's a phrase, isn't it? Is it use? I can't remember now. It's too early in the morning. Well, it's actually 9:05, and well, I'm going to have you on as long as you're willing to stay on, Yael and Ivona. But I will just say, first of all, a very happy birthday to Claire Taylor, who's done an awful lot to organise this conference too,
Oh, really?
and is no doubt rushing around downstairs, trying to get everyone in place. But of course, this being Bauhaus Radio, we're upstairs in the event lounge building, and if you're listening in the building, we'd love to have you on Bauhaus Radio to talk about your projects, to talk about your areas of expertise, your perspectives on the new European Bauhaus. So please do come up at any point. We have 3 programs going on during the day, in the morning, 8:30 to 9:30, in the mid-morning, 11:30 to 12, and then 1:30 to 2:30, and we'll be reviewing some of the issues that are discussed in the formal sessions that, of course, if you're attending online, you'll be able to watch on our web platform. Just to come back to the new European Bauhaus, Ivona, how do you see, where is the interest as you perceive it from the projects and the people you've talked to? Because you mentioned the aspect of energy efficiency, which from a climate perspective is obviously central. But we know how to build energy efficient buildings. You said to me the other day that we have a zillion technologies out there to deal with these issues. It goes beyond that. What are people saying to you about how this concept of the new European Bauhaus can best be integrated, if you like, into the LIFE program, which of course is a very long-standing program? Do you see that as something that people want to hear about this week?
I think so. We were actually surprised, I think, it's a good word, about the enthusiasm we also got from the speakers. It took a while to explain, as Yael already mentioned, what is this new European Bauhaus, this new concept. But I think once we explained the concept to the participants, those of course who are not architects, and to whom it might seem a little bit far from what they are doing, I think they really embraced it, and I think one of the reasons is this kind of inclusiveness and looking at things holistically. I think we have come to the point of realization that, if we are going to, achieve a sort of change that we would like to see happen, and which is, very much a part of the European Green Deal, we need to have, comprehensive, holistic solutions, but we also need to implement them on the larger scale. And I think that's a real challenge. We have a lot of, I think, it's going to become evident in the course of these 3 days, we have a lot of good examples happening in various locations around Europe, but I think the challenge will be how to implement them on the larger scale, on the ground. Of course, there is EU funding, but this is only one part, and like a seed funding basically. So the hope is that the concept is going to be embraced by the member states also, and by the local communities and by the local governments, and that they would kind of be a part of embrace it in a sense of implementing the good solutions on the ground.
I mean, this concept has been promoted as addressing global concerns at a local level, but that's in a sense something that the LIFE program has been doing for
30 years.
Yeah. I mean, can you just elaborate a little bit on you have obviously your governance perspective, but these are often projects that are dealing with a very specific, on nature, very specific territorial area or a species area. But the vision is global. That's going to be very much the approach of the new European Bauhaus, as I understand it.
Yes, absolutely. And well, yes, the LIFE program has always been doing small scale things, but it's also true that in the last, let's say, 10 years, the need to show in the proposal stage already that actually what you're doing has an European added value and that it's replicable and can be extended easily to other sectors or regions is very important. So it's not enough to be local, you have to think global. So that's already part of the proposal, I think, drafting for quite some time now.
Yeah.
And I think another novelty in the LIFE program in the last, maybe since LIFE 14 call, is the integrated projects, also strategic projects they're called. And they look at problems or issues from either a regional perspective or a national one. And actually we have probably more than one of such projects in the event. Today we will have the River Basin Management Plan project of Malta. Mm-hmm. They will be talking about how they incentivize users to reduce water and also energy actually use.
This is one of your projects.
Yes, yeah. I also monitor them because they're in Malta. So and they work on a national scale. So that's where LIFE has decided to go, just enhance the scale a bit and try to work on implementation of certain directives at a bigger scale. Yeah. And we have some examples of these projects with us in this event.
I'm also interested in the European scale, put it that way, because environmental issues don't stop at the external border of the EU. To what extent can member states and countries on the other side of the external border of the EU, I mean, is there a place for these countries in the LIFE programme? Or if not in the LIFE programme, is there a place for them in similar structures? Because clearly, the countries that aspire to join the EU have certain legal obligations with regard to the environment. But this is obviously also a very good way to integrate them into the thinking and the philosophy behind the LIFE programme. Can you just explain a little bit about that? Because to come back to where you're from, Croatia, I mean, it's a relatively new member state, and it of course borders several other countries that are not member states.
Indeed. Yes, if for example, we have some examples of LIFE projects where countries that are not member states are also participating, and typically it involves issues, as you just described, are cross-border issues. So, for example, if we don't have such a project, but I'm just now guessing, if there would be a project, in Croatia addressing pollution of the Sava River, which is the border between Bosnia as well, then you could imagine certain activities on the other side of the border. So these there are these kind of projects in LIFE. I can think of
several.
But that's a very good suggestion. You'll probably be asked to draw up a project proposal by lunchtime on that one.
The bird migration projects are a typical example. We have a project, I think, with Norwegian partners that because it's important to address the issue.
There's no Schengen area for birds.
No.
Is there?
So this is I think another example that this is not really an example, but I think this is what we often hear from those who are outside of Europe, that they really look at Europe and European legislation as a good example, as an inspiration for their own countries. This is something you will hear quite often. And another element which we didn't really talk about yet, LIFE also provides support to the operating grants to the largest European NGO networks. We will have some of them represented here. The European Environmental Bureau, for example, the WWF Central Eastern European Office is also going to participate in this,
we have
event. We have ECOLIS today. We will also have the Mediterranean Information Office from Greece representative speaking. So I'm just naming a few. There are many more grantees. And typically they're also part of larger networks. So for example, Friends of the Earth Europe, it's part of Friends of the Earth International. So there are, synergies all across, and people talk to each other. I mean, we mentioned Horizon. Yeah. Of course, in scientific community, you have a lot of cooperation with, outside of Europe. So I think, in these interconnected worlds, the ideas really spread fast, even if we are talking about, what we perceive as a small, maybe LIFE project implementing locally these good ideas. Indeed, they spread.
The value added is tremendous.
I think so.
Yeah, let me come back to a point you were making a little bit earlier, which made me think. You were talking about the engagement of private businesses and companies. This happens in the LIFE project, doesn't it, sometimes? I'm thinking of Italy, where you do project monitoring, I remember hearing about leather companies that were investing in technology and
Yes.
processes to clean up the wastewater that's produced from the
Yes,
tanning.
ceramics
process.
industry is
Exactly.
another typical Italian case.
Yeah.
Yes, you have these projects. There are not so much governance. This is why I was mentioning before the problem of the engagement.
Yeah.
But there are many private companies, usually small and medium size, I must say,
Yeah.
that are trying to introduce innovation into their production processes. I have my colleague Lorenzo Mengali. Maybe you will manage to catch him.
We'll grab
for
him.
tomorrow
Yeah, we'll
morning.
have him. Go on, Lorenzo.
He was involved in a platform meeting on the ceramic sector, for example. So he knows quite a lot about this one. And I'm now going to monitor a project about extracting lubricants from wastewater treatment plants. So there
right,
are quite
okay.
a lot
Well,
of interesting things. So. But it's more about the engagement part of the governance project, which are maybe the private sector is a bit missing. In the food waste project that you mentioned before in Italy, they were involved.
It's very prominent, yeah.
Yes, because they were the retailers involved, and it was quite successful, their engagement. And there were also the agro-food companies, so reduction through processes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I suppose because it's in everybody's interests there is a common goal at the end of the day, and in food waste, obviously, there are all sorts of reasons why one would want to tackle that from an environmental but also from a social perspective. Well, Yale, Ivana, thank you very much for joining me. We're at 9:17, and to take us through to the first session, we have Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's actually for the session of tomorrow because.
Well, sure,
yeah.
but you'll probably be too busy tomorrow, which is why I've grabbed you now. It's great to have you on. Thank you very much for joining us, and perhaps you can explain a little bit about your interaction with the LIFE program, with this family that we've brought together here again for this 3-day conference.
Yeah, I'm working. I've worked with the LIFE program and the monitoring of the LIFE projects from about 2011, and I currently deal mostly with projects dealing with urban resilience and transformation. That's why I was involved also in the, let's say, development of and organization of the second day.
Right. So New European Bauhaus means something profound to you in terms of the built environment.
Yeah. And of course, for the session of tomorrow, actually, I also got help from other two colleagues of mine, Ludovico Susani and Cristina Rabozzi, who are more in the topics of energy performance in buildings and the circular economy. But all together, let's say, the three of us dealt with this urban transformation topic within the new European Bauhaus initiative.
Right, because tomorrow we have issues to do with energy efficiency, energy poverty. I'd like to be exploring that with some of my guests. But as we were saying with Yael and with Ivona just a little bit earlier, it's so much more than energy efficiency. Yeah. There is a social dimension to this, right?
Of course.
I mean, what are you finding out about the new European Bauhaus and where you think that life should be orienting itself towards?
Good morning,
I think that they are aligned. It's a kind of perspective where you have to involve all the relevant stakeholders to somehow guide through these new Green Deal objectives. But of course, everyone need to do his own part, and the citizens and the people need to be involved. And so this initiative within the new European Bauhaus also
Good morning.
Is aligned with LIFE and tries to make all the relevant stakeholders speak and find solutions.
Can you tell me a bit about the work that Life is doing with regard to construction materials? Because I think there are projects underway
Hello, Clara.
to limit
Good
the
morning,
amount of waste.
Noemi.
It's a huge amount of
Can
waste,
you
construction waste, isn't
find
it?
you?
Extreme. I think
It's a very big problem.
the biggest in the European Union, I think,
Can
as
you-
far
can you-
as volume is concerned. How much can we reuse from
I
buildings
am being
that we,
muted. Can you hear me now?
for whatever reason, want to tear down and
Hello?
start again? I mean, is the building going to become as recyclable as that glass bottle on my table?
We hope so. There are a lot of innovative projects dealing with the different part of the, for example, construction waste materials. One of the most difficult thing is to sort all the different materials and of course trying to also find new materials that allow more and more recycling and easier solution for this kind of issue. Of course, all these projects are still in the development of the technologies, so
Yes.
there are a lot of
Our lights are just going on and
Okay.
off because we've sat so still. It's been such an absorbing conversation I've been having with you and your colleagues this past hour that I haven't moved at all. So the lights need to be activated.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that, but you were saying about the need to sort and the need to identify. I mean, it's conceivable that buildings could, in a sense, have their own identity document ultimately, so that you know
Yeah.
exactly what was.
Also, all this new digital transformation can allow to trace better all the materials and to have an easier life in recycling all the different parts for a new use.
And so you're monitoring projects in a particular region or country?
Yeah, mostly the projects I deal with are from Italy. I'm based there, and so. But of course, the live projects have quite wide partnerships, and so also one Italian project can do activities in other countries. So I also visited other plants or cities where some solutions were developed.
But Italy would seem to me to be the perfect testing ground for the new European Bauhaus, because obviously there's the innate Italian sense of style. I mean, I speak as somebody who's married to an Italian, so I appreciate this very much. But you also have a huge geographical area from the north where it's freezing cold to baking hot Calabria or Sicily.
Very dense cities
Yes.
and a lot of historical cities, which is a nice thing, but also a potential problem because in renovation of historical buildings, you have a lot of restrictions, and so we need also to figure out how to maintain the aesthetic value, which is a key aspect of the new European Bauhaus, while allowing the reduction of energy consumption and also making let's say more green all the buildings, so that also the climate aspects can be somehow tackled.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the Colosseum is a bit too far gone to be renovated at the moment, but this is a genuine problem in historical centres, isn't it? I mean, how do you deal with the heritage we have? When you need to heat or cool buildings or improve the efficiency of heating and cooling, a lot of these buildings are protected by law, right? I mean, is the LIFE programme looking at ways that can be tackled from a regulatory and also from a practical?
Yeah, there are some projects, not only in LIFE, also Horizon is a program that look in that direction. And of course, the solution is never so easy because we have to deal with all the restriction by laws and trying to find the most, let's say, less impactful solutions.
What does being part of the LIFE program mean to you? Because we've talked about it before, this sense of community, of family in the LIFE program, of being able to learn from each other and to connect to each other in a very special way that is quite unusual, I think, across EU programs. I mean, what does it mean to you being involved?
Yeah, so far it was a wonderful experience because from one end you can see that this high-level public authorities are actually doing something, and on the other side you see the beneficiaries and all the very interesting people that are having new ideas, and so I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to listen to all these ideas, and also you see the people that somehow benefits from the project's results, that can see the let's say the benefits of having such kind of programs at European level that somehow try to improve their life.
And in terms of what you want to get out of this personally, these 3 days here, you know, with your particular area of specialization, what are you looking for to take back to Italy with you?
I hope that we will manage in these 3 days to make all the relevant stakeholders talks and to possibly make also the policymakers have a common vision,
yeah.
and goal with all these beneficiaries that are developing technical solution on site.
Yeah. Well, Lorenzo, thank you very much for joining me this morning. You've been a very generous guest with your time, because I know that you have other things to focus on, and we're looking forward to hearing more about your presentation tomorrow, and I may have you back on to follow up on that, because there's so much interesting to discuss this week. Just to take our listeners through Bauhaus Radio, we have 3 sessions every day, and of course if you're listening in the venue as the conference venue starts to get ready, and we have the moderators warming up their voices, no doubt, you're very welcome to pop upstairs here in the event lounge to appear on Bauhaus Radio, to tell me about your project, to tell me about your area of expertise, your passion and your knowledge, and the way that interacts with both the new European Bauhaus concept and the LIFE program more generally. So please do come up to see me during these 3 sessions every day for this 3-day conference, so that we can include you, we can include your project and your work. And one of the things we can also do is hopefully match you to others who are interested in your particular area of expertise, because there'll be a number of blind dates, for want of a better expression, going on during these 3 days here at the event lounge to put people together. That's the whole purpose of the conference after so long without these in-person conferences. The networking, the discussions, the ideas that Lorenzo was referring to. So with that, with the time coming up to 9:29 and just a minute to go before we start, I hand back to our moderators.
Good morning and a very warm welcome on behalf of the European Commission to this hybrid conference on beautiful, sustainable, together, life in the new European Bauhaus. I'm delighted to welcome you, whether you're here with us in the room today at the event lounge or watching online via the conference website, social media, or this morning on the DG Klima website, which is streaming this opening session. My name is Jackie Davis. I'm going to have the privilege of being your master of ceremonies over the next 3 days. How to apply the new European Bauhaus concept in 3 key areas, which will be vital for the green transition: changing mindsets and incentives for behavioural change, transforming urban areas, and promoting nature-based solutions. I'll tell you more about the programme later on. Just note for now, if you would like to tweet about what you are hearing over the course of these 3 days, and we do encourage you to do so, let's get that new European Bauhaus message out. Please use the hashtag New European Bauhaus, or you can also use the hashtag Life Programme. So, European Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, Virginijus Sinkevičius, couldn't be with us this morning, but he did want to talk to you, so he sent us a video message. Let's hear what he has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this platform meeting. This is your chance to inspire and to be inspired. You are the change makers that the European Green Deal. Nature underpins everything we do. But if we lose biodiversity, it is an existential threat to humankind. So we need a new approach to nature. We need to see human activity through the lens of biodiversity and nature. It means urgent action to stop and reverse this loss. And that's why the EU has a biodiversity strategy to put nature on a path to recovery by the end of this decade. The nature and climate are closely interrelated. They have to be tackled together. And that's what we are doing with the European Green Deal. It's designed to help people and businesses benefit from a sustainable green transition. We need everyone on board because we all depend on nature and we can all be part of the solution. LIFE is the EU funding program for environment and climate action. Together with the new European Bauhaus, it's accelerating the implementation of the European Green Deal. The new European Bauhaus has the potential to make the Green Deal a cultural, positive, human-centered experience, helping us feel, see, and experience the impact of the green transformation, and showing how to live in harmony with our physical surroundings. By co-designing and co-developing new ways of living together, the new Bauhaus will enhance our quality of life. It means sustainability, with a more central role for circularity, a new focus on quality of lived experience, and more inclusiveness than ever before. And it means spaces that are accessible, places that people can afford. If we want society to be healthy and our economy to be strong, we need to look after our nature. Because the route to transformative change includes restoring our ecosystems and preserving our biodiversity. By joining forces, LIFE and the new European Bauhaus will do these things together with tangible solutions for real-world problems. To help these changes happen, we are speeding the process and front-loading funds. This year's LIFE call includes 13 million euros pre-allocated to Bauhaus projects. That's true to the spirit of LIFE, demonstrating and promoting innovative techniques to deliver on the objectives of union legislation. Funding is one key part of the story. This platform is another. It's vital for pooling expertise and bringing together inspiring projects. It's also a chance to reflect on lessons learned and on the best way forward. With your creativity and your dedication, we are determined to make the new European Bauhaus a resounding success. Let's use it to design this future together and turn our beautiful, sustainable visions into a new reality on the ground. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Sinkevičius there, telling us why we are here. He talked about it as a chance to inspire and to be inspired. And he said, You are the change makers that make the European Green Deal happen. You're the people it needs, and that's why these 3 days of discussions are so important. I'm now delighted to welcome Clara Della Torre, Deputy Director General in the European Commission's Directorate General for Climate Action, better known to those of us in Brussels as DG Klima, to talk to me a little bit more about the issues we're discussing over these 3 days and what she hopes will come out of this conference. So Clara, a very warm welcome. Very good to have you with us today. Delighted to welcome you here. Clara, as I say, from DG Klima, DG Klima web streaming this session. I'm hoping that Clara is out there. Clara, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Clara. Very warm welcome. And thank you so much for being with us here today. Clara, I just wanted to go back to what the Commissioner said at the outset of his remarks. When he talked about New European Bauhaus, he said, has the potential to make the Green Deal a cultural, positive, human-centered experience. Is that how you see it? How important is it?
For inviting us, DG Klima, as you say, here in this conference, because it is very important. Very important initiative, and as Commissioner said, and you reminded us, it's a cultural, positive, human-centered experience, the Bauhaus, which is fully part of the Green Deal, and it has exactly, it's in the same spirit. Because the European Green Deal is much more than climate policies. It promotes a whole change in society, a whole governance and government approach to all sectors of the economy, all generations, for this green and digital transformation to happen in a way that is not, nobody's left behind. So the European Bauhaus initiative, the European Bauhaus initiative, connects the European Green Deal to our living spaces. What is it more human than our personal living spaces, personal and social living spaces? The initiative of the Bauhaus aims are shaping our thinking, our behaviors, also markets, new ways of living and new ways of building, and very importantly, new ways of doing public procurement. Public procurement is a very powerful means to change our society. But none of this can happen top down, and therefore local governments, stakeholders, suppliers, citizens are key partners of for turning the EU policy, the EU ambitions into a reality. And there are, as you know, many European initiatives and programs that support this acceleration to become climate neutral. And we have the EU Covenant of Mayors, a fantastic network of elected mayors that are very committed to this transformation. Smart Cities Marketplace, the New Horizon Europe Mission for Climate Adaptation, and the one for cities. We'll come back to them afterwards. So it's that we have a panoply of initiatives that make this transformation that we need in our society, all-encompassing, leaving no one behind.
Thank you very much. And so absolutely crucial as part of the EU's drive to make this transformation a living reality, and underpinned, of course, by those new European Bauhaus values: sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion. We're going to talk about 3 different key areas over the next 3 days. And Clara, I wondered if we could discuss each of those a little bit in turn, starting with today's topic, changing mindsets and incentives for behavioural change. Apologies there, my mic had a little glitch. We're going to talk about those over the course of today. We have 3 panels on this topic. How important do you believe this issue of behavioural change, of mindsets, is going to be? And how can the new European Bauhaus concept, which is all about co-creation, co-design, how can this really help?
We have seen that if we continue behaving in the broad sense of the word, as of now, we see where we are going. So it is clear that for this big transformation, we need a change in behavior. Legislation is meant to change behaviors. But beyond that, we need to have personal engagement of the citizens, of the businesses, and the local stakeholders. We have launched in the European Commission, we have launched the European Climate Pact, precisely to make sure that everyone can help build
Recording in progress.
And support the achievements of the policy goals that we have. And everyone has a role to play in this transformation, and every action, as small as it can be, counts. Citizens, governments, public and private organizations can join the pact and do a pledge for climate, engage in action for the climate. And the European Bauhaus projects can lead to concrete commitments, pledges. For instance, green public buildings, building with local materials for harmonious coexistence with nature, commitments among different cities to support sustainable ways of living. So the change of behavior, the change in which we do things is essential to our ambitions.
So you mentioned the climate as the Fit for 55 package, the adaptation strategy, the EU missions under Horizon Europe, a whole panoply of policy levers and instruments and programs that can be used to drive that. When it comes to transforming urban areas, and you talked about the greening of our buildings, again, how important is this? This is central to the transition. Again, how do you see new European Bauhaus fitting in with that?
It is central to that because without the city governments, we can't do anything. We need local green deals, if you want, if you allow me the expression. And we should think of transforming the economy to a greener economy is a means of growing and having job opportunities. And we know that most of a huge proportion of the citizens live in urban areas, whether big or small. And therefore, the cities become living labs for testing and upscaling a number of solutions that will bring higher productivity in terms of greater efficiency of the use of natural resources, reducing waste, reducing energy consumption, but at the same time creates new opportunities for innovation and, very importantly, for shared values for business and the society. And we know that the green growth relies on technological and non-technological innovations, on green investments, and with the expression, if you allow me, green consumerism. So in this transition towards a climate neutral society, with, as you say, the Fit for 55 package, adaptation strategy, we have a challenging tasks because we need to change the way we produce, we move, we heat or cool our houses. And all this, much of all this happens in cities. So we have challenges and we have opportunities, and the cities are real core places where this happens. We need also to bring together public and private investments so that this is a joint project. As I was saying, this cannot be a top-down project, it's a joint project, and businesses in cities, citizens, do have to have a participation. We have launched a new support facility, policy support facility, which is a pilot technical assistance, which is mainly aimed at small and medium-sized cities. And the Covenant of Mayors will be implementing this facility and supporting the local authorities to take adaptation measures on the ground. And we are, of course, looking at also legislation that around the buildings, for example, to adjust better the construction or refurbishing of the buildings that we have in our urban environment. We have the missions that we're referring to that are grounded in Horizon Europe, the framework program for research and innovation, but aim at going beyond that. These are innovative ways of working, and we have one which is precisely shaped around cities to make cities smart and climate neutral by 2030. And we have another one, which I have the honor to lead, which is on mission adaptation to climate change. And there we are targeting regions and communities, which can be cities as well, for them to become climate resilient. And all this in both missions via a strong participatory mechanism.
Thank you. And in our discussions tomorrow, we will be focusing on that issue of the energy efficiency of buildings. We'll also be looking at the circular economy and, as you talked about so eloquently, Clara, sustainable cities and districts. Let me turn to our third area, nature-based solutions, talking about that on at the third day of this event. How do you see that fitting into the overall picture, Clara?
For adaptation to climate change, nature-based solutions are a real blessing, if I can say. Greener, biodiversified, friendly urban spaces benefit all of us as citizens and as business. And this is why the EU will continue funding projects that address our societal challenges through nature-based solutions for building our future sustainable societies. And let us not forget that we have once in a generation opportunity to build back better after this crisis, or hopefully it will be soon over. The amount of resources, public and private, that are on the table should be at the core of the reconstruction of adapted regions and cities, and much of the solutions, not all of them, but much of the solutions are nature-based solutions.
Thank you very much. Again, coming back to something the Commissioner talked about, he said funding is a key part of the story, not the only part, but a very central element. We're going to hear over the course of the next 3 days about projects financed by the EU through LIFE, through Horizon 2020. There are also, of course, other funding mechanisms available. What do you see, Clara, as the key challenges to make sure that those projects can not only be scaled up, because that is really important if we are to have a genuine impact on the green track, to inspire others? The Commissioner started by saying this conference is an opportunity to be inspired and to inspire. What's the key challenge here in terms of selecting the right projects, their implementation, to get that scale up, to get that replication that comes through genuine inspiration?
As you know, Jackie, one of the big challenges of the European innovation system is precisely translating knowledge, the knowledge that we create in the European Union, into use, to embed it into our economic and social system. So, and publicly funded research and innovation should benefit everyone. And it is crucial to spread good practices and help precisely replicate and scale up the results. In addition to that, we are financing projects which also produce knowledge and evidence that strengthens our evidence-based policy to make it more credible and effective policy. So that goes, I would say, for all policy fields, but climate is certainly not an exception. So European initiatives like the new European Bauhaus, the Covenant of Mayors, the Climate Pact, the missions will contribute precisely to scale up and spread the inspiring stories that we get from the ground, and this ground being citizens' initiatives, but the ground being also the technological centers, research institutions, companies, etc. And the key challenge, one of the key challenges of the green and digital transition is to safeguard growth and at the same time living in harmony and respect with nature. And we are convinced that this is possible. This is beneficiary to everyone, and we have estimated that around 1.2 million additional green jobs can be created between now and 2030 if we are serious about this transformation. And so the combination of public and private funding is crucial to scale up the innovative projects, to create new markets and share all these good practices so that we can mainstream solutions across whole Europe.
And of course, scale up and replicability, that's one of those words, already a key feature of projects that are financed under LIFE and Horizon Europe. So something very central when looking at the projects of the future. We're also going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, about projects that already incorporate elements of New European Bauhaus, even if they haven't been, if you like, put under that banner before. But Clara, before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you what you personally hope will emerge from these 3 days of discussion? What are you looking for from our speakers, our audience? What do you want to hear from them as we go through these 3 topics over the next 3 days?
I am sure that out of these days we will have new connections, new inspiration, co-creation of projects that engage people, enterprises, local stakeholders that transform the lives of all of us. Also through these days, I hope that the collaboration across thinkers together with doers that want to design the future will also be strengthened. This happens already, fortunately, but I hope that with this conference, more of that will be there. And finding innovative solutions to complex, because we have to acknowledge that we are facing complex societal and economic problems. So finding solutions and implementing them on the ground would be important outcomes of this conference, because we need political will, we need impactful funding, and we need behavior change. And we need a future which is beautiful, sustainable, and do it together.
That magic triumvirate, and we'll be looking for ways to deliver on all of those. Clara, thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your commitment and support to this conference and the initiatives we're taking. It's been great to hear from you, and we will report back on what I'm sure are going to be 3 very rich days of discussion. So thank you so much, and could those in the room join me in thanking Clara in the traditional fashion? Thank you so much, Clara.
Thank you very much to you all. Thank you very much, Jackie, and thank you for the conference organizers.
So Clara talking there about what she hopes will come out of the next 3 days. And let me tell you a little bit more about what we're going to be doing. So, as I mentioned, we are going to be hearing about and discussing EU finance projects that already provide us with some good examples of new European Bauhaus approaches, how they relate to this new European Bauhaus initiative. Going back to that issue of scale-up and replicability, how do we achieve that? And also, through that, making sure that we maximize the contribution that they will make to the green transformation and to improving people's daily lives, to make it that cultural, positive, human-centered experience that the Commissioner spoke about at the beginning. As I mentioned during my interview with Clara, we will be focusing over 3 days on 3 key topics: changing mindsets and providing incentives for behavioral change at all levels of society. Transforming urban areas, including energy efficiency, the use of sustainable materials in buildings, and promoting sustainable transport. And promoting nature-based solutions in the fight against climate change. Today, as we focus on the first of these 3 themes, we will have panels on engaging citizens in the process of co-creating the vision for the sustainable cities of tomorrow. This is not only a transformational project, but also transformational in the way it is delivered, how it is co-created, co-delivered. We're going to have a session on incentives. How do we incentivize behavioral change towards more sustainable practices? And crucially, if you can't measure it, you can't do it. You don't know whether you're achieving your targets, monitoring and measuring behavioral change. And at the end of the day, we will hear more about how to implement new European Bauhaus principles in life projects. Also, throughout this conference, some of you who tuned in early may have already heard Bauhaus Radio. It's going to be broadcasting here in the venue before we start every day and during the coffee and lunch breaks. Stephen Jones is your host, and he's been interviewing key actors from the world of policy and change makers. It will come on automatically if you're watching us online. It's being streamed throughout this wonderful building. For those of us who are here, do tune in, do listen. Great conversations are already happening. Also opportunities for one-on-one matchmaking, for networking. If you registered through the conference website, you can indicate on your profile if you would like to take advantage of this and fix meetings, either online if you're joining us remotely, or here in person if you are in the room. Some people, I believe over 100 people, did so before we got underway. Please do take advantage of that opportunity. over the next 3 days, I'm going to be joined by a colleague who's going to moderate. He has the unenviable task of moderating most of our very intensive panel sessions. His name is Philippe van den Abila. He's an engineer by training with a PhD in applied sciences. He's an entrepreneur working in the field of steel construction and the circular economy. And he's hosted several events and workshops for the European Commission. So he'll be a familiar face to many of you. And I'm sure that our panel sessions over the next 3 days are going to be in safe hands. Philippe, come and join me and let's have a little chat. Welcome, very warm welcome. So Philippe, we're going to talk, as we say, about 3 themes over the next 3 days. Broadly, how important do you think those 3 issues are, and what are you going to be looking for?
Well, I'm going to be looking for all of the above. So I think if we heard Ursula von der Leyen say that if the European Green Deal has a soul, it is the new European Bauhaus, which I tend to believe. So like you just eloquently explained to our audience, we're going to talk about changing mindsets, primarily today. Tomorrow we're going to talk about transforming those urban areas, which is a vast landscape on its own. I mean, we're talking energy efficiency, we're talking the use of sustainable materials in building, promoting sustainable transport. And then on the 3rd day, zooming in a bit on those nature-based solutions to fight climate change. So I think that they all tie in together, right? And as for today, I'm looking forward to understanding how we can actually change the mindset. I think COP26 also learned us the vast challenge in front of us. It requires a tremendous seismic shift in mindset. So this morning we're going to talk about engagement of citizens in this process of co-creating more sustainable cities. And then, as you already introduced as well, we're going to look in the second session at incentivizing. How can we actually incentivize that behavioral change?
You mean whether it's carrots, sticks, what works?
What works, what doesn't? Is it a combination of both, indeed, in order to make that change? And then the 3rd session, which I think is often overlooked, but nonetheless very important, how can we monitor that behavioral change? How can we measure and monitor a behavioral change?
You think that's been relatively neglected until now?
It sometimes goes without saying, so which is why we sometimes tend to forget it, I think, but it's fairly important, which will also be reflected by the sheer number of participants in. And
as I mentioned, it's often said, if you don't monitor, you can't measure. Nope. And if you can't measure, you don't know what's working, what isn't working.
Exactly.
When you need to change tack. So for you, absolutely central. But this issue today that we're starting with, behavioural change, I think as Clara indicated to us just now in my interview with her, this probably the core issue. Because if we don't get the behaviour change, the mindset change, none of the other things that you're talking about will happen, will they?
No, exactly. And it's beautiful, it's sustainable, but it's together. So it's what we are already established. We need to change behaviour, and I think all of us have a role in that to play. So all citizens across Europe and across this planet, actually. So indeed, it's of paramount importance, I would say, that we start by looking at how we can achieve this behavioural change.
And the other thing the Commissioner spoke about, he said, you are the change makers that the European Green Deal needs. And he said, this conference is a chance to inspire and be inspired. So we really want to hear, not just from our many wonderful experts who are going to be joining you in our panels, we want to hear also from our audience with their comments and their questions. Why is that so important? Why is this engagement, do you believe, with everybody who needs to be involved so important?
I wholeheartedly believe that everyone needs to be on board, needs to be engaged to show ownership, that we join forces in making this step change happen. And this is why I think we're also reaching out to every single citizen to hear their voice, to have their say, and to mobilize the entire force of our European Union.
So how can they do it? How can those here in the room with us do it?
Well,
how can those online do it as well?
It is a hybrid event, Jackie, so we enjoy the privilege of having a twofold approach. those people with us here today in Brussels in the room, they can entertain the old-fashioned style, so just raising their hand, and then we'll have someone here with us who will be fishing your questions and harvesting those questions in the panels. For those of you who are tuned in, we are very glad that you can join us remotely. I cordially invite you to use the Slido app, so slido.com, and it's hashtag New European Bauhaus.
And one additional request, ladies and gentlemen, if you can keep your questions as brief as possible and to the point, to make it easier for Philippe, for myself, for our other moderator who will be joining us in later sessions, to see at a glance what it is you want to know and who it is you want to know it from. That would be much appreciated, I think, both by Philippe and by myself.
I just wanted to add that as well. If you were to have a specific question for one of the speakers, it would be helpful if you can also quote the name of that speaker in your question.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has told you all I hope you need to know about what we're going to be doing here over the next 3 days. We are now going to turn to that first topic. Philippe talked about ownership being so crucial. So our first issue now, engaging citizens in the process of co-creating the vision for the sustainable tomorrow. Philippe, I'm going to hand over to you to introduce the topic in more depth and your panel. See you all later on. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jackie. And indeed, what better way to start the day than by embarking on the very first session? A session indeed on engagement of citizens in the process of co-creating this vision for sustainable cities of tomorrow. In this session, we will discuss how to motivate citizens and all the stakeholders to take ownership again when it comes to activities around sustainable cities in this new European Bauhaus. We've cooked up a fairly densely packed agenda for you because I have the grand total of 8 speakers who will be joining me in the panel. They will share experiences from their projects and discuss effective approaches that can lead to this behavioral change. Needless to say, different localities face different barriers and obstacles, and we'll address those with an open mind and a clear view today as well. Again, as I already mentioned, for this session, I am blessed with a cognitive diverse panel, both with me here in Brussels, so welcome to my panel here today, but also joining me remotely, so dialing in, calling in from all across Europe. What I plan to do in order, say, to fuel the dynamics is to cut the session in 2. So I'll be starting with 4 speakers who will deliver a short presentation. Then we'll have a small discussion amongst those 4 speakers on the common themes that arise during their talks. And then I'll do the exact same thing with the next batch of 4 speakers. Now, at the very end, again, we want to hear your voice. So we plan a Q&A session through either raising the hand in the room or through Slido, hashtag New European Bauhaus. So we also want to blend in an interactive Q&A session at the very end of our session this morning, if time allows for that. And to ensure that time will allow for that, a subtle reminder for my speakers, we do have a fairly charged agenda here, so I'd like to give everyone the floor to hear to your perspectives, so thanks for sticking to your allocated time slots. And my very first speaker for this morning's session is Kinga Kovacs. Kinga studied urban environmental management and planning at the Wageningen University and Research Center in the Netherlands. She also studied economics at the West University in Timisoara in Romania, as well as psychology at Université Paris 8 in France. So she clearly is both a globetrotter and a polyglot who will be calling in, I believe, from the greater Besançon area. What Kinga loves most is creating living streets for as many citizens as possible. So as a project manager and coordinator at Energy Cities, she's a thought leader on rethinking urban space and co-creating or even co-deciding with citizens and stakeholders. Kinga, I see you have joined us indeed remotely. May you please share your lessons learned from the Life Living Streets project.
Yes, good morning to all of you. First, thank you so much for having me here. I have some slides, so if you can share, please, and go to the first slide.
So thanks, Marisa, for showing the first slide of Kinga. And while we're waiting for that slide to come, Kinga, don't hesitate indeed to build your storyline or to start your narrative. Here we are.
Thank you so much. So first, in terms of contributing to an effective process of envisioning and co-creating the sustainable city, I would say that the first ingredient is really the bottom-up engagement of the local stakeholders and also the citizens in the visioning process. So today, actually, many European cities face challenging situations and in the urban planning and also in other societal issues like climate change or land use or immigration, but they are also actually very well placed. They are actually the best place also to find solutions. And most importantly, they are also not alone because they are also not perceived as being alone anymore and as being the only actor to actually solve these complex issues in the cities. And also most importantly, local residents, but also NGOs and businesses, any local stakeholders and residents, they more than ever really need each other to actually find some creative solutions by also challenging each other in an intelligent, in a smart way on how we actually think, act, and learn. And actually, every city has many people from different backgrounds to be involved. And this is actually what we tried with the Living Streets project that was funded by the LIFE program. And the idea of the Living Street was really to make the city of tomorrow visible today. So the picture that you can see on the left is showing a typical street. And it's actually very, very difficult to imagine it as a street of the future. And therefore, it is very useful to also collect the ideas from the citizens, but also to help them picture these ideas via visual graphic design that you can see on the right. So this is actually a second ingredient that is very important in the visioning process. So the living streets are all about the power of what if. So what if we, what if the street would be covered by grass? What if I could have just breakfast with my neighbor in the street? Or what if the noise of cars passing by would be replaced by birds chirping or laughter of children? And actually, these are all real questions that came up in the city of Ghent in Belgium. And to answer these questions, actually the residents came up with real concrete ideas and they implemented them. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, here you can see some examples, some pictures of before. So it's the same street before, then during transformation in the middle, and then transformation. With the example of Ghent. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, the first step is really to set up the co-creation workshop with citizens and stakeholders to imagine what their future city will look like, and then also help them to via some graphic design or some videos. And here you can see boxes of ideas or a big wall of co-creation. Next slide, please. Here you can see the example of Torino in Italy, where actually residents, stakeholders, and shopkeepers co-created their streets and squares. And to make the envisioning process really effective, you also need to go to where the people are actually and take into account their needs and realities as well in addition to their dreams. Next slide, please. So what are the living streets? These are streets that or public squares, so streets or public squares that are closed to the car traffic during approximately 2 months. And the residents of the streets and the local stakeholders and shopkeepers are invited to imagine and co-create the street they have always dreamt of. It's all about giving the public realm back to the citizens instead of the individual private car, and make sure that we design people-centric cities instead of car-centric cities. In terms of how could citizen science and also games and art contribute to this behavior change, what we can show here is that increased motivation of participants is widely noted as an indicator for behavior change. So the needs and motivation needs to be taken into account, and people need to feel and see that what they are doing matters. So the example I can give.
Sorry, Kinga, sorry to interrupt, Kinga. This is indeed very compelling and inspiring. You talked about streets in a nutshell. Indeed, in light of timing, may I just ask you to convey the key conclusions so we can move on with our program?
Yes. So the example that I can give with the living street is really that we used it as a living lab of the future with 3 objectives. So the first objective is to experiment with sustainable mobility. So long-term engagement with participants is key to impact their behavior. To the car for 1 or 2 months is a long enough time to have an impact and adopt a new lifestyle. And people need to rethink their mobility approach when this is really happening just outside of their door, and during a longer period than just 1 day or 1 week, like during the mobility week. So the key ingredient for behavior change is to have an impact on people's daily lives and during a significant amount of time.
Allow me, Kinga, maybe to take that as a takeaway message, what you indeed said, an impact on people's lives so that they can take ownership. It's with a heavy heart that I need to cut you short, because I'm sure that we could be talking about living streets all day. We'll move on to the next speaker, but please do stay with us, Kinga, to engage in the discussions in a quarter or half an hour. Thank you so much, Kinga, for your compelling and convincing examples of what is within reach if citizens can become the biggest ambassadors of their own sustainable cities. Indeed, let's move on with our program, because my next speaker will be calling in as well, but from Italy this time. Indeed, Giovanni Ferrero is architect and project manager at the city of Torino. I quickly give the floor to him to discuss the findings of the Co-City project, looking at collaborative management of urban commons to counteract poverty and social spatial polarization. Giovanni, if you are with us, you can take the floor.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me. If you can go with the slides, I will briefly talk about the Co-City project, a project that ended last year, a project funded by the Urban Innovative Action Initiative. The scope of the project was to test co-design and co-management of urban commons, meaning you can go to the next slide, please. Meaning co-design and co-manage buildings underused, unused, owned by the municipality, and a wide range of public space by means of a new juridical tool, which is called the Pact of Collaboration. Pact, an act of collaboration between the city administration and the active citizens organization. Very different range of organization, from the small informal group of citizens to the long established organization. Next slide, please. In the next slide, I will show you just some figures about the project that, as I said, ended last year. The project was just a boost, was just a startup. 46 at the end of the project. Now they are much more, because we did a public call collecting proposals from citizens organization, and now the proposals are continuing, and the co-management of different pacts of collaboration is continuing. Most important thing, you can see it by the figures I show you here, was the involvement of both a great number of citizen organization and a great number of officers of city department, because this behavioral change the project was trying to putting in, enhancing the collaborative approach in the co-management and co-design of urban commons. It regards both the citizens and the public administration. Is a challenge for both civil society, civic engagement, and the public administration that is forced to act more creatively in order to, collaborate with civil society to manage and design urban commons. The budget was 5 million euros. You can go to the next slide, please. And the pacts of collaboration, what was the purpose of these pacts of collaboration? Well, many of them, I would say the majority of them, are aimed at the care of public space, taking care of public space and green areas by local association. But then more complex pacts of collaboration are based on the co-creation of community services in reused building. And then another number of pacts of collaboration are, focused on culture, creativity, sport. What's the aim? What's the objective of all this? Juridical and structure and of this process is to counteract social exclusion, especially in deprived neighborhood of the city, and especially to build mutual trust between citizens. Next slide, please. Well, most of the pacts of collaboration has the neighborhood as a focus. The neighborhood is truly the proper scale of the pact of collaboration. Well, in the US, there's a way to call the neighborhood, especially in the hip hop culture, in the rap culture, let's say, to call the neighborhood the hood. The hood is a sort of, it's quite a ghetto. It's also a way to describe ghettoization. Usually the hood refers to underclass neighborhood that with high crime rates, with social exclusion, with many problems. And anyway, that's the case of some of the pacts of collaboration, and that's the case I want to show you. I want to tell you something about. It's a small pact of collaboration. It's really an example. It's not the most important one of the Co-City project. It's one of the many. Tell something on the topics we are discussing here today about civic engagement and beautiful cities, let's say. The case I will just briefly tell you something about is about this basketball court. You see this basketball court, the slides before, please. At the center of the image, it was like that. It was a normal, dull, nothing special basketball court in a peripheral neighborhood of the city. Yes, with not a good reputation. It perceived as some sort of between a ghetto and a bad place to be. Citizens, a very young group of people playing basketball here. Make us a proposal to make this place a better place, a beautiful place, to avoid of being a place of in which you can meet drug dealers and violence and so, and instead to produce I mean, create socialization for young people of the neighborhood. In this, I mean, there's a thing that is implied in this kind of situation. I mean, of course, it is perceived as a bad place, but I mean, in the young people living there, there's some sort of, okay, right or wrong is my neighborhood. So I want to stay here. And I'm proud of the place, even if it's a non-quality place.
In doing a turnaround. So may I propose we wrap up your presentation with this very short video that you're about to show?
I'm going to the conclusion. You can go with the video and then I can wrap up at the end. Yeah, please, let's go with the video.
Well, while
ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome.
It's not this video, so whilst we're waiting for that,
but
maybe indeed what I proposed, Giovanni, can stream a couple of videos. So
it's just a 30-second video. It's just 30 seconds.
I know we're trying to reel it in. So if we could show the video, that indeed could.
That's it. While the video is going, if you can hear me, we engage this young group of people and young group of designers help this young group of people to paint this small basketball court. We spent some 1,000 euros to refurbish the basketball court with new hoop and basket. And I mean, I know this is a drop in the ocean, it's not a big deal, but these kind of drops in the ocean are, I mean, in a way, beautiful and social inclusive drops.
Absolutely, Giovanni, and thanks a lot for joining us here today, and indeed for bringing this inspiring message, building mutual trust through culture, creativity, and sports. Thanks a ton for sharing that warm ray of hope, Giovanni, and also for introducing those boys from the hood. Now, because life in the new European Bauhaus is a hybrid event, I also enjoy the pleasure of introducing and welcoming some of my panel members here in Brussels. And the first speaker here with me in Brussels is Maya Vetri, who is addicted to visual arts. Your words, not mine. Maya studied cinema at the Department of Art, Music and Performing Sciences at the University of Rome, illustration at the International School of Comics, and graphics and advertising at the European Institute of Design. Today she is representing Casetta Rossa, an unidentified body situated somewhere in between a social enterprise, a public body, and a cultural organization. Is that correct? I think we need a mic on
okay.
Maya.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you're in the air, Maya.
Once again, thank you for inviting me. Good morning, everybody. I'm representing here a small association which is located in a public park in Rome. And if you could show the slides, I will talk about what we actually do. So here you have some pictures of the place we found about 20 years ago. It was a kind of shack in the middle of a public park. And we, as a group of volunteers and people living in the neighborhood, decided to ask the public administration to take care of this place. So these on the right are the most recent pictures of what we, on how we turn this place so you can see there in the right pictures, at the bottom of the picture, we cleaned it up and we painted it, and especially we tried to involve the people living in the neighborhood in their organization and in the taking care of the public park. So next slide, please. are a small structure, but we have a lot of volunteers approaching to our project. So we decided to divide in groups, in thematic groups. One of the groups is Casetta Verde, which comes from Casetta Rossa, and it means green, of course. So this group deals with sustainable development, and we take care of the green issues connected to the territory, to the development of the territory. As you can see from here, we also conquered places around our park. So we try to plant trees and take care of the green areas around us, which were abandoned and full of garbage. So we also co-designed with the people living in the neighborhood different outdoor furnitures. As you can see, this is a library, a bookshop or something like that, that we put just in front of the metro station. And the other two projects connected to Casetta Verde are the assessment of the quality of air. We cooperate with the university in putting on the poles these technical devices to assess the quality of air, and it's an ongoing process. And the last project is collecting old computers and recovering them to give them back to people in need. Daje means come on in a Roman dialect. So next slide, please. Casetta Solidale is a project that took place during the pandemic. As you can see, a group of volunteers starting collecting food and delivering food parcels to people in economical difficulties. And we got decided to push this to activities and connecting this kind of need to cultural needs. So we organize also cultural and social activities. And we also, we have a kitchen, and so we deliver also cooked meals, hot meals to people in needs. Next. We won like a small grant for this project in connection to the students living in the. We have a strong cooperation with the university. Roma Tre University is one of the biggest universities in Rome. So we have this study group focused on climate changes, and we organize public events and also meetings and conferences about these topics. And we also created these portable ashtrays to give them to the people coming to the park, because we have this problem of cigarette stubs. As Casetta Verde, we participated in the Rome Mobiliton, which was a challenge about creative ideas for sustainable developments. These were two ideas. We got the first and the second prize. The first one was an app called Threesome, which was actually called Trinder at the beginning, to put people loving nature together on a common project that deal with local change. Outdoor billboards which show the air that you breathe, and we put them on the highway roads in Rome. We didn't implement this yet, but we are planning to do it in a short time. So these are two ongoing projects. Next slide, please. This is so this project was run by a group of volunteers, media volunteers, so-called. It was a web radio that during the pandemic broadcasted the the common activities we run in Casetta Rossa, so cultural activities and live streaming events. And we created these T-shirts, Dai che passa, that we sold to get money for for delivering food parcels. Okay. For this project, we got this Ask Civil Society prize. Then I go to the next project, the Welcome Scholarship. We have a local Italian school for foreigners, and so we decided to give them small grants for to sustain their personal project about their personal development, going towards an autonomy in a professional field. So these are some of the students and the teachers. And then
these
one.
are quite a lot of interesting projects
Yeah,
that stir a lot of
so
questions.
I go to the conclusion.
Well, in order to allow some room for those questions, indeed, if you could maybe wrap up, Maya.
Yeah, okay, so beautiful, sustainable together are our keywords. So actually we are not involved in any live project yet, but I think that we are fully connected to this project as we have the same keywords, so that's why.
There's no single doubt in my mind, Maya, that the next big thing will be a lot of small things, so thanks a lot for bringing some of those contributions, those small steps to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker also has boots on the ground in Brussels and is in fact sitting next to you, Maya. Eleonora de Sabata is an ocean journalist specialized in the Mediterranean Sea and in marine litters and sharks, if I understand that correctly.
Yes,
indeed, for the better part of the last 2 decades, Eleonora has been president of MedSharks, a non-profit research and conservation association which aims to promote knowledge, awareness and protection of the Mediterranean ecosystem, and in particular its sharks. So MedSharks, if I understand that correctly, Eleonora, is partner in the European Clean Sea project, which is co-funded by the LIFE scheme. It's an awareness endeavor on marine litter, so I would cordially invite you, Eleonora, to give us an update on that project.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Clean Sea Life was a live project which ended in January this year that aimed to make the Mediterranean Sea more beautiful, more sustainable by attacking marine litter. And we did it together with all the stakeholders that got their livelihood and well-being out from the sea. We started in 2016 when the issue of marine litter was not on anyone's mind, especially in Italy. So we had to make people more aware of the issue. So we started with the marine stakeholders, again, people whose real livelihood depend on a clean sea, and groups such as divers and boaters and anglers and the citizens of tomorrow, students of all ages and authorities as well. And we had to make them aware of the problem, which they thought was far away in the Pacific, so-called islands of plastics, or in Asia. And we had to show them that the problem was on our doorsteps, on our coasts, and not there. So we had to make it visible. And for this reason, we used lots of visual tools, arts as well, to the risk of beautifying marine litter. That's what some people told us. But we thought it was very effective. We made it personal, showing that trash didn't come from Mars, but comes from our own daily activities and bad habits. And we stimulated people with campaigns, a bit like one of the first speakers told us, what if, showing what a clean beach, the same beach that was littered, would have been and was after a big cleanup. We trained journalists as well, because we needed awareness spread from the media. And citizen science, of course, helped people not only to monitor and give us data, but also to make them more aware of what was happening. And it also helped to set up the first trial against a plastic spill that littered the Mediterranean Sea. How we did that? We tried to gain their trust. We went everywhere they were. That meant sailing with them and diving with them, which was a lot of fun, but also meant being at 2 a.m. in the harbor when the fishermen were delivering us the trash that we'd asked for. We went on military ships, on beach bars, in schools, in restaurants, everywhere to meet the people. We even went to Parliament, and we even we went to meet the Pope in the Vatican, who became a very vocal
ambassador,
enthusiast. Yes, ambassadors, what we were doing. We went to the people through the people they trust, that is, their trainers, the instructors, and so people they trusted, and they believed in their messages and our messages. Of course, we listened to their experience. We became a trusted source of information also for the authorities, providing a lot of evidence-based reports on emerging issues. And of course, through all that, we try to inspire changes in their behavior, not just in cleaning up what was already there, but most importantly, preventing more litter to come into the ocean in the first place. We created a community, a sense of community. We maintained a conversation with the people in real life as well as on social media, showcasing their successes and sustaining a pride in what they were doing and showing that what they did, whatever it was a small thing, cleanup operation was important. Local heroes as well as big ambassadors such as the Pope. And we built solutions with them, listening to what their experience was, which then we shared with other operators. We reached out to authorities at all levels, again with a lot of data that we were collecting around the shores, to promote policies to reduce marine litter. We helped pass a law on microbeads in Italy, prohibiting them, as well as resolutions on a small scale to reduce, to eliminate the release of balloons. And again, like I said, the first trial on marine litter. And what is probably the most important legacy of Clean Sea Life is fishing for litter, fishing for plastics, which was a barrier. We identified this big barrier to clean up the oceans, and that was a legislative one. So it was also a great opportunity for fishermen to help not solve, but tackle the issue in a very important way. And we involved all the actors to start pilot projects. That means fishermen and local authorities and port authorities and the Coast Guard, and everyone got together for test pilot projects. We identified the way to move forward, and it worked very well, actually. And we also involved Parliament, and a member of Parliament came to the harbour to see what was going on and asked.
Okay.
To test trial
it's the proof
law.
Of the pudding is in the eating. You brought them literally on board. And,
absolutely, literally, very literally.
I may need to wrap up our discussion, Eleonora, unfortunately, in light of timing, because I would also like to entertain a short Q&A, but let me start by asking you a question. I think whilst you were talking, we also streamed a video with some impressive numbers. I mean, 118 trawlers, more than 112 tons of marine litter removed, also a clear call to action to all of us. At the very beginning of the session, we were referring also to local specificities. Clearly sitting on a track record for the Mediterranean coast. Can we say translate this approach to other harbors or other coastal areas?
Well, indeed. Well, our project was mainly in Italy, but of course we share, in the Mediterranean, we share the same fishery sector, for instance. So in the case of fishing for litter, that can easily be replicated, and in fact it is. It's not rocket science. Fishermen have always known that we are creating this problem in the sea, and they can be the solution, but they need a local management on shore. So we tried and tested in different places, testing the different solutions, And we came here to Brussels, to the European Parliament, to share what we had gathered from their experience. Indeed, it can be shared all across and elsewhere. It also needs policy, because the main barrier was for the local management companies that, marine litter was not in any regulations at all, so they had no idea what it was and how to manage it. So we provided the evidence. We now need laws, and I can tell you that right now we may be on the finishing line in Italy to get the law allowing fishermen to do that, and we're really in the final stages. And so I hope everyone will join me in keeping fingers crossed that it goes
Keeping our fingers crossed, and indeed you've moved a stone in the river for sure, I think. So thanks a lot for sharing that testimonial. I'd like to pick your brain as well, Maya, if I may. I heard from Giovanni, that who introduced the boys on the hood, that there's, in order to engage local communities, there's a leverage when you can appeal to them by culture, by music, by sports. You've shown a lot of very interesting examples. Can you relate or appeal to that message that we can engage local youth by appealing to them through culture or sports as well?
Yeah, I think that the main issue is making them feel that they're working for their future and for the future of the community, so they feel engaged about that. And what we do daily is trying to strengthen the network. So we have a lot of people coming to the park and coming to our association, which is in the same place, but actually we do a lot of networking daily work with the university, with other associations, with all the strong stakeholders living around us and in the city. So I think this is very, very important, like to build a new view of the society and doing something concrete to change the different problems we are surrounded by.
Thanks a lot for sharing that, Maya. I have one last question for one of our speakers who is remotely connected. Kinga, I appreciate I cut you short at the very beginning of the session, but I'd like to come back with you with one quick question in terms of process, if you like, because I already heard a lot of ideas on how to engage citizens. In your, say, educated opinion, what would constitute an effective process of envisioning and co-creating such sustainable cities?
I think it's very important to also, when we have different approaches to urban planning, that we really use a bottom-up approach, and we don't try to, the concrete example of the living street is that usually we design the street for the people, then we convince them that this is good for them, but also it's important to give them the chance of experimenting. So really transforming temporarily some spaces for them to experiment with before making something permanent. So I would say that really bottom-up engagement is key, and also has a very good impact on behavior change to let them experiment. Another important thing is the social links, because for instance, with living streets, we reinforced this social cohesion. The preparatory process of the living street, but also the testing of 2 months allowed inhabitants to get in touch with each other. And the fact that they did this intensified a lot their contacts. And once this period is over, the contacts stay. And this is to highlight also that the group dynamic is very important on the envisioning, but also on the behavior change that comes after. So raising awareness of group behavior can speed up the acceptance also of, for instance, new behaviors as a social norm as well. So what we've seen, for instance, in the city of Zadar in Croatia was that there were 3 big parking lots that were transformed during living streets. So for 2 months, this space was used differently by the people, and it helped them accept the fact that this space can be transformed, but also to envision the way it can look like when it's used for other functions than for the car.
Yeah, so you're actually fostering public acceptance by engaging the citizens. A very clear and concise message. So thanks for sharing. I will start by embarking this second part of our first session because I have another 4 speakers lined up for you. The first one is Kyriakos Parpounas, Managing Director of PSC, which stands for Parpounas Sustainability Consultants. Kyriakos has an impressive track record of more than 2 decades, holding executive functions in the construction and waste management industries in Cyprus. I invite Kyriakos, if he's with us, to hijack our virtual floor and bring with the Live Footprint project, which aims to develop an integrated strategy to reduce the carbon footprint in the food sector. Kyriakos, I see that you're in the air. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here with you and sharing some ideas. I will be, of course, more philosophical in terms of the cities and the development of sustainable city, because our project is more waste-related, footprint, food waste, and in fact, other work we did in the past with the live programs have also been recycling on islands and things like that. So I'll be more philosophical. Indeed, it's a real pleasure to address this discussion and contribute to the exchange of views on the development of more sustainable cities, but most importantly, to transform also our existing cities and mega cities to sustainable. Let's not forget that we are not starting from scratch. We are not in front of a whiteboard with the only challenge to design something new that is sustainable, but we are more challenged to transform what is not sustainable to become sustainable. I'm also very delighted we got to this point of discussing sustainability in our cities, in our lives, and in what we do so seriously, and as part of mainstream events. Recently, I was saying as a speaker at another big forum in Cyprus that was discussing also sustainability, that until very recently used to be the romantic ones when we spoke about sustainability in big events that had to discuss economy, development, growth, etc. I feel so that we have gone quite a way with these evolutions recently, and of course, there is no doubt that the Green Deal has been drastic in this evolution, the EU Green Deal. Likewise, it was the circular economy package in 2018. In fact, they are, to me, two sides of the same coin, one showing to circularity of resources and the other one showing to better production and consumption of energy. Combined, they are the sustainability manifesto of the EU to me. And I'm glad we are part of this family and that pushes the sustainability agenda for the world. Of course, having said that, let's not forget how rocky is the way ahead. Just yesterday, we had the conclusions of the COP26 in Glasgow, below expectations, not what we expected. And of course, that shows the many challenges we have on the way ahead in minimizing climate change through the minimizing the temperature increase. Now, talking about cities, to me, the challenge of building any sustainable system is anchored on a culture of making, of course, sustainable decisions. Or better say, on a culture of rejecting decisions if they are not sustainable. A culture of evaluating any new decision, any new development, any new construction, not only in financial and return on investment means, but in conjunction of financial, environmental, and social criteria. And I guess we get to the point of making sustainable decisions when we can actually reject any development that violates any of the 3 sustainability pillars. To say that we are not building this project, we are not installing that system, even if it makes perfect economic sense, in the usual way we measure economic sense so far, if it is not good for the environment or the society. In essence, what I'm discussing here is not more than the introduction of an enhanced economic analysis for any new development. An economic analysis that is based on life cycle costing, which incorporates and integrates social and environmental externalities. And I'm not implying here that this new enhanced analysis is easy. On the contrary, expressing the externalities in the long term in today's economic value is far from being easy. Many times, we are even short of understanding the long-term impacts of our discussions, let alone to monetize them. So we need lots of work and new evaluation models. I know, of course, that the European Bauhaus goes far beyond the economic values analysis and the built environment. It has more subjective dimensions like beauty, aesthetics, taste, and others in the different developments. Those things that are subjective, but in most cases, define the dichotomy between what we like and what we do not like, where we would like and prefer to live versus what we do not like and would like to avoid if we had such a choice. It seems to me that what we need to build more sustainable system and cities is a process of listening more to the gut feeling or the common gut feeling when we make decisions for the development of our cities. Now, it may sound strange, it does sound strange to me that I propose it, but if we had a development, if we had a way to isolate each and every person that is involved in the development and ask them, would you like to live in or around this development? Would you like your children to live there? And then put these people together and ask them as a group to make a consensus decision as to the final nature of the development, or even the decision to proceed with the development or not, then the outcomes could have been much different. I think that today, what we do is that we isolate people in professions or even interest groups, and we keep their minds to look for decisions only within certain limits. You are the economist, tell me if I will make money out of it. You are the engineer, tell me how can I build that safely and provide day-to-day comfort and safety. What if then we had a way to put them all together with the neighbors and other stakeholders and ask them the simple question: would you like to live your life there or around it if you knew the total impacts, or at least the most important ones? If not, there's something is wrong with it. I guess I'm talking about a more consultative approach to development and a more multidimensional approach to analyzing impacts. And we heard in the previous presentation some ways of trying to do that, especially the more consultative and inclusive approaches. Our project now, Footprint, is about improving the way we consume and we manage food. Food waste is a waste stream that has been neglected, in my opinion, because of its nature, the organic nature. However, this is a waste stream that is a big contributor to CO2 emissions and other gases that warm the climate, if not managed, and a stream whose wastage has also a significant ethical parameter. Those who are in need, those who are hungry and they cannot get access to good food. We are therefore glad that we contribute with our project locally and regionally through the project networking to tackle the challenges of such an important waste stream, which is of course very relevant and very important for the environment and our cities and the places we live. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kyriakos, for indeed a philosophical approach, but also some very tangible actions moving forward. So thanks for sharing that. And now quickly over to our next speaker, who is already warming up here on the scene in Brussels. Stanislav Derbemont holds a master's degree from the Technical University of Mainz and one from the École Supérieure du Commerce Extérieur. In 2016, he joined Rescoop.eu, where he's now working as a project manager. In that capacity, he's in charge of legal research and dissemination for the Horizon 2020 Rescope Plus project. Rescope Plus, as the name suggests, builds on the knowledge gathered from the original Rescope project. One interesting observation from that project was that members of supplying Rescopes changed their behavior, reducing financial energy consumption and investing money in renewable energy sources. The Rescope Plus project aims to acquire a better understanding of the drivers behind this behavioral change and, needless to say, also to foster that. So I'll leave it up to Stanislas to educate us on the status and progress in the Rescope Plus project.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Educate is maybe a strong word. Inform would be probably better in that regard. So Rescope Plus is a project that was financed by the Horizon 2020 Energy Efficiency Program, and that is already finished for 3 years now. It lasted between 2016 and 2019. I moved on to other responsibilities at Rescope EU, and so I will try to also introduce you guys to some new projects that we have as well that are also related to the results of Rescope Plus. If we can have the slides, maybe that'd be super helpful. Just to start us with, I represent the European Federation, that's the one before, please. The European Federation of Renewable Energy Cooperatives, and our goal is to promote the transition to energy democracy. That means an energy transition in the hands of citizens, where the ownership stays with the citizens, and the ownership drives actually the energy and green transition of Europe. If we can go to the next slide, that'd be great, thank you. Energy cooperatives are, first and foremost, democratic organizations that are acting in the energy market to deliver services to their members. What it looks like is a little bit like groups of citizens getting together, investing together into either means of production or supply or energy efficiency, electrical mobility. As you can see, the list is going on and on in terms of what energy cooperatives are doing today. What is important to know in terms of the policy aspect is that energy cooperatives were the inspiration behind the renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities that most of you are probably aware of today that were promoted by the Clean Energy Package in 2019. What is interesting to see is that at the time when we started Rescope Plus, the services that were provided by energy cooperatives were rather limited, and they are now expanding. And I want to talk about what were the driving force behind that, and that was the Rescope Plus project. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So Rescope Plus originally was a research project to understand what is the impact of the engagement of consumers in cooperatives on their own consumption. The idea was to understand, if you are a member of a cooperative, are you consuming less energy than if you are not? And the answer to that is yes, resoundingly. The impact is approximately up to 20% in savings annually for a cooperative member versus a traditional consumer that is not part or is supplied by a traditional operator. What was interesting for us to do as well was then to build on that and take a look at what are the other things that cooperatives can do to support their members to be more energy efficient. And the first question that we had to ask ourselves was what it is to be energy efficient. For us to be energy efficient is 3 things. The first one is to be sober. It's energy sobriety, which is lowering the consumption. The second one is sustainability, actually being efficient with our installations. So that means, of course, installations in the grid, but also having production installations that are efficient. And the third one is solidarity. You know, we need to, in order to be efficient, take care of the most vulnerable members of our societies first. And that's what the cooperative movement realized very quickly. With the Rescope Plus project, we built a toolkit made of 8 best practices that were built in the cooperative movement and that are available widely to not only all cooperatives around the world, but also all companies that want somehow to put them in place. Granted, they would have to be democratically governed. So the first 4 are related to actually sobriety, and then the last 3 are related to sustainability. So we moved both on the electricity aspect, which is the tools that are looking at how to control consumption, how to learn about our consumption, how to be collective about understanding how to consume electricity. And the 3 last ones are about district heating specifically, and how to deploy district heating as a more efficient technology, but also how to make it more efficient itself through collective dialogue inside the cooperative. I'm not going to present all those tools, but I would like to present what we learned from that project already. So there are 4 things that we learned from the RESCO Plus project. The first one is that we really need to have a development model. We need to understand what makes cooperative grow, how we can actually make them do new services, how can we serve our members better. And I think it's really inspiring to hear about your project because somehow this is exactly what we want. It's not only a group that's going to do one type of service, but really cover the entire energy system and provide a complete package to members of energy cooperatives. And so for that, we launched a Compile project that is looking at various frameworks to better understand the growth models for energy cooperatives, but also how to deepen the interactions between the members. The second one that we learned is that we need recognition and specific policy support. What that means is first to understand, the energy community definitions, but also, the enabling frameworks that are planned in the clean energy package. And so for that, we launched the Scale 2030-50 project that is looking at the growth of the cooperative movement throughout the entire Europe and making sure that we not only serve certain types of Europeans, but all Europeans the same way. Also linking up with cities as well, which, by the way, the colleagues from Energy Cities are also part of that project. The third challenge is to really bring everybody along. One of the key challenge of the cooperative movement was that it's a very homogeneous movement. It's, the usual engineer, white male, middle class. Unfortunately, it was a reality that we had to face. And so what we did was to create toolkits to help our members better understand that and also, bring more people inside the cooperative movement. We now have really great examples of tackling energy poverty and bringing more solidarity, not only in cooperatives, but to the community at large. And finally, the fourth lesson was an integrated services approach. And for that, the new European Bauhaus is really helpful in terms of understanding not only energy as something that is consumed and living around us, but really something that we can control and own. And so the Citizen-Led Renovation Project is a project that is looking at how citizens can build together renovation programs that allow them to really scale the renovation level of their homes. So not looking at just changing my windows because that's the only thing I can afford, but really taking a look at, as a neighborhood, what can we do to change the way we live and therefore make our homes better collectively, starting with, obviously, the most vulnerable of our communities because their homes are actually the most problematic ones. I'll stop here, but of course I'm happy for any questions on those or RESCO Plus.
Thanks a lot, Stanislas, for sharing with us some of the lessons learned from the RESCO Plus project. I also heard what you said on solidarity, on bringing everyone on board, that energy efficiency is also a matter of solidarity, indeed. Let's go remote again, because my next speaker will be calling in from France. Eamon O'Hara is co-founder and director general of Ecolise, the European network for community-led initiatives on climate change and sustainability. Today, he'll be conveying some key learnings from the Communities for Future, a platform designed to support and connect communities. Eamon, if you're with us, there you are. Take it away, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Philip. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start the presentation with a short video on Communities for Future. So maybe if you could set up the video. Yep. So this video gives a brief explanation to what Communities for Future is, which is essentially a call to action to communities and to stakeholders across Europe to engage in a community-led transition to a more sustainable future. And this is the main work of Ecolise, which is an association, international association now of 46 member organizations across Europe, which are stakeholders in this transformation process. So maybe if we can watch the video first.
Yeah, I believe we're in the process of setting that up,
Generating renewable energy, growing food, nurturing local economies, responding creatively to the climate and ecological emergencies is the biggest challenge of our time. Throughout Europe, local communities are pioneering a better future, from community gardens to eco-villages, permaculture projects, and transition initiatives. They are building a healthier, fairer, and more sustainable world. This is why Communities for Future is born, to share these experiences, to inspire you and your community to take action. So how can we help? By sharing tools and resources, such as guides, manuals, podcasts, and an online space. And also with different events where you can meet and learn from others. And finally, contacts. Communities for Future connects you with many other organizations to help support you and your community. Communities for Future is bringing together people from all across Europe.
In 2014, we were today Copernicus has more than 1,700 members and have invested more than 1.8 million euros in renewable energy in Portugal. We are sharing our story through Communities for Future.
We're a community-supported agriculture farm, CSA. It's an innovative socio-economic model of food production and distribution. We provide healthy organic food to over 90 families all year round.
3 salvatori de semințe, am ajuns la 200 de varietăți salvate și sute de salvatori. Alăturați-vă proiectului Communities for Future.
Facciamo incontrare diversi gruppi ambientalisti e di economia solidale della nostra città, consapevoli che la diversità è ricchezza. Sostenendoci a vicenda vogliamo rafforzare la solidarietà, l'inclusione e la coesione sociale nella nostra città.
Ici, nous apprenons à produire notre propre nourriture écologique, notre énergie renouvelable, mais avant toute chose, nous apprenons à vivre en communauté. Comment apprendre et décider collectivement, s'entraider et à vivre de manière plus commune en lien avec la Terre.
So what do you think? Join the thousands of communities across Europe working together to create a happier, fairer, and more sustainable future. Together, we can build a better world.
Maybe if we could go back to the slides, please.
Your slides coming right up, Eamon.
Yeah, next one. Next slide, please. Yeah, so our work at Eccles then through Communities for Future is very much about, firstly, inspiring engagement. And one of the main initiatives we have for this is the annual European Day of Sustainable Communities, which takes place in September. And this is really a day or several days of showcasing the work of existing community initiatives across Europe, the thousands of initiatives that already exist. So showcasing that work as a means of inspiration and sharing that more widely with other communities. Next slide, please. And then the next part of the work is very much about enabling, so inspiring communities to take action, but then enabling action at the local community level. Through different means, such as sharing experiences, sharing knowledge, experience, information from existing initiatives, building collaboration, so creating spaces to host conversations and build cooperation between stakeholders, connecting communities and stakeholders, including through mapping exercise of initiatives across Europe, and then finally through advocacy work. And this year we hosted a week-long session of Communities for Future Policy Week in Brussels to bring this message to the policymakers in Brussels, but also at other levels. Next slide, please. And just so in terms of what some of the messages are some of the lessons for engagement that we've taken from this work, I think, firstly, the importance of starting locally, and some other speakers have mentioned this as well, very much about scale, but at a level of neighborhood, of street, where it's accessible to people, where it's meaningful, and where the action can be tangible. Secondly, to show, I think the importance of showing people existing activities is a very important means of inspiration, and allowing time for conversations. It takes time for ideas to mature, for groups to come together and to form. So giving that space for that formation and those ideas to develop. Thirdly, to listen and to follow the energy. I think it's also been mentioned the importance of a bottom-up approach where what's coming from the community is really important. Nobody knows the community better than the community members themselves, where the best starting points are, where the connection and engagement points are. So listening to this, following the energy, it may not always be linear, but I think it's important to follow, take the lead from the local community. Fourthly, build trust and don't overburden. And I think building trust comes from listening and from allowing the community to take the lead, building that trust between, building a real partnership and not overburdening. I think to remember that this is primarily volunteers, voluntary input. So how can we work with that and not overburden it, but use that in a positive way. And finally then, the importance of individual change actually comes from positive collection and action. And this has been our experience, but also research shows this, that people change behavior by working together collectively at the local level. And this is how we shift norms, behavior. It creates the conditions for change at the local level, but also facilitates conversations between people that feeds back into individual behavior change also. So I'll stop there, Philip.
Thanks a lot, Eamon, and indeed, together we can build a better world. What an inspiring testimonial on the value of connecting the dots and making sure, or indeed convincingly proving, that communities are far bigger than the sum of their parts. Thanks a lot for that contribution, Eamon. I have a faint feeling that my West Coast of Brittany. You also co-created the Cross-Channel Film Lab and more recently LIM, an intriguing abbreviation that stands for Less is More. Today, Antoine, I understand you have a story to tell about storytelling.
Yes. If you can show me the slides, that would be great. And I will try to go forward. Yes. The slides.
Coming right up, Antoine. Here we are.
So, this is it. This is the place where, so yeah, okay. So this is where we are, facing either Ireland or Quebec, you know. The adventure is happening in a very small village in Brittany on the shore. And this is the place which used to be a farmhouse, which has been transformed into a place dedicated to story development, to script development. So in this place, we work in a way which is totally collective. The week of work with writers. So we've been, in the last 10 years, we've been coaching an average of 200 filmmakers and screenwriters per year. So it's a lot because they stay, they work a lot with us. So it means that it's for us an important work, and it's day after day. It's going from big group, smaller group, individuals, semi-group, big group again. It's the breathing of the brainstorming. And brainstorming is also very much happening outside, because we've been discovering with a beautiful Cambridge study that the human brain creates a higher rate of new synaptic connections, meaning new ideas, with the body in movement than the body sitting in a room. And so because of that, we've been amazed at how much meaning we helped to create for the filmmakers through this working together with people from all over Europe. And then we discovered that it was also possible to help, through this collective work, to generate an approach which was pushing to deepen the meaning of every project very substantially, leading to interesting successes, both in festivals and in terms of audience. And because of that, we decided to go further along with the idea of making it even more political, in the beautiful sense of politics, which is trying to push for change. And the idea for us was to generate less is more, which is, of course, coming from, that's a funny thing, because it comes from the Bauhaus, I mean the Bauhaus of the beginning of the 20th century. And the idea for us with LIM has to be recapturing the absolutely central role of storytelling, which is to create meaning. And for us, cinema and fiction, it's not, yes, of course, it can be seen as entertainment, but it has to be seen, especially today, as a tool to put humans together and to generate possible meanings, understanding, common understanding. And so it is a pivotal, very central source of meaning in modern societies, because stories are not carried by orality as much as it was a century ago, and since ages. And so it is a cardinal art form for good and bad reasons, but it is the tool through which we spread meaning in big proportions. And it has the power to sculpt societies through that generation of meaning. And look at what is happening on the other side of the Atlantic. It seems very clear for American sociologists that the heavy industrialization of story generated by Hollywood, especially in the past 20 years, has sculpted an oversimplification of the vision of society by its citizens. You know, like how it became obvious that to save us we need superheroes, you know? And so in a way, Donald Trump is the product of Hollywood's recent oversimplification. You know, more than half of the films, of the tickets sold in the world are from, you know, superhero movies, or, you know, or heavy action movies with machine guns. So the question is for us, which obsesses us, it's what is it that Europe can generate, which is different from America, from Hollywood, in terms of generation of meaning? What is it that can be absolutely specific to the humanistic approach of Europe in terms of storytelling? And for that, we have been deciding to launch a European think tank under the umbrella of Less is More, co-financed by media. And the idea was to put around the table the best screenwriters we have in Europe and the best storytellers, and putting them together with researchers in brain science, cognitive science, neuroscience on one side, to understand how it works and how to boost creativity, because we need to be more creative today. That's one of the key issues for the new European Bauhaus. And the thing is also, we don't want to just push creativity and understand what it means to generate a story. And which is why we also work with another, you know, human sciences, philosophers, phenomenologists, anthropologists, and sociologists. Yeah. And so it has been. It started 3 years ago. It is absolutely fascinating what we are, you know, opening for ourselves. And then we are now obsessed with the idea of we have to spread what we discover to other fields. It is absolutely necessary for humans to recapture what it is to put ourselves together. Look at that, Homo sapiens, 50,000 years ago. It now has become very clear that, for those who haven't read *Sapiens*, you know, it's a really interesting book to read. 50,000 years ago, why did Homo sapiens do better than Neanderthals, for instance? You know, because they have developed this ability to unite with stories, not language. Other species have developed language, communication system. But it is through storytelling that they've been uniting and then able to project themselves as tribes, as villages, as cultures into a possible quest. And so the other thing we've been working, that's with paleoanthropologists that you discover this. And then we've been working with people working in the field of linguistics and anthropology. We've been discovering that within language, if you research on the origin of language, the reason why languages are so difficult, it's because, it's not, you know, we don't use Tarzan language, you know? It's not, I want Jane, you know? We are a bit more subtle than that. It is within the language that we have built for ourselves, humans. We've been sculpting language because of the necessity to tell stories. So it means that telling stories is not just storytelling like people in the field of communications and advertising believe. You know, it has nothing to do with that. Storytelling is the core of what makes us humans. It's not a void tool. It's the tool that rehumanizes us. And so because of that, we've been trying to understand more what it is, the difference between storytelling in other cultures and storytelling in what has been an industrialized vision of storytelling generated by America, which has been dominating today's communication system. And looking at a Senegalese griot, this amazing guy, the best griot from Senegal, Western Africa. We've been trying to search for that. What it is that makes story for you? What is the function of story in your culture? And he came with one very clear answer, which was, the idea of story is to celebrate life. Then, so for us it was interesting, because we never thought of this as having that function as its core. Then we went to one of the most interesting specialists of storytelling in Amazonia, and he was telling us, for us and for Indians in Amazonia, so connected to nature, stories are there to heal us. Stories are a healing tool for humans. And so you can cure a disease with a story. For us, it was, amazing. And then we've been, I just give you a few examples, because I could bore you for 2 days with that. But we've been working with a specialist in Hellenist, studying pre-Socratic storytelling, because we all believe when we talk about storytelling that it all started with Aristotle, the Poetics. And then in pre-Socratic storytelling, what is amazing, it's that it is exactly the same purpose. Stories have the same function as in Senegal, celebrating life. So what we have to say here is that stories are not a detail. Stories are the tool humans have invented, the biggest tool we've ever invented, to come together and to project ourselves. And so I have a lot of other stuff to tell you, but we have to amaze each other with new tales. That's the thing. And maybe if I want to conclude before continuing the discussion with all of you, a week ago, my father is Alzheimer, and half of his brain is completely damaged, and he's barely remembering what his name is. And the other day he told me, "Do you have white shoes?" I was like, "What are you talking about, Daddy?" And "Come on, I have to show you something." And he's been wearing white shoes, and he was telling me, "You know what I do with these shoes? It's amazing. They make me turn left. They make me turn right. They make me jump ahead. I could nearly fly with them." Beings still need stories. Yes. And so that need for stories put us in such a difficult place today, because we've stopped telling stories. Politics doesn't tell stories anymore. We use analytical brain and not experiential brain, not storytelling brain. And so what is interesting is that our thirst for stories, as humans, we are programmed. That's our nature. Our thirst for stories makes us prefer a very shit news, conspiracy theories. We prefer a shitty story than no story at all.
A very strong message from a seasoned storyteller. So thanks a lot for bringing that to our attention, Antoine. And I, for one, happen to have a slight inclination that leads me to believe that I would appreciate a close encounter of meeting with Jane. Look at how subtle we have become. We will want to engage in a roundtable discussion. I also invite all of you to add to that discussion, so please do convey or keep your questions coming through Slido, #New European Bauhaus. Perhaps whilst we have the questions trickling through, starting with a question for you, Antoine. I believe in everything you've just said, we need more stories, we also need more storytellers. What would be your recommendation for policymakers in order to engage people, in order to make this vision of this new European Bauhaus a reality?
I think that's, and I heard somewhere that in how the European Bauhaus has been starting, it has been about also sharing experiences, which is what we are doing here. Yeah. Instead of generating equations, we need analytical thinking in order to generate new energies, etc. But before that, we need to be able to project ourselves And that means re-educating ourselves to master and use as often as we can, and do that with our kids. Our kids are taught at school to use analytical thinking instead of using experiential thinking, which is generated by storytelling. So use the sharing of experience as a fundamental way to unite brains and souls among humans. The sharing of experiences is what makes us jump forward, and what makes us also, because there's something very beautiful in the sharing of experience, which is a story. Tell me what you did yesterday. What has been? I've been amazed to hear all the other projects, and so that sharing of experience, be it something that we've lived or something that we are imagining, it's a sharing of experience, and that sharing of experience generates, instead of generating conflict, it generates by nature kind of a trance. It is comparable to trance when we receive a story, and we incorporate in our body the experience lived by somebody else. So it's an amazing way to share. So instead of using equations, we need some, you know, I love mathematics, but it's needed at some point because of where we are as a civilization. But the fundamental tool is a unification, which is the unification tool, and the projection tool is storytelling. So we need to go back to, I give you an example. When we tell our kids today, a teenager, we need to save democracy, they don't understand what we mean. It is not related whatsoever to any real experience that they've had. Whereas when we tell them the experience of people that fought against Nazism in the Second World War and how they've been recreating Europe after that, you know, and that is a bloody story. See what I mean? So it's about resharing, you know, and stopping with, you know, using analytical thinking when it's needed, but not all the time as the central tool for everything.
So it's the warmth and the passion of a good story as compared to the more cold nature of equations and analytics.
Equations are completely enabled today to create the warmth which is needed to create faith in a vision, in a possibility.
Crystal clear. Thanks a lot for that, Antoine. Maya, I couldn't help but notice that there was a lot of nodding on your end when Stanislav was talking about cooperative energy communities. May I just ask what your takeaway messages are from what you have seen in this session?
Yeah, I was just thinking that we have a group that buys directly from the producers in our association. So I was thinking about starting buying energy and sharing energy. That this is the new frontier we should go towards. And so I was just thinking about how can we go towards this direction, sharing this goal with our local community. So
would you have an off-the-shelf answer to that one?
You have an official question.
Can we put a mic on?
Basically did most of the job already. I mean, right now, the only thing you need is a legal form, and you're basically there. That's what I'm saying. In terms of what you can do today, technically, you can either decide to go through the actual energy market, so becoming a producer, so start putting production on your neighborhood, which would be one option. The second option would be to become a supplier yourself in order to supply your local community, which feels like is also something that might be, you know, a good thing for you as well, considering that you have so many contacts. The next thing is also to then, you know, bring it together and actually have collective self-consumption, you know, energy sharing, which is already possible in Italy. It just so happens that the law in Italy changed, making energy communities more easy. So, I mean, very concretely, what I can offer immediately right now is to put you in contact with Nostra, who is a cooperative from Italy, obviously, that could potentially, you know, help you actually build your group and actually get on the way to create this legal form. But I mean, the work is already done in your case, so I'm so happy that you would consider.
But we live in Rome. That's completely different from the rest of Italy. I'm sorry to say that.
But thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you for the advice.
What is interesting is that, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are doing the same. So we have the same problem here in Brussels. I'm part of a cooperative here in Brussels that is looking to do the same thing. Obviously, it's a big urban area. It's complex because there are challenges that does not exist if you are, right in the countryside and you can put a windmill. But the important thing that we are relying on is the network of cooperatives in Belgium. We have a different energy law in Brussels. Some of you probably know if you live here. We have different institutions, we have different regulators, but despite that, we can still collaborate with one another and support one another. And that's what the cooperative movement is all about. And so really I encourage you to reach out and get support because it's always difficult to start, obviously. But if you have backup and if you have people that can help you on the way, we talk about stories. If you can see somebody that made it happen, then it's somehow easier to also realize, okay, what are the little, it's technical steps at the end, right? Most of the work is already done, like how to create a legal form, how to put technical stuff together. It's not that difficult, to be honest.
Okay, thank you for the
Stanislav, Jackie just gave me the peace sign, which means that she is either celebrating the victory of this panel or we have 2 minutes left.
You have 1 minute left now.
I have 1 minute left, and I will give it to Eleonora if I can to answer indeed in less than 60 seconds if you can. One of our questions that have come in through Slido, asking, and perhaps related to your story on protecting the marine areas, what is needed to maintain behavioral change if structural constraints are not addressed?
It's a wonderful question. It's just that showing the impact of what you do is truly important through storytelling as well. Being a journalist, that's a thing that resounds very deeply with me. We need to strive. In Italy, we're used to wait for a long time to see structural change in terms of policy, but we do it anyway. And just showing what you do matters is a good way to keep the momentum going.
I propose we go out on that message. May I have a warm round of applause for my panel here? And so, what I have been hearing in this morning's session is a lot about mobilizing people, about showing ownership, having those people on board, starting locally, listen, building trust, and then follow the energy. Having said that, and indeed this 1 minute is over, I hand it back over to you,
Thank
Jackie.
you very much indeed, Philippe, and may I add my thanks to our wonderful panellists here in the room, also to the panellists who joined us online. We heard there, ladies and gentlemen, some truly inspiring examples of what is being done and what can be done to engage citizens. We're going to come back on that issue of behavioural change later on. There are also some questions about measuring impact that have come through, but we'll tackle those in our last panel of the day. Lots to come back to, and we're building here a picture of some of the keys to success, how to deliver effective projects, how to really implement new European Bauhaus principles. Lots to come back to. Time for us. Do tune in. It'll come on automatically, so listen during the break to Bauhaus Radio with Stephen Jones. He'll be having chats with change makers and policymakers throughout the coffee break and at lunch. Don't forget to sign up to those one-on-one matchmaking sessions, and I'll see you back here at 12 o'clock sharp for our next session when, as I just mentioned, we will be focusing on incentivizing behavioural change. Enjoy the break and see you in 30 minutes. Yeah.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Bauhaus Radio. It's 11:34. We've had a fascinating depth of life projects and the life program as a whole. And there's no better person than to discuss that breadth and depth than Angelo Salsi, who joins me now. And Angelo will explain who he is, but for anyone involved in the LIFE program, I think they would really recognize you as Mr. Life. I mean, what is the LIFE program without you? You've been with it from the very start, really, haven't you? Can you explain a little bit, Angelo, about how you got involved with the LIFE program? Because obviously nature conservation and issues of the environment and protection didn't start with LIFE, and that wasn't the first time that the Commission got involved when it started the LIFE program. So this has been a process of evolution.
Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. How did I get involved with the LIFE program? It was quite easy. I didn't really have to plan ahead or to do any particular thing. I joined the European Commission in April 1994, and a couple of days after joining, my head of sector, Mr. Rainer Klein, a guy from Germany, he calls me in his office and says, Angelo, you will help me with LIFE. I said, okay, thanks, Reinhard, very nice. What shall I do? And so that's where the story started. And the beauty is at the time, the part of the LIFE program, the one dealing with nature, was dealt with in the same unit dealing with the policy. Probably the best scheme if you can think about a setup for a program which is policy-driven, because in that way you secure what we call the program and policy integration. So the same brains and the same people, they talk about policy, they develop policy, they enforce policy, they monitor policy, and at the same time they monitor, follow projects within the program, and so they can do the synaptic connection in their own heads between a particular best practice that was developed by a LIFE project and its application in a given plan or implementing one of the many policies that we were dealing with. So that's the way it worked.
And in a sense, it's still the way it works today, because your mantra is very much replication, is very much scaling up and seeing the added value of a particular project within the LIFE program, isn't it? I mean, this is what this week is about, in a way, to see how you can come together and learn from each other to make the sum of the parts more than just the individual bits.
So the policy drive of the LIFE program started off in the genetics of the LIFE program in '92. Just to remind a particular interesting element, like in the Konrad Lorenz book about when you see the imprinting, how it takes place. When LIFE came around, a few hours before, the Habitats Directive has just been adopted. And probably LIFE saw Natura 2000 and said, mom, or that, or whatever you want to call it. And there was a big imprinting element, and from that moment, we started serving at least one particular type of policy, which was nature conservation, not only, obviously. And everybody agrees nowadays that even though LIFE is a rather small program, Natura 2000 would not be the way it is without the LIFE program itself. And it has maintained this particular gear and this sort of policy drive. So we are there really, as it says, LIFE regulation after LIFE regulation. There is always a first article that says practically almost the same text. We're there to implement, we're there to develop, and we're there to improve EU legislation. At the beginning in the field of environment, now in the field of climate, and the last one addition was in the field of energy. And we do this by searching in a quest of getting impact out of every LIFE project. And you can get impact only if the LIFE project is designed, obviously, to deliver an impact, and if then the knowledge of the LIFE project is transferred, replicated, and amplified by many other similar actions that really create the change, that sort of boule de neige, that avalanche thing that has driven indeed
multiplier effect. Really.
Well, think about it doesn't change dramatically in terms of air quality at a massive scale, but think about the car-free day. It started off with a LIFE project many, many years ago, and now every year, nobody even thinks anymore about when it started and why it started, but it's in our cities every year, at least you enjoy at least one day without car.
Yeah.
And I think it's psychologically and socially a massive message.
Yeah, you mentioned that you started out as the LIFE program in environment and then moved, more in nature. You were saying, in terms of habitats and you talked about Natura 2000 and the various directives that came out of the Commission in the 1990s. Of course, now subject of this week, New European Bauhaus, has a very strong climate element. At the time when life began, almost 30 years ago, where did the climate figure, if at all?
Well, climate in the eyes of the public administration in general, and I'm pretty confident also probably in Brussels, I was not yet there, starts in the late 80s. We start really seriously talking about this, even though science was already busy with it a while before. It surfaced in the narrative of the public administration or the international bodies only in the late 80s. In 92, when life comes around, nobody really talks about climate change, and it's not part of the fabric or the narrative of the program. But if you dig into the project, you already find climate change-driven project. And so it lasted in this sort of implicit or hidden way until the last edition of Life, when we decided to give it its own, if you want,
separate sort of climate,
yeah, exactly, and a separate budget and so on. But even nowadays, I mean, it's very interesting to see. You can look in the list of projects we finance, say under climate adaptation. You look at them and you say, but these people are protecting bogs. But this is a nature project. Great. Then you look in the nature project and say, but these people are protecting bogs. This is a climate project.
Yeah.
And the same happens in water. So the funny thing is that we give it its own identity, and I think it's fair. It's part of, if you want, also of the logic and the strategy.
When you look at the LIFE program, I think even the most cynical observer would say it delivers a great deal more value in terms of results and outcomes than is put into it in terms of public funding. Why do you think that is? There's obviously an element of project design, as you pointed out. There's no point engaging in this process unless you have
you can call it whatever you want, but sustainability as a whole. These people are normally very committed. That makes a change. So we build a lot on that. It's a big asset for us. The second thing is that we have designed the program as a bottom-up program. And this means that we try to capture the best ideas from the ground, and not the other way around. We try to impose ideas from Brussels. The third part of the recipe is that we have kept life across the years a flexible tool. Flexible means that you can design the project the way you want, the size if you want, so that you can put the burden on the shoulders knowing how big your shoulders are, and not the other way around, and how big the problem is that you want to solve. And the last element is that we are not a bank. So the European Commission or the agencies, we're not just giving out money. We are supporting the initiative of others because we think these are useful for the policy of the European Union. And we never abandon them for a second throughout their implementation and even after the implementation. So we really care. We want to be perceived almost as partners, even though we're not the one carrying out the project. And we provide, in this logic, we provide a support to the beneficiaries, to ourselves, that we call the external monitors, which is a person deeply in order to understand what are sometimes even the small administrative traps that are in your way while you are implementing the project. And these monitors, they are perceived by beneficiary member states, the European Parliament and the Council in general as a very successful tool. And I think this is a best practice that probably other programs could look at.
Well, now the LIFE programme is embarking upon integrating in Bauhaus and equally the new European Bauhaus initiative, which is very broad, would argue that it's integrating elements of the LIFE programme. You know, what can each learn from each other to make each other stronger?
But in the case of LIFE, there are two elements which come from this logic of the Bauhaus that we should have probably, at least one of them, we should have given it a more prominent narrative in the program. It's there, but it's not really part of the top of the iceberg. It's the affordability. So clearly on sustainability, so the three elements of the Bauhaus are sustainability, affordability, and beauty, okay, the aesthetic part. So on the sustainability, I guess that that's the area where the whole Bauhaus movement can capture a lot from LIFE, because we have been financing sustainability since the early days. And the affordability, we have a number of projects that look at the social dimension, at the part of society that cannot afford and things like that. So there is always an element of affordability built in the project by themselves, but I wouldn't say that this was really because we put it in our narrative, so possibly we should be a bit more
inclusive.
More proactive in promoting this concept. Yeah. And then the one that we never really thought about, or it was not really there, even though maybe it should, is the aesthetic part. I think it should, because a program that deals, say, with nature conservation, we protect landscapes, we protect beauty by default.
What people see. Yeah.
But we never really thought to expand this concept to the more...
The built environment, yeah.
Yeah, the built environment element, even though we have projects that deal with this kind of things. So I would say that what Bauhaus movement can learn from us is the sustainability, knowledge, best practice, experience, and so on. What we can learn from the Bauhaus concept is to put more prominent these two elements of the affordability and the aesthetic part. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned to me just before we came on air that you'd been following, as we all have, the first session, and you were commenting on some of the speakers, you know, and saying how impressed you were. It seems strange that someone of your experience in the LIFE program can still be surprised, can still be, you know, impacted. This can make an impression on you, but it seems to be a characteristic of the LIFE program in general that the more you find out, the more you want to find out. It's particularly unique in that respect, I think.
Yeah, it's 25 years now that I deal with LIFE, and I have a lot of colleagues that have been with me in various roles for a very long time. It's quite unique. I mean, every year we have a call. So we have a machine that looks sort of like a train that comes at the same station every year at the same time. So one would say, okay, after you've seen the train 25 times, probably that's more than enough. But in reality, the train is always populated with different people, and you never really knows where it comes from. So for me, every year, the start of the evaluation process, so the closing of the call, it's already in itself like walking into a new supermarket that they just opened. You don't know what they're selling, and you know what they have on their shelves, and you start looking around and finding your own. Sometimes even the acronyms and the titles of the project. I remember a project that was called as acronym Donald Duck, and it was saving, obviously,
ducks.
Ducks, yeah. But it's interesting to look at the size, the ambition of the project, some of the statistics. And then the most beautiful part is obviously following this project. When you go on the ground, you meet people that, and you see places. My kids ask me, but are you paid for that? Do you get a salary for that? Because they think that since I have such a lot of pleasure from the work I do, I probably should renounce to my salary. I think that partially they have a point. I mean, I've been very lucky, and many of my colleagues as well. But it's the variety and the unexpected that is in the program that keeps really the program so appealing to individuals, and the feeling that even though you're not digging the hole yourself, that you're really contributing to do something physical, something tangible that remains.
Do you think that the LIFE program, when we had the big enlargement in 2004 and the EU 15 became 25, I mean, was that quite an important step in terms of transferring the benefits of the LIFE program to new member states? And if so, you know, what response have you had? You know, I guess there's no sort of limit, in a sense, to the benefits that LIFE can bring to different countries. We even talked this morning about countries outside the EU that can still be part of LIFE, right?
Mm-hmm. But the expansion obviously meant, first of all, that the budget went up, the geographical scope of LIFE massively increased. In certain areas of LIFE, we started seeing things that we were never dreaming about. Take nature conservation, for example, with the arrival of countries like Romania, which has thousands of birds, just to name one species. We were changing completely the scope and the prospects of what LIFE should be dealing on. But the beauty is that we could, even in a massive exercise like the enlargement, and I'm not talking about the big enlargement, already the first pre-enlargement of 3 countries, so the Nordic and Scandinavians and Austria. I remember a story that I've been told several times, for example, for Finland. In Finland, obviously, enlargement meant at the same time LIFE, but also Natura 2000. And the Finns, at the time, they perceived the arrival of Natura 2000 not as a welcome gift at all. And there were a lot of reactions, even for Finns, who are usually pretty calm people, they went pretty far in terms of externalizing your feelings. And it was the arrival of LIFE that started softening the tone. So when the Finns, they started in the countryside to see that LIFE could bring certain advantages and would be able to involve them in the shaping of how Natura 2000 would be run, then they started turning more to the acceptance instead of the denial and the refusal. So it's a small story, but it's a big country, and so...
It's fascinating to have that historical overview about the way the union changes and the way that perceptions change. Now, looking ahead to the new European Bauhaus concept, this seems to fit very much with the LIFE philosophy of a global vision but local action, right? I mean, is that how you see the new European Bauhaus evolving? Because, you know, it's very much a social concept too, isn't it, about living better and as well as living together. And that brings in some of the social elements that you were talking about, that LIFE has already incorporated into its own projects.
Yes, indeed. It's you have this local element, which is a standard feature of LIFE, and even the arrival of the new energy component does not really change that element that much, because it's true that energy is a more top-down approach than the classical LIFE traditional projects. But I just learned, for example, a few minutes ago about this Rescope project financed by Energy, and it's about energy cooperatives. So again, very much down to the ground, trying to involve the people. We say that LIFE is a people's program. Mm-hmm. Probably not as Erasmus is. We don't get to that level of finesse in being a people's program, but it's probably one of the programs that best reaches the ground, small communities and small companies and so on. So this element, LIFE certainly has it. On the more global agenda, I think that there is one thing that probably LIFE cannot do, and I don't think we're really geared for that. I'm thinking about Bauhaus and act like you preach. So the Bauhaus concept comes obviously from a policy logic, if you want, a strategy, and I think it does create an additional, if you want, responsibility for public administration in general to show to their people that it's not just a political, if you want, nice idea or a packaging. And when I say act like you preach, I'm thinking about, I don't know, a municipality that would have to choose between building a new school or restoring an existing nice building for the same purpose.
Or using recycled materials.
Or, yeah, I'm thinking about, indeed, even companies, private companies that have to choose to build a new plant for their industrial activities, and they have to choose, obviously, a more sustainable solution and possibly more aesthetical solution, because I guess that you might share my view that sometimes the industrial areas that we have here and there in Europe, they look anything but nice. That's another, and then, you know, nice, it's not the same concept for everyone. It's a difficult challenge, but it means nevertheless that there was one of the interventions this morning that said, if you would put all the people that are behind a development around the table and you would ask them one by one, would you live in that place? Would you work in that place? And would you put your children to live in that place? If they say no, then probably the development shouldn't be there. I thought it was a great idea itself.
Yeah. No, it's certainly the participatory elements of New European Bauhaus and you know, together, it's one of the three words of our logo here, beautiful, sustainable, together. You know, this is something that needs to be thought through. But in terms of togetherness, there's very much a sense of family in the LIFE program. I mean, is this something that has sustained you throughout your time in leadership of the program?
A lot. It's just to give you an idea. I just met a few days ago with a former colleague of mine who retired, and we are planning a sort of a dinner or get together for all the lifeists from the 90s, all that we can find and that would be interested in joining us. So there is a strong bond among people, and like in every long relation, professional relation, you have moments of where you have arguments, disagreements, and things like that. But at the end of the day, the feeling that you have is that you have traveled more with friends and companions than with colleagues, and you look back at those people, and for each of them, I still have a lot of positive memory. And a few days ago, we had a meeting with we have the yearly meeting with our monitors, and we met with our monitors for the first time after COVID in presence, and we invited the first head of unit of the LIFE unit to speak to us. He has retired more than 10 years ago. The guy was very happy, obviously, and very proud of being there, and I felt that it was a good moment for the people to touch, almost physically, if you want, a piece of the history of the program. Of course, so, yeah, I agree with you.
Is it okay?
There is a lot in the fabric of the program that keeps us running for such a long time and so pleasantly.
Well, for you, retirement is coming up. I'm sure you don't really mind me saying this, but of course, many people have said to me, well, we can't imagine life without Angela. We talk about the afterlife of a LIFE project. What's the afterlife, the formal afterlife for Angelo Salsi? I mean, you're not going to leave this behind totally, are you? I mean, it's part of who you are.
The first thing is that life does not leave you alone, nevertheless, even if you would like to, if you would think about walking away from it.
Yes.
Every time you put your back on a nice beach, or you walk on a nice mountain, or whatever place where a tourist might be pleasantly walking around, you risk finding a life panel in front of you. It's amazing how physically present is life across Europe. On the other side, I have no intention, obviously, to simply put my brain in the drawer and shut the drawer. So I'm hoping to be able to use what I have acquired in all those years in a more flexible and way, so not from 9 a.m. until whatever time in the evening every other day of the working week. That's the beauty probably of the retirement. But indeed, the afterlife for me, it's a challenge, like for everybody else. But I'm looking forward to it, not in an unpleasant way. It's I'm trying to think. Well, Angel, this is once more you have to reinvent yourself.
I'm gonna have some tea.
It's like when you move from university and you start working. Okay, physically and from a brain point of view,
busy
you're
agenda.
more flexible.
Yeah, that's fine.
but still, you have to reinvent yourself. And again, when I moved from Italy, so from my first job, which I loved and I still regret I have lost today, to the European Commission, it was yet another challenge, reinventing myself not only in a job, but in a context, in a different place, different friends and so on. And now I have to reinvent myself.
I'm happy to leave. Do you want me to go there? Okay.
What I've learned looking at the people that have survived a very long time in good shape is that the most important muscle to keep running is brain. And in the brain, obviously, are all my memories of the project, all my knowledge about the program and the policy which lies behind. So I guess I'm going to continue to use it, and it depends also if there are people willing to pick on my brain.
I'm sure that everyone will be very reassured from hearing that, Angelo. Well, thank you very much for your participation today on Bauhaus Radio. We're going to go back to the main conference room now and look forward to the next session.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, in our first session today, we heard and reminded ourselves why New European Bauhaus is so important to the transformation envisaged by the European Green Deal. Its soul, it was said, a way to make it a cultural, positive, human-centered experience. And Clara Della Torre talked about connecting the Green Deal to living spaces by realizing those key Bauhaus values of sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion, and hence our conference title for this 3 days, Beautiful, Sustainable, Together. And in our first panel, we heard some really inspiring examples of what is being done and what can be done to engage citizens, to mobilize them, which, as Philippe said at the beginning of the day, is so important to create that sense of ownership. Our speakers in the last panel also began touching on the issue of how to incentivize behavior change. And we're going to focus on that in our second session today as we look more specifically at what works, what doesn't, how do we really drive it, what mix of carrot and sticks. Delighted to hand back to the moderator, Philippe van den Abila, to moderate this session. Philippe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And indeed, in this second session, we want to talk about incentivizing a behavioral change towards more sustainable practices. The European Green Deal recognizes the importance of changing behavioral norms of individuals, communities, private and public organizations in order to accelerate that transition to a low-carbon economy. So in this session, we want to discuss which approaches and incentives facilitate change towards more sustainable practices. Are carrot or stick approaches better, or maybe a combination of both? Which socio-cultural incentives, such as social recognition, can encourage a behavioral change? And can we learn from the best practices which are already established? I'll be glad to introduce to you no less than 7 speakers and organize a meeting of the minds on incentivizing behavioral change. So let's start with our first 3 speakers, listening and learning from those speakers, then engage again in a short roundtable discussion on common themes that have emerged. Then I'll blend in another 4 speakers, and again by the end of the session we'd like to hear from you. So if you have any questions or remarks, people in the room can raise their hands, You who are tuned into our channel or our session today, I encourage you to keep using Slido, hashtag New European Bauhaus, and that will then enable us to also address your questions and put them to our speakers and our panel. And the first speaker of our session is with me here on site. Joanna Romanovic is Director of Engagement at Students Organising for Sustainability UK. Joanna is passionate about sustainability and strives to have a positive impact through empowering others to take action. So I'd like to ask Joanna how we can successfully engage people and incentivize behavioral change under, say, the wider umbrella of SAVES2, students achieving valuable energy savings.
Great, thank you very much for having me here today. So SAVES2 was a Horizon 2020 project that finished earlier this year. It lasted for 4 years, and it took place in 7 different countries across Europe, engaging over 200,000 students. So I'll talk a little bit about what our experience has been in terms of incentivizing behavior change as part of the project. One thing I'd like to reflect on that was mentioned before, from my experience, changing mindset and behavior are 2 very different things. You can change mindset, but behavior might not follow straight away. They are linked, but they're not the same thing from my experience. So what was SAVES2 about? It was made of 2 different campaigns working with students. The first campaign was working with students in halls of residence where students do not pay for energy. So there is no incentive for them to save money or energy. And the second project was working with students in the private rented sector under the umbrella of reducing their exposure to energy poverty, which is a huge issue. It's a hidden energy poverty across Europe when it comes to young people. So my reflection, do you take a carrot or a stick approach? I personally think it's not that clear-cut. I think you need a bit of both. From my experience, I think you first need the carrot, at least with students, to kind of hook them in, to kind of make behavior change a bit of fun, win some prizes, and then if you kind of normalize it within the student population and halls of residence, others will follow, and I can definitely say that from my own experience when I went to university, I definitely wasn't as sustainable as I am now, but I was kind of embedded in a community where everybody was cycling. I studied at Oxford, everybody was cycling there. I grew up in a country where nobody did that. And I kind of felt almost marginalized by not doing that. So I think it's really kind of important to normalize certain behaviors. But I think with the student population, we felt we needed to hook them in through the kind of carrot approach. What was really important in our project, and here's a picture of some of our student ambassadors, was peer-to-peer engagement. The messenger was really quite key. So our project came from, mostly from staff working in universities and students' unions who were trusted messengers, but a huge part of our project was training up students across different universities across Europe, so then they would engage their peers, so it became normalized. So I think when it comes to behavior change, I've listened to a lot of podcasts around behavior change, so I kind of reflect that when I run my projects. But the thing that really resonates with me, and I can really see within our project, is this idea of friction versus not friction. So I think people are much more likely to make change if the behavior you want them to take on is easier. So for example, people or students are much more likely to take the stairs if they're next to the elevator. You don't need to kind of go around some back rooms to try and find it. Same with recycling, same with energy saving. You kind of need to reduce that friction and make it the easier behavior, because people, students, myself, are inherently lazy. You believe energy saving is important, you believe you should be buying sustainable, but if it's kind of not there in front of you, if it's hard, you're less likely to do it. Can you please change the slide? Yeah, here are just some photos from our prizes. We gave lots of individual and community-based prizes. So thinking about the idea about market incentives and kind of social prestige, it was a mix of both for us, and it was really interesting to see differences between different countries. So in Nordic countries, the UK and Ireland, we kind of found that kind of individual gains were something that students were more interested in, whereas when we worked with our Mediterranean countries, students actually wanted to collectively achieve change and save energy within their halls of residence rather than competing each other, which is quite an interesting kind of observation that we made. Can you please change the slide? So here is a nice example of a student that we worked with, and you can see kind of her journey. So as I said at the start, we kind of have found that kind of market-based incentives, kind of those hooks, are really quite important. So for Adela, she first got involved in our project because there was free ice cream. Might sound silly, but actually that's the reason why a lot of students would get involved, a lot of people would get involved, because there's something fun, they get something at the end of it. But actually, as you can see, she kind of really progressed through her journey at the University of Bristol, kind of linking to running a big event with fellow students at the university. So I think we can't push away like little incentives and think they're insignificant, because they are those things that really can hook students in. Can you take the next slide, please? And this was really interesting research that we found, was that nearly 3/4 of students say that the main reason they get involved in sustainability is because of climate action. But only a small proportion, less than 0.5%, say they do it for prizes. But we found if we took the prizes away, they actually were much less likely to kind of get involved. I will be wrapping up in a second. And here's an interesting study as well from halls of residence, where we did like an A/B testing, where students had to pay for energy, and then they hadn't. And energy decreased in 33% of halls if they didn't have to pay for it. So we cannot underestimate market incentives.
Thank you so much, Joanna, for sharing these insights. And indeed, hopeful to see that students are much more motivated by taking personal action than by merely winning prizes. And needless to add, students are always motivated by free ice cream. My next speaker is sitting with me here in Brussels as well, next to Johanna. So allow me to introduce Professor Michael Skoulos, who is Director of the Lab for Environmental Chemistry at the University of Athens, and also chairing the Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development. A very warm welcome with us in Brussels here, Professor. We are indeed looking for best practices to change behavior, to incentivize people. I understand you have a long track record with a large number of life projects, so I would like to pick your brain and tap into that vault of experience to learn from you how we can incentivize behavioral change.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for inviting me, and also I'm delighted to be here and listen the previous speakers. I decided not to present any slides because in many of my slides I could have, simply copied similar initiatives. So I would like to focus a little bit more on the concepts. And chairing the Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development, from the name itself, you can understand that we approach in an integrated way the natural and cultural environment and sustainable development. So we are very close to the concept of Bauhaus, the new Bauhaus. And actually, the original idea of Bauhaus is to bring quality to a mass production. That was the initial idea. And I think is very important today, again. So how we can bring with us bigger number of people, companies, and communities, I think the most important is to give hope. And here I want to use what Antoine said in the previous session. Our analysis, particularly today, is pessimistic in most cases. And the issue is how, from this analysis, we conduct policies in a positive way, because it is absolutely necessary. And this is through stories, and our stories is showing how we can have a better world. This is a projection of a faith for something better. And this is the way in which we managed to bring the 133 organizations we have, among them big federations like the EEB in Brussels, the European Environment Bureau, or the Arab Network for Environment Development, among our founders 30 years ago, with different organizations having different methodologies, different motives, and see what kind of incentives we have for that. First of all, when we are talking about incentives, we have to understand that they are not the same for individuals, for groups, for companies, or for politicians. And they are different, and we have to be more sophisticated in doing that. Let me, because one of the questions is stick or carrot. I think that this is good for companies, for groups that share material benefits, but not for individuals. For individuals, I mean, you may use it for pets, but not for children, because we should not actually particularly mix up something that we try to build through through ethos, and through principles with gains, particularly gains of material nature. We should not actually give few cents for a bottle that is brought back to the supermarket, because we want to have other principles there, responsibility, citizenship, and you mix the two. So we are talking about discipline and award, but not stick and carrot, not candy, not the sweet you mentioned, not the ice cream. It is a different thing. We need to keep it clear, because we want to elevate the willingness to be, and pride, to be somebody recognized by the society, not to get a little bit something back, particularly few cents. Otherwise, we encourage people to look even for small material benefits.
So you're saying, Professor, by offering ice cream, we're almost poisoning the very process that should appeal to citizenship.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have to, and even when we have to get something back to the society, we have to have it as sharing the benefit. Yeah. If a company makes more money by getting ready the recyclable, this enhances, increases the benefit, yes, their benefit. And sharing it is a different thing. It's not an award. So we have to play with principles. We have to go deeper in principles and get also rid of the tyranny of the vision. We have to concentrate in abstract thinking, and in this way, we can really help individuals and also groups and hopefully politicians. Market incentives are extremely important for business, and the same is for, let's say, trying to present ideas that are sometimes difficult to present. For example, the tools we are using are all the tools of sustainable development. Sustainable development requires governance. Governance requires science and technology, regulation and institutions, education, education, education. Yeah. And this is, particularly education for sustainable development, is something on which Europe, the European Union, should actually invest much more. It is the basis of all what we are talking about. And we need to have, we have many projects in our organization. We have been instrumental in bringing in the Mediterranean strategy for education for sustainable development that was approved by the ministers of the Union for the Mediterranean and then the ministers of education, its action plan. We need to have much more when we come to training the trainers. Yeah. There we are very weak. Mm-hmm. We need to have much more emphasis on this incentive. The incentive is how we can make people proud. I'm talking about individuals. Making people proud, because there is an old Greek say that many people have distanced from money. Nobody has distanced from doxa, from glory. But glory in Greece has two words, glory and kleos. Doxa is what the people accept as important. So people want to have doxa. Everybody wants this. This is the reward. And we have to try to shift the reward to ethical and personal contribution and acceptance of this contribution at all levels.
Allow me to indeed take this education, education, education as one of the takeaway messages from your address. Thanks a lot for that, Professor. I think these were some fairly strong and also provocative statements, or an address which will certainly serve as a kickstarter, if not a fire starter, for our Q&A sessions. Again, you're cordially invited to participate to those by submitting your questions through Slido. Meanwhile, since this is a hybrid conference, allow me to beam in our next speaker, Christian Kluckner, who is professor in social psychology and quantitative methods at the Norwegian University for Science and Technology. He leads the research group for citizen, environment and safety, which focuses on individual, social and contextual drivers for environmental decisions. Professor Kluckner has been engaged in the Enchant Horizon 2020 project on energy efficiency through behavior change, transition strategy. Enlighten us, Professor Kluckner, what works best, the carrot or the stick?
Well, first of all, thank you, and good afternoon from Trondheim in Norway to Brussels. Can I please see my slides on the screen somewhere? While that is being fixed, I can already say that I'm not completely agreeing with the speaker before me that sticks and carrots should be avoided at all costs, because I think there is a value in sticks and in carrots, as well as there is in building culture and building on pride and so on. I wanted to give some examples from the research that I've been doing in the last couple of years with my research group, and I wanted to show some pictures, which I cannot see now.
Coming up right now. They're coming up, pardon? Professor. Coming up right now, Professor.
Yes, so I will present some examples from several projects. So it's not only Enchant, but this one here is from a project that we just recently finished. It's called Smarties, and it studied energy innovations, bottom-up initiatives in different cities around Europe. And what you can see here are two examples of superblocks in Spain, where they banished car traffic from the inner part of living quarters in the bigger cities, and created room for people to meet there. And this was done by both a strategy of carrots and sticks. So there was a ban on parking spaces, for example, in the areas, but there was also the introduction of public transportation. And overall, this actually led to a substantial change in people's behavior and in people's use of space, and not the least in people's well-being, which then is in line with what I think the new European Bauhaus is about. Please, next slide. What you can see here is from the Enchant project, and this is a good example for what has been named education before. So here we have the Nifsa Gardens in Italy as an example, which both are a very beautiful place where people go for recreation, but which also have a very old but still functioning water power plant. So it's a relatively small, you can see it on the screen here. And what we use this for in the Enchant project is trying to give people an experience with this way of producing energy in a very beautiful environment, and then make them connect that to their own energy use at home, but also to energy production and investments in renewable energies. And it seems to work quite well. Next slide, please. What you can see here is taking it even a step further. This is from a project that we did in Norway, which is called Climeart, where we studied how we can use art and artworks to communicate around climate change. And in this project, we had an embedded artist who, together with the team of psychologists in this project, created this installation that you can see here. The installation is called Pollution Pods, and it's an experience. You can go in these pods here and experience the air pollution in 5 different cities around the world. So you could go from Trondheim, which has relatively clear air, to London, to New Delhi, to Beijing, and to Sao Paulo. And you could, on your body, experience what the air is like in these places. And then we found that this experience is quite strong and emotionally activates people. So that is a very good starting point for starting a process of behavior change, of lifestyle change. It's not guaranteed, of course, that something will happen, but it's a much more powerful entry door to reaching people than presenting them, let's say, with another scientific report. And then next slide, please. And then the last question that I was asked was, how can we use ICT? How can we use labels? How can we use games in learning experiences and communication? And also for that, we had a project that I could report from. And this is a project, it's called African Bioservices, was an H2020 project. And the main focus here was looking at ecosystem management in the Masai Mara National Park region in Kenya and in Tanzania. And part of that project was that we developed, together with a professional game developer, a board game that actually simulates the decisions that people living in villages around this national park make. So how do we sustain a living for the family? How important is birth control? What does it if we have many children? What does it if we have a lot of cattle? Both to our social status on the one hand, but also to the pressure on the ecosystem and on the national park. And we played this game, which was, as I said, developed together with a game developer, but also with representatives on the ground in Kenya and Tanzania. And we went into different villages around the national park and played it, and then interviewed people. And they report that this actually was a very educating experience, and many told us that yes, of course we hear about that birth control is really important, but in this game we can see what happens if you have a lot of children and how much pressure that creates on the ecosystem, for example. So here again I would argue that using different ways of teaching, different ways of communication is a good idea if you want to change people's cultures and people's lifestyles. And with that I end my impulse. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing those insights, Professor Klöckner, and indeed I think for confirming that if you put 2 professors in the same room, you have at least 1,000 ideas and 1 disagreement. And allow me to take that slight disagreement and to put it back to you, Professor Skoulos. So I'm hearing different opinions here on
We didn't disagree, actually. I didn't see where my colleague disagreed, because what he mentioned at the beginning was about communities using, let's say, public transport. We are not talking about individual children. I insist on when we are talking about individual children, where we need to make this distinction, and to avoid even this term. This term is not for humans and not for children. This, I insist on that, perhaps, but is, I think, a matter of terminology at the end of the day, playing with words.
Okay, so semantics, not disagreeing. Joanna, you were talking about individual children, although disguised as students. I'd like to throw back the last part of Professor Kluckner at you. When he was talking about ICT, labels, and even gamification, would that be a leverage to incentivize students?
Yeah, definitely. So the Saves to project, one of the campaigns was a competition. So basically different halls of residence where students were living were competing against each other to save energy. So that definitely worked from our perspective. But I also want to come in on the individual thing, because I actually think market intent, even though I think education is so important, I work for an education and charity, but I don't think you can just rely on education. You know, we do research with coffee cups in universities. Some universities take the stick, some take the carrot approach. Universities who have cafe outlets that give people a little discount see a marginal decrease in the use of coffee cups, whereas if you pay extra to have an disposable coffee cups, something like 30 or 40%, there's a reduction of that in people who have disposable coffee cups. So the money part really, even though I don't want to be cynical, but it really does play a huge part.
On the individual part, yeah, sure.
May I say something? Since we are in a European, there was a famous group of wise men chaired by Delors, Jacques Delors, under UNESCO and not under EU. And they gave us the 4 most important competences of learners. The first was learning to learn, learning to be, learning to work with others, and learning to act. All these are important, and for those who are the educators, they have to inspire learners for all of that. So we are not talking about just education in a classroom or leading to a degree. We are talking about the culture of living. And this is what Bauhaus is about, and not only for children, to my understanding. So we know that as persons, we work with money, with opposite ideas, with political systems. And this is also why in MIO we have the circle of educators, the MEDIs, with more than 6,000 educators on ESD. We have the COMPSUD, the Circle of Mediterranean Parliamentarians for Sustainable Development, and COMZEST, the Circle of Media. So all these educate and be educated all the time, but the most important thing is to link theory and concepts with action. And this is what we had previously in the previous session with all these excellent examples. These examples are not in the TV every day. There are murders, there are all things that do not inspire for hope and for a better future. And this is, I'm delighted to be here with all these people who work for a better future. And indeed, there are so many. And we need to make this the real mirror for the future. And this requires the overall education, what I put under education. I think that all of us agree that it is not the only tool. It is one of the most important tools.
I'm certain that all of us agree, but I just want to make that crystal clear. Professor Klöckner, if you're still with us, do you confirm indeed that you agree with Professor Skoulos on this pressing need for education, and also training the trainer?
Well, of course, I agree with that, and I would like to say one more word about the sticks and the carrots. It's not a good terminology. It's a terminology that comes from training animals. I agree on that. But for small things like the reusable cups or not, it works very well with incentives, as we would call them, financial incentives sometimes, and also sometimes punishments. But if you want to change larger lifestyles, you do not get anywhere with these measures. There it's rather building new cultures, and of course education is part of that if you understand education as something that is also including the experience with artwork, for example, that I talked about, or playing games, or being in a nice natural environment which inspires you, and all the other things. And of course education is not only for children.
Okay, thanks a lot, Professor Klöckner, Professor Skoulos, and Joanna Romanovic for sharing your thoughts and insights. Very helpful and also hopeful, Professor, that you made reference to Jacques Delors, one of the founding fathers of Europe. I think that Jacques Delors will be secretly proud if he sees the blueprint of the new European Bauhaus, which is in the making. Coming up next is Michael Scambry, who is Chief Policy Officer at the Water Unit of the Energy and Water Agency in Malta. Set up in 2014, this agency is tasked with formulating and implementing national policies in the energy and water sectors, aiming at ensuring security, sustainability, and affordability of energy and water in Malta. A very warm welcome to the stage, Michael. I understand you'll be sharing with us some experiences of a LIFE project designed to optimize the implementation of the second river basin management plan in the Malta River Basin District, correct?
Correct, and thanks for the invite and good afternoon to all. So if we can please put up the first slide of the presentation. I've prepared a couple of slides to share the experience that we've gained from the implementation of the project, which will also continue in the coming years. The project will end in 2025. First and foremost, why are we addressing behavioral change, changing mindsets within also management plans targeting water management in the Maltese Islands? Within a context of water scarcity, within a context of a lack of availability of natural water resources, behavioral change is as important as infrastructural projects. So technology on its own cannot solve the problem. We also need to keep into consideration the attitude, the mindset, the behavior of the people in the Maltese Islands. And this, I believe, is also a case which is relevant in many other regions in Europe. I'll share a couple of examples from specific actions within this project. First and foremost, for example, is previous slide, please. Is one of the actions is focusing on awareness raising through house visits. So we're giving the possibility homeowners who have different queries on how they're utilizing water within their household to call the Energy and Water Agency and get in touch with personnel from the agency to give them advice and even visit their household to inform them on how they can optimize further their water use. Obviously, this is also very much related to energy use within the household, given that they are very much interrelated. And this action is was being implemented quite successfully. Obviously, before the pandemic, there were around 500 visits every year. But we had to slightly change the approach once the pandemic had some restrictions, and therefore this service was also being offered by telephone. But we plan to continue this service in the coming years. Next slide, please. Another approach to how we want to inform people and raise awareness and eventually change mindsets and behaviors is through the development of a water-saving app. So the objective of this app, which is currently being developed, is to inform people about their water use characteristics and also potentially to instill a sort of a sense of community awareness on whether their daily use of water resources and how does it compare to the average water resource within or water resource use within the Maltese Islands. This might not necessarily lead to financial gains or to lower utility bills, but instilling this awareness might actually lead to behavioral change. Next slide, please. Another activity within the project is to instill more awareness, is also to promote and introduce also water efficiency labels. There are already ongoing initiatives with regards to water efficiency labels. There was even the updating of the energy label earlier this year, which also makes very interesting references to water conservation. So how can we raise awareness and make sure that people are understanding and taking into consideration these aspects when purchasing, when interacting with water use devices? Next slide, please. A very important component of the project is educational activities. We believe that tomorrow's citizens, the students, actually are the key candidates on where we can instill the principles, as Professor Skoulos said, for tomorrow's citizens. So giving them and informing them about the importance of water conservation, on the principles of why water conservation is important within especially the context of a water scarce context, that's very important. And we do this by incentivizing school projects. So every year, a number of schools are assisted to do water conservation projects, which actually involve students. So students do part of the work, and they are also recognized and made more aware of these initiatives. Next slide, please. And finally, there are also other educational activities within the project where we run a water conservation awareness center. It's a national center, and we incentivize visits from schools by sponsoring, for example, their transport for them to come over to the center and inform them about various water-related aspects. So, for example, issues related to the hydrological water cycle. So how can one do water saving on a day-to-day basis? It's all about educating tomorrow's citizens with the principles of sustainability when it comes to water resources. And these activities have been quite successful. So in recent years, we've had more than 2,500 students visiting the center. And these, obviously, there were some disruptions because of the pandemic, but now that the education activities have restarted, bookings are coming in quite fast until March next year. So quite a nice and interesting incentive to educate tomorrow's citizens. That's basically in terms of the key actions which I would like to highlight from the project, which are aimed at changing the mindsets and potentially also instilling behavioral change. They might not necessarily, all of them, lead to a behavioral change, but if we install the principles in tomorrow's citizens, in today's citizens, this might eventually lead to a behavioral change. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michael, for sharing the merits of smart water meter technology with us. Indeed, an important leverage, I think, to change household water consumption and behavior, and in the process also adding weight to this warm plea of Professor Skoulos on education, education, education. For our next contribution, let's go to Milan and try to connect to Luisa Crisi-Giovanni, who is Secretary General at Altro Consumo and Fundraising Program Manager at Euroconsumers. Luisa can share with us the return on experience from the Clear 2.0 Horizon 2020 project on enabling consumers to learn, engage, and adopt self-generation with renewables. Luisa, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you very much for having invited me, representing the results of this landmark project made by consumers for consumers. If you go to the next slide, please. Let's see in a nutshell the impact that we were able to generate in this actually more or less 3 years project or less. We trigger something like 29,000 installations for a total amount of investment of 129 million, which means that, you know, money counts when we are talking about incentives, especially as Professor Christian Klöschner mentioned before. If you need to have you know, long-term impact or lifestyle change, you really need to understand very well what the impact this will have on your family. And of course, this is one part of the story. The other part of the story that we discover that even when the incentive is there, you need to enable the change because, of course, it's not only sufficient to be aware of the possibility of an incentive, but you need to activate people to save the money and also be an easy access or one-stop shop if you want to make this happen. So to really help them become prosumers. So this is what exactly we did, saving money and also saving CO2 emissions, thanks to Clear 2 project realized together with partners such as BILC, ICRT, DECO in Portugal, OCO in Spain, Altro Consumo in Italy, Slovenia, MIPOR, D-Testing in Czech Republic, and Testasha in Belgium. And of course, we based this engagement mainly on the community of the members that we already have in terms of members of respective consumer organizations. If you go to next slide, please. What we did really to investigate, to listen. So as you mentioned before, we actually carefully listening and also try to understand the motivation and let's say the main drivers for changing the behaviors, conducting online interviews. Then we tested also, let's say, both the products and also the use of energy, monitoring a group of households, providing them with information on the equipment, so reassuring them, coaching them about the choice. We, of course, also supporting them in really, you know, also get information from the digital tools. So actually we train them a little bit on the technology and accompanying this cheaper buy or smarter purchase of renewable energy. And in this way, we contributed, of course, to the national energy policy, but let's say that we had really to support from, you know, from scratch these families to, let's say, do this change. If you go to the next slide, please. This, okay, was all the journey that actually we came through from the investigating the attitude on the climate, highly important, of course. Everyone declares that it's important, but then you need to ensure on which is the best possible technology depending on where you live, because it's not exactly the same things to when we are talking about Milan or Palermo in Sicily, 1,000 kilometers far, which are the financial aspect relevant for every household, and of course, really, you know, tailor their needs and then reassure them about specific information about the financial aspects and the environmental one. So not just, let's say, the product or the service isolated, but really a full package of support. If you go to the next slide, please. Let's say that this was, in a nutshell, again, what we produced, the 29,000 installations that I mentioned before, and the watts actually of renewable energy produced per year, and the 129 million estimated total investment by these communities of consumer, which impacted several countries. But the good news is that the communities that we created also, thanks to the previous project, this was an Horizon 2020 project previously, really are still kicking and alive. So as you mentioned, inside each community that is still alive on our website and on the other respective website, people are actually supporting each other. So we actually create an environment of trust where people could really pick up this most sustainable choice that we encourage them to pick up. And if we go to then the last slides, our learnings, okay, this was the monitoring and coaching of energy efficiency, so the number of families that we coach. But if you go to the next one, you will have my considerations about the stick and the carrots approach. I do believe, as the previous speakers, that we need both. And as was mentioned probably even in the first panel, especially in countries such as Italy, where we have a not quite really stable legislative framework. So it's quite favorable at the moment because we have great, green incentives and taxation. But, the uncertainty of the rule doesn't facilitate people to engage towards sustainable, choices. And therefore, we need this to have a kind of time lapse sufficiently long to really help people to engage. You need to ensure consumer can have access to sustainable financing, provide consumers with clear and reliable granular information about the monitoring also of the impact that this investment will generate for real in terms of money and in terms of emission, because I do agree upon, let's say, the ethical engagement, but I want to have it shown. So we need to nudge consumers, but also to be transparent by the impact that we all together can generate. And design of the product should also incorporate since the beginning, by default, this easy access and easy possibility to monitor the impact of the decrease of my billing and decrease of the emission that I will generate. So incentivize public and private partnership is key. And do not forget the role that consumer groups such as Altro Consumo, the network of consumer organization in Euroconsumer or BAIL could play, talking to a cluster only in Italy, for example, of 300,000 members of Altro Consumo, who could be a starting point, ambassadors who can tell the story to other consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this very clear keynote address, Luisa. And if I can single out just one of the carrots in your long list that you've just shown, I recall the benefits indeed of providing consumers with clear, reliable and granular information on consumption monitoring. I think that in this day and age, with energy prices rising through the roof, that for sure will incentivize behavioral change. So thanks a lot again. And let's fly from Milan in Italy to Heidelberg in Germany, where Selina Kaspersky is working as a postdoctoral researcher at Mannheim University. Selina has research interests ranging from sports psychology over games, gamification and dynamic systems, all the way to behavioral change and environmental psychology. I'd like her to talk about the latter subjects since she has been closely involved in the Horizon 2020 Decide project on developing energy communities through informative and collective actions. Selina, please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. So yes, one of the EU Horizon projects that we work on together with my team, you can see on the slide there, is about developing energy communities through informative and collective actions, which means we try to study different kinds of interventions, both on an informational level, also on a social level, to see what works best to get people to join an energy community and to adopt energy efficient behaviors. And in our work package in particular, we look at the social science applications. So how can we motivate citizens towards joining those collective actions and towards sustainable behavior change? Next slide, please. So I'm just going to very briefly talk a little bit about how we approach this in our project, and then I'll give a couple examples as well, what we've done so far. We're quite at early stages in the project still, so we have spent quite a little bit of time gathering insights into energy communities, what makes people join energy communities and what motivates people, and the best practices for how to communicate and how to encourage this kind of interaction in terms of interventions, for example, and communications with people, as well as we focus on trying to figure out how to best evaluate this, because I think this is an area where still quite a little bit of insights are necessary. Evaluation of social impacts, yes. So next slide, please. So this is, I'm going to show two different approaches that we've used. One is a more quantitative approach, a randomized control trial. If you could go to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So one is a randomized control trial, a field experiment that we've designed to target different identities in a region in Austria or in collaboration with Our Power, which is an energy cooperative provider that tries to get prosumers to sign up so that they can provide their neighbors and their region with the energy that they produce and gather people into a community in this way. So we want to test the hypothesis of whether this social identity, this collective of friends and neighbors might work better than, for example, a regional or place attachment identity or a climate change or a sustainability identity. And to do this, we sent out 9,000 postcards to all the households in the region that produce energy, that have solar panels on their roofs, to try and figure out which of these identities responds best and how to better target people to join energy communities in this way. Results unfortunately not in, so I can't really report what we get yet, but it'll be online the moment we get some data. We're still waiting on the feedback there. If you could go to the next slide. And that's not very visible. I'm not sure if this is very visible, but what you should see is like a target in the middle. I'm not sure why it's not showing. This is an intervention we did with some workshops where you can see people get access to a variety of icons that they can then place on the target. There's like a round target with a bullseye in the middle. And if they place the icons closer to the center, they communicate to us that this aspect is the most important to them. And some of the icons can be grouped closer together than others. And then that communicates to us that people understand these concepts together. So you can, for example, tell us, the point of this is to create your own energy transition, your own energy community. So you can tell us who you want to do this with. So for example, your neighbors or clubs, organizations, or your religious community, and how you would participate as an investor, an initiator, a producer, why you want to participate for social community to fight climate change, and how would be your preferred manner to participate. So for example, biomass or solar on your roof or wind energy. And then in one of the workshops that we've done with people that we are trying to create an energy community with, this was quite successful because it was very clear across the people that answered that they were mostly going to be involved with their immediate neighbors and that they preferred building renovations and wind energy in their communities to be the main targets. And they were mostly in for the social community aspect and the climate change fight. So that told us a little bit better how to approach building this energy community with them. Next slide, please. So these are just a few insights that we've gathered from the general literature and also from a few studies that we've done in the past with other projects. 5 ways to incentivize through the collective. So these are the things that we consider the most important. One is to co-create a narrative with the collective energy goals, so give people a story to work with. Capitalize on existing identities. So we've done, you can see in the postcards already, we've tried to do that a little bit. You can use, for example, communities that already exist with churches or with clubs or game clubs, and you can approach those and see if they can spread the message within their groups and beyond their groups, and foster a sense of collective efficacy. So make people feel that they can actually change something and that they can achieve their goals and try and support their goals in that manner. And for this, you need to foster both group trust and trust in the project organizers. It's always important to have local stakeholders that are on board with you, that can communicate with their communities, and that are able to be kind of a bridge between the local citizens and the projects that are trying to support. And I think one of the most important things that sometimes gets forgotten a little bit is that collective emotions are big drivers of actions. And these can be both positive and negative emotions. I think pride was mentioned before as one possibility and kind of like a sense of honor. But I think anger can also be very important to fuel a feeling that maybe something is unjust and that we need to change something about the way that things are right now. I think it's probably a big driver behind the Friday for Future movement, for example. I think a lot of people are very angry, and I think that's really good to use that for positive effects. Next slide, please. And some of the difficulties I just wanted to point out that we've been facing and that need to really be worked on, and in the context of employing behavioral interventions in general, is that the first one is that evaluation of social impact in general, but collective behavior in specifically, is not very well developed. Like there's not very good guidelines that exist how to evaluate social impacts very well. There's not good metrics that have been developed. So we're working on this right now to give out some policy recommendations how to better evaluate this kind of the changes that come from these interventions. One is to always keep an eye out for rebound effects, which are kind of effects where people try to, or where people are encouraged to do something good, and then they rebound into bad behavior because they think they've now done something, and now they can allow themselves to kind of let go on another end, right? So this is seen on a larger scale. For example, with energy usage, if you save a little bit of energy at home, then maybe you can drive more with your car, right? Because now you've done something for the environment. And the third thing I wanted to point out is, which has already been mentioned before as well, the intention behavior gap, in the sense that sometimes when one employs surveys or just asks people to verbalize, one needs to be careful that that might not be the actual behaviors where people might not show the behaviors that they've described. To actually measure behaviors is the gold standard in reality, and also focus on the fact that measuring the behaviors that one is actually interested in. As an example, there was a paper that measured organ donation signups, and they found that some of the nudges that they employed really worked very well for organ donation signups. But then another study looked at actual organ donations and found that it didn't actually work. So making sure that you target the behaviors that you really want is also key. Thank you very much.
Very clear, and thanks for sharing that feedback, Selina. Indeed, a couple of hurdles still to take, but I acknowledge your insights on creating a narrative on collective goals, which kind of relates to what Antoine Lebos was saying earlier on storytelling, also fostering group trust and a sense of collective efficacy, and managing collective emotion to keep the flame burning. I also heard what you said about intention behavior, and we will go into much more detail on measuring and monitoring behavior and behavioral change in session 3 this afternoon. That brings us to the last speaker of this session, Simona Docca. who holds a PhD in technology innovation for the built environment, is a postdoc affiliate at the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. She is currently Chief Innovation Officer at Gridability and a seasoned Horizon 2020 project coordinator. In that capacity, she will present us the AAA Reno project on attractive, acceptable and affordable deep renovation by a consumers-orientated and performance evidence-based approach.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Today, indeed, I will be presenting some of the experiences from this Horizon 2020 project that just concluded. But at the same time, I really wanted to also allow us to have this jump of dimension from the individual scale to the community scale, introducing a new project as well that I'm coordinating, which is an Horizon 2020 project called Energy to Peers, focusing on the other side on peer-to-peer energy trading and community farming from the other hand. So if we go to next slide. So here, sorry, maybe this is not really visible, but I'll try to make it understandable anyway. So AAA Reno started 3 years ago, a little bit more. With this project, we kind of started with a couple of assumptions that we wanted to make for building up our case for the project. The first one is indeed that people use buildings and people use energy and buildings don't. So starting from these strong assumptions, we really wanted to make a change also in the way renovation practices were developed and really try and understand how renovation practices could be understood from people. And there with people, we didn't just focus on the final end users of our home renovations, but really we were thinking about the whole stakeholder network built up around a renovation process. And we know, probably all of us had experience of a renovation process, how difficult and painful can be this renovation process for many reasons. First of all, for instance, the fact that the information about the different options are very scattered. There are a lot of stakeholders involved in the process, so the final end users really have to deal with knowledge coming from different sides. So this practice was, it is still very fragmented with a strong asymmetry in information. So our focus was trying to make this process in three very catchy words: more attractive, more affordable, and more acceptable for the final end users. And I just wanted to give a little bit of importance to these three key words, and also maybe providing some key outcomes from this assumptions that then became our core vision. In terms of attractiveness, what we found is indeed that what motivates both individuals and groups of consumers to embark a renovation journey, it's not necessarily the economic benefits in terms of home renovations. The home is a sphere of embracing a lot of intrinsical and personal norms. And for that reason, a home renovation was really perceived as something very, familiar, and therefore a concept such as thermal comfort and air quality for the most vulnerable people in the house were perceived as the main drivers. So also that kind of helped us to realize that we had to start and maybe rethink about our approach in making this more attractive. The second point was, of course, affordability. And there we realized that the limited resources that people might have really kind of needed us to push towards policy supports and, of course, framing schemes that could help these people, and also co-creating together with them solutions to make it more affordable. Like my colleague before was mentioning, this intervention might be very different, even being in the same country, and different a lot from region to region. And the third point was indeed to make it acceptable. And there, to make it acceptable, we use different approaches. One of this was indeed to use gamified features, which we know very well. We're not talking about games, but we're talking about way to make it more attractive for the end user, and trying to vibrate some chords that really are making the difference for the specific people we were talking about. So if you go to the next slide, this is what we meant for gamification. So in Triple Arena, we developed a online platform, of course, including some gamified features, helping users to, for instance, design in a very simple way their renovation process. But like the professor before mentioned, education, it's not just for kids. Education is awareness at every age. So with the Triple Arena project, we also developed a board game. It's a game for grown-up people, but it was a board game. It's called the Energy Transition Game. They really helped to frame the knowledge needed to understand what type of intervention was needed, what type of options, and also including some sort of real-life challenge. For instance, you have a tax that you have to pay, or like in a monopoly, also the pro of having something that was not planned, like a tax incentive or some other options that you didn't consider before. And the board game is available, by the way. It has been translated, of course, in many different languages, and it has been played by the occupants of our pilot sites, really in a way to create that background of acceptability and increase the attractiveness of the renovation offer. Next slide. In terms of also the different languages that needed to be used, we tried to work at different level, and in this I really have to say that there was a key enabler for the Energy to Peers project, to work with umbrella associations that could translate for us the needs of their members or the people that they were representing somehow. So in this multidisciplinary action, we worked, for instance, with the Architects Council of Europe. We work with the unity of property owners. We work with the social housing, so that we try to combine all the different languages and needs that needed to be addressed, because there is not one fit for all solution for sure. Next slide. At the same level, but just briefly, when we jump into a community level, we realize that indeed there are different targets that we need to meet. And in this case, trying to create awareness and educating people about the possible options, it's not just because of there is a need to know about technical issues, but there are so many different aspects that are colliding. And in this, for instance, with the Energy to Peers project, we are trying to define a sort of readiness level indicator, sort of radar with different indicators indeed that can very quickly help final end users to understand how ready they are, or organizations at a larger scale, how ready they are to engage into a peer-to-peer community. And I think this could go to every level, from a very small community to a bigger organization. So also here, try to make this as precise as possible with tailored information. Next slide. Like I mentioned before, policy recommendations for us became quite important at the end, because we realized that all this information needed to be also communicated at a higher level. We work a lot with bottom-up approach, but somehow enforcement, and maybe this comes a little bit to the language we were using before, the carrots of the stick approach, a little bit of enforcement could be useful also in terms of facilitating information share and some sort of behavioral change that we know that worked for some group of people. Next slide. Like I said, communication sharing was a key for both these projects. Also for the Energy to Peers project, we decided to create this energy community hub in which the best practices are shared and people could really work in this peer-to-peer network, but also understanding what work for a community which is close to me. So this proximity level information, we found this very useful, and we are really trying to engage as much as possible communities. We know that a lot of efforts like this are made out there, so we're in the making of this work, try to make it as comprehensive as possible. And yeah, indeed, I think this is all for my side. I think if you can go to the next slide, there are my contacts. So yeah, thank you a lot.
Thanks a lot, Simona. And I think some of the topics that you mentioned will also neatly tie into our sessions of tomorrow when we're going to look at urban transformation as well. We have 15 minutes, a quarter of an hour left in our session, and I would like to put that to good use to entertain in a discussion with my panel here in Brussels, but also with those of you who are tuned in. So if there are any questions that have been conveyed through Slido, I shall be happy to see them. In the meantime, please feel free to keep conveying your questions through slido.com, hashtag the new European Bauhaus. And whilst those questions are coming in, I'd like to go back, if she's still with us, to Selina Kaspersky, to throw one of the titles or the slides from Simona back at Selina. Basically, it relates to the difference, say, between market incentives and socio-cultural incentives. Selina, what you told us about the Decide project, have you seen differences from groups with different socio-cultural backgrounds?
So I think there's two different concepts in the questions that you just mentioned. One is the difference between socio-cultural incentives and marketing incentives, and one is whether there's differences for different for people from different cultural backgrounds. So maybe I'll tackle the last question first.
Yeah.
So we've done one survey in Decide where we so far don't find that there was a big difference between the two. The data is not quite completely analyzed yet, but we find that people seem to feel that for small material incentives, so small financial incentives, for example, they work similarly well as, for example, feedback on CO2 emissions. The same we found in similar studies when we were doing a project on energy savings in EV use, where we also gave people small financial incentives and CO2 emission feedback, for example. And we again found that there was not really a difference in how those made people react. We had a hypothesis about this, which is that probably, especially for very small financial incentives of just a few euros, they work more as a communication device to people, that this is something that's really important in the sense of communicational logic, where you tell somebody you save 2 euros when you do this, and that means that your behavior actually has an impact. Or you tell them you save 500 grams of CO2 when you do this, and that also has an environmental impact, right? So people don't really see a big difference between the two incentives, as far as our studies have shown so far. I think that this would probably be different for people from different cultural backgrounds, especially when you consider people that live in poverty might be more sensitive to financial feedback, financial information in general, that it might communicate, that signal might communicate a little bit better for people that are more sensitive to this information. That said, I would like to maybe on the back of the discussion from the last group, talk a little bit about that. I think that probably financial incentives have more of a compliance effect. If you think about a seminal paper by Kalman, for example, that was published very early in social psychology, that said that sometimes people change their behavior because they're just being compliant, because they just think that they need to show other people that they are following certain rules. Whereas other times you manage to actually get people to internalize certain values. And I think that probably financial incentives work more on the fast, whereas more collective, more cultural incentives and more social norms tend to work a little bit better to make people actually internalize certain behaviors and certain belief sets.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Selena. We do have a number of questions coming in through Slido. Allow me to take the first one for Professor Kluckner, which is a housekeeping question, so to speak, but it seems that I was not the only one to be very impressed by your gameplay in Kenya and Tanzania, and some of the people in our audience are wondering, Professor Kluckner, whether they can access more information on this topic, whether and where they could find that information.
Yes, the game actually has a website, and it was on one of the slides, but I can post the link in the chat again.
Great, great. That's perfect, Professor. Thanks a lot for that. And then I move on to the next question, which is a little bit a thorny one, but a justified one nonetheless. Quite a lot of support for that question as well. Isn't the approach of changing one's behavior actually shifting the attention to the real responsibilities? So aren't we talking about the gender of angels here? Shouldn't we be focusing on, well, what is the burning question? The big energy, coal and oil companies. A bit of a difficult question. I look at my panel here in Brussels to see whether anyone will want to take up this question. We are talking, Professor Skoulos, about changing behavior. Shouldn't we be talking about the big energy, coal and oil companies?
I think we have to do both, because for sure there is for the companies have shareholders, and at the end of the day we have more and more ethical funds and other ways to connect. I believe that you have to work with all available tools. What I mentioned before on education, I insist that it is for individuals, and we should not forget all the important tools we have in the market. Also, at the same time, it is very important to make the link between individual choices and collective choices of the society. There, the consumers and the organizations of the consumers, in the same way as the organizations or the civil society organizations, are very important. And one of the incentives that was also in the questions is actually to recognize a role for the society through, for example, the Aarhus Convention. You have access to information, participation, and justice. There, you may influence the culture of companies. And this is the link again, and the incentives of individuals and society groups to see their importance dealing with the big companies.
That's a very rich insight. Thanks a lot for sharing that, Professor. I understand, Louisa, that you would like to intervene on this topic as well. So if we can
I would like, yes, thank you, Philippe. I think there is an issue of really pulling and pushing ahead towards the right direction consumers. And to make it easy, we organize collective purchase of renewable energy. So this is, let's say, something new that also could be be replicated in another Horizon 2020 project, which is ClearX. It was also mentioned by Commissioner von der Leyen a couple of weeks ago, meaning that we can reward, thanks to this collective purchase of new energy service, renewable energy services, the company, the less polluting one, so the real installers of appliances that could be solar panel or pellet stoves or things like that, that could really help consumers to be, let's say, on the right side. And I think we have a new role to play there that, of course, is based on the new cultural mindset. So we need to also team up with cities, with the smart cities, to reach out not only our members, but citizens, just providing them the information of where they can collect information of the good ozone installers, who can support them to manage the fulfillment of the compliance with the law, and then get the benefit for them as individuals and for the society as a whole. So I think it's really try to work less in silos and rewarding the good companies and also the good consumers that are actually ready to go in the right direction, but need to be supported and helped also by consumer organization and their platform.
Thanks a lot for bringing that to our attention, Luisa. We are talking a lot about consumers. There's a question that relates to that I can perhaps shift to Simona, if she likes. There's a question on our Slido wall saying, should individuals be targeted just as consumers, or as, say, the animal that they are, so as people with many social roles in order to change their behavior? So should we narrowly target them as consumers, or acknowledge that they play different social roles, and which approach, according to you, Simona, would be more effective?
A very nice question. In our consortium, we have, well, we had, unfortunately, but we're still good friends, a group of anthropologists. And one of the discussions we had one day was, do you wake up in the morning and you look at yourself in the mirror and you say to yourself, I want to be a good consumer this morning? Or you say to yourself, I want to be a good person. So I think instead of targeting consumers, we should really strive to build up a new generation of people that behave in a certain way, that shared an amount of beliefs and credo. So of course, at the end of the day, we're all consumers, but I don't think we have to target people because of the way they consume. We should really try and strive for creating a generation of people that are, somehow aware of the impact of our choices, no matter what.
I think you paint us a very nice picture there indeed, in looking in the mirror and seeing or wanting to be a good person. So thanks for bringing that perspective. I understand, Luisa, you wanted to add something to that discussion?
Of course, we do have a lot of dimension as taxpayers also contributing famous incentives to provide the advantages for those who are ready to install and use renewable energies. But let's say that really, I think the future is choosing the best possible sustainable solution and bear all the responsibility to reach the decarbonizing goals. So I think the COP26 that just finished in Glasgow shows clearly that we do bear all a huge responsibility. As you said, probably people are not aware till the very last point, and we do not need to put all the burden on, let's say, the citizen consumer shoulder. It's a collective responsibility, but for sure I bear, as a legal representative of Altro Consumo, as a consumer group, the responsibility to ask you to have an easy access to this sustainable choice. So this is, I think, is the responsibility that we need to bear all together and to monitor the progress, because what I would ask to the companies and to the institution is the accountability of the process. So in order to really encourage the change and show the impact, because what I forgot to mention is that we won as Clear2 project the award for one of the best project who engage and maximize the impact in terms of engagement of people in actually taking up the renewable energies. So in a way, we prove that it's possible.
It's a matter of responsibility and accountability. I have 1 minute left. I see that Professor Klöckner raised his virtual hand. So if you could indeed confine yourself to 60 seconds, Christian, please.
Yes, I would also like to outline that, of course, people are not only consumers. The consumer part is important, but I always say that it's even more important what you do otherwise. So voting behavior, activism, building local cultures, doing something together with other people, that are the things that count even more. But consumption is not to be underestimated, because that's where we spend money.
Yeah. Crystal clear, Professor Klöckner. Thanks a lot for that. That wraps up our session with a warm round of both virtual and physical applause for our panel. And I have been hearing a lot of, I think, good news on incentivizing behavioral change. I heard about peer-to-peer engagement, bringing hope, inspiring a positive spirit. I also heard sticks and carrots. I heard discipline and awards, pets and children. So I have a very big word cloud in my head, and in order to identify the greater common denominators, I generously bring it back to you, Jackie.
Thank you very much indeed, Philippe, and thank you to our excellent panel for a fascinating discussion. We heard there some great examples of experiences of innovative approaches to incentivizing behavior change, and a fascinating debate about what works, what doesn't, and really underlined by our last speaker and every panelist throughout, for me, the importance of education. It's all about, as you said, building that new culture, building that new ethos. And that, after all, is what New European Bauhaus is all about. So thank you very much to all of you. We're going to come back after the lunch break to talk about monitoring and measurement. Impact. It's all about impact, because you can't assess what incentives are working or not if you're not measuring their impact. So an absolutely crucial conversation, which Philippe indicated at the start of today, he felt is perhaps neglected sometimes in this discussion. So looking forward to that very much. We're going to take a 60-minute lunch break. Don't forget, tune in to Bauhaus Radio for more interviews, more chats with our change makers, with our policy makers here and remotely. That's with your host, Stephen Jones. Matchmaking still available, one-on-one meetings online or here if you are with us. And I look forward to seeing you back here at 2:30 sharp for the start of our next session on monitoring and measuring. Thank you again to our panel. Thank you to all of you. Bon appétit.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to Bauhaus Radio. It's our third session of the day today. It's lunchtime and our participants here at the conference center are having lunch at the event lounge in this very Bauhausy building. Meanwhile, I've got an hour to fill with some fascinating conversation coming up. We've just had a session about behavioral change, incentivizing behavioral change in the way that the LIFE program interacts with that concept. And there's no better guest, I think, than I could have than Eleonora Di Sabata, who's going to tell us all about a very special project in Italy, focused on Italy and the way in which elements of shaping opinion, shaping behavior, and bringing diverse stakeholders together has really set the standard, I think, we can say, on your project, Eleonora. First of all, welcome. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
So first, your project, I think you're the best person to introduce it. It's called Clean Sea Life, but beyond that, summarize it for us, what it sought to achieve.
Oh, it's a wonderful project. Sorry to say it myself, but it was a wonderful...
You're entitled to do that.
We wanted to change the behavior, change the attitudes of Italian people towards littering the sea. And we realized that it was a lot of the litter that we found in the seas was due to normal behavior and everyday behavior from the normal consumers. We're talking a lot about consumers right now. Normal people. And so we tried to raise awareness, first and foremost, of the problem, which was very far away from everyone's mind, especially in Italy in 2016 when we started the project. And we tried to do that by involving everyone, all the people that lived on the sea and had fun in and under and over the sea, because they were the first people who would understand what the problem was about and the first people who cared about it, and then involved citizens as well, because we showed that marine litter comes actually from inland. So if you are careless with your behavior in Milan or in Rome, which are sort of far away from the sea, but they have rivers connecting to it, if you go and have drinks in the evenings and forget your plastic cup on the river's edge, it will end up in the sea. And it made a lot of sense, and it made a lot of connection in people's minds, because for the people, normally, the few people that had heard about the problem were always thinking about the Pacific garbage patch and the so-called floating islands of plastic.
Things you can see.
Things you can see and things that were far away.
Yeah.
Things you can be worried about, and show rage about it and do absolutely nothing in your everyday life. So we tried to change that kind of attitude and brought home the message that marine litter is here, right here in the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a lake, more or less.
Yeah.
So anything that has ever fallen into the sea is still there. In one form or another.
It doesn't circulate particularly. No, it's like a closed.
Exactly. It doesn't. Nothing goes out. So yes, that was a big part of it, making people see what was invisible, because the sea is blue, and nothing is. You look at it and you see it's wonderful, but if you look beneath, yes.
Yeah, and when you're thinking about stakeholders, your project, to me, the sea is the ultimate democratic space, because we all have a stake in the sea and whatever we want to do, whether we want to swim or earn our living as fishers or, to take part in marine sports. It's something that really we all have an interest in preserving. Is this the way that you approached building your coalition to get this marine litter cleared up?
Indeed, exactly like that, because we involved the people who were, hands-on, could make a difference. That is the commercial fishermen, who are the ones who can retrieve a lot of marine litter, but they couldn't because there was a barrier. And so we tried to remove that barrier and try to make it possible from the local dimension to the national dimension and even beyond, because we realized that not only was complicated, the local management, local authorities had seldom tackled these kind of things, because it's not written in their bill of duties to deal with marine litter, so they just didn't. But then, they had a misconception of all the difficulties, insurmountable difficulties in dealing with that. And we just showed by doing it that it was not that big of a deal. But of course, they needed a policy framework to also do that, to make it long-lasting. So we tried to tackle that as well. And it's all nicely coming to an end right now, hopefully, with fingers crossed, because apparently the law, that there's a draft law that was started while we were
This is Salva Mare, right?
That is Salva Mare, Save the Sea bill.
The Sea, yeah.
And it's a bill that actually allows fishermen to bring ashore the waste. And if I'm telling like this, and people will think, how stupid that idea it is. But if you really think about it, it's a complicated issue, because we know that, the normal people cannot deal and manage and transport waste, because that would be, a complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to ask them to clear it up. It's another thing to go beyond that and either dispose of it or reuse it, right?
Well, bringing them ashore, it's not a big deal for them. But in theory, they are unauthorized people. They are not authorized to deal with waste.
Under the law, under the current...
Under the current European law. So there's a kind of a hole in the system.
Yeah.
And then, as there's no law dealing with the kind of waste, then the local municipality is not... it's not part of their job to deal with this kind of waste, and they had no idea what kind of waste was coming out of the water and what you do with that. Is it plastic? How much is plastic? How much is metal? Is the plastic good enough to be recycled or not? So there's a lot. It's a whole kind of worm.
Yeah.
It looks like a simple concept, but in reality, hands down, it's not. But anyway, apparently, it's all getting to an end, and hopefully.
With the Italian Parliament, right? This is a national level law.
Yes,
so, yeah.
Hopefully the Italian Parliament is about to pass it into a law.
And would it be your dream to have that replicated in other member states as a model legislation?
Well, of course. That's why we had, during the Clean Sea Life project, we organized a meeting at the European Parliament just to show what we were doing. And of course, it's different everywhere. I mean, some similar schemes are already underway in the Northern Sea, but that's a completely different...
Very different marine environment, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. You have very few ports with very large boats, and it's completely the opposite in the Mediterranean Sea, with lots of little harbors and lots of little boats with different kind of nets, different kinds of fishing. And yes, of course, we would like to have it replicated around the Mediterranean. It is already being done in several places, still as a pilot thing, and it matters more to Italy, because we have the largest trawling fleet. Whereas at the meeting at the European Parliament, we invited people from other projects, one in France, and they have very few trawlers and who collect very small quantities of marine litter, because they have a completely, again, different kind of shells, different kind of environment in which they fish on. That's not to say they don't have marine litter, but it's probably deeper.
It's a deeper sea, isn't it? Yes,
exactly. Whereas we have the Adriatic, which is very shallow. We have a lot of trawlers. So we are the ones that can actually make the most out of this kind of legislation. Having said that, I think that a clear European legislation will make life a lot easier for all the other countries to set up similar schemes.
Well, legislation is it's a great achievement for the project, clearly, and I'm sure you're all very proud of that. But when we talk about incentives, legislation tends to be, you mustn't do this, or if you do this, then you're going to be punished in this way. That can be how legislation can tend to be viewed. How can we concentrate on incentivizing these various stakeholders, whether you're talking about people who use the sea for sports or for fishing or just who live, along the coast? How can you present this? Because we were discussing this in the session about carrots, sticks, incentives, punishments. Where does Clean Sea Life fit into this?
Excellent question, of course. I think that one of the most effective tools that we had, that we used, was showcasing and bringing a sense of pride in what the people were doing. And our friends on the radio cannot see that, but I will show you. These are some of the photographs of the fishermen who were doing the fishing for litter. We did an exhibition. We put up some panels in their own harbor. So, they had sort of that the community that they lived in could go and see and you know, see what they were doing out in the sea where nobody sees them. And you know, fishermen are seldom being celebrated for what they do, because we tend to say, well, you fish too much, and you catch too much fish, and you're doing this wrong, and whatever. And in this particular harbor in San Benedetto del Tronto, we had a very big test pilot. This is also where the lady from the parliament came and asked all the stakeholders how we were doing things. And they still keep on doing this, because they were showcased in every television and news organization in the world. That is not an exaggeration, because we had CBS and all the rest.
A lot of media attention.
Yes, absolutely. And they were very happy, and that's, I think, that gave them the incentive to go on. Even if the pilot project was officially closed, they kept on delivering all the waste, because it also made sense for their own work. They were not just doing it because of...
Yeah, I mean, when the project ends, you can't really say, well, we'll go back to littering the sea or not picking up the waste. I mean, the whole point is for an afterlife, right?
Exactly, but they really came on board, literally, with that, because they understood they were doing a good thing, because they were celebrated everywhere. We went to the Pope to meet them. Everyone, we went there with 40 fishermen, and it was fantastic. But also they realized that a cleaner sea was a better sea for their own...
their well-being. And
for their well-being, but their own livelihood. They spent less time cleaning it, you know, separating from the catch, which they did it anyway, but before they would just threw the plastic back overboard. And a cleaner sea brings, you know, better quality to their catch, so they see the direct link.
I'm interested in the waste, because I remember writing about a live project based in the Netherlands that takes plastic nets that are caught underwater and makes socks out of them. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. Is there a circular economy element to Clean Sea Life and projects like it?
I am afraid to say no, because our test, it's a very, again, it comes down to the differences between the two areas, the Northern Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea. In Holland, what they do is they collect the spent nets, the old nets, not much the marine litter, but the old nets that are, you know, being discarded. And they make them into socks. But they're different kind of nets made with a different kind of material, with nylon, whereas the nets in the Mediterranean Sea are more sort of flimsy, because we catch different things. And you cannot, it's a different kind of material, and you cannot do socks with them. So what we did, again, with the Fishing for Litter, we tried to not only find the solutions on a management level, but also to see what can you do with the kind of litter that comes out. And we had the waste management company do a test project with 6 tons of litter, which is quite a lot. And they realized that the amount of plastic that comes out of the water is large enough to do something about it. Caveat, not plastic per se, but packaging material, which is the only thing that we can recycle in Italy. It's still interesting enough, but of course the quality is not very good, and you cannot wash it and sort of pretend to do some recycle thing, because it doesn't just, the quality is not there. So I'm afraid the somber lesson is what comes out of the sea can either be burnt and make energy out of it, or it has to go to landfills. That's a very sombering thought, but the reality is that.
But also the reality is that by remaining in the sea, it's actually, as you say, making those livelihoods less sustainable in the long run, because it's ruining the marine environment for those communities that depend on it. I'm also curious as to, you know, whether there was an educational aspect among school children, for example, on this project, whether you were able to make outreach in that respect.
Absolutely. We had a lot of fun into that. We met over 5,000 kids, either in schools or on the beach. We organized beach cleanups with them. They had a lot of fun. they were surprised. And I mean, you can go on our YouTube channel and see lots of them and hear the comments of the kids and say, oh, wow, I found some electric wires and some cigarette butts. What are they doing here? And of course, they were surprised and shocked, but we also shifted their attention on what they were, the things they were finding on the beach, they were due to them. So we tried to, with every kind of target group, we tried to bring home the message of the things that they themselves were, the habits that themselves were, sort of the bad habits that were having.
They were adding to the problem.
Exactly. All the toys that they were left behind by kids that were sort of forgetful, and the parents that were not digging in the sand and looking for the things. I mean, kids' toys, they look nice and very colorful and pretty, but at the end of the day, of course, it's plastic, and if they're left behind, the destiny is to be broken up in lots of pieces. And
microplastics.
Again, exactly.
Yeah. And so the kids, in effect, are educating their parents about some of these issues potentially.
Yes, but they themselves were doing great things. For instance, when we showed them the effect of balloons that balloons were having on the wildlife, for the sake of the people on the radio, I'm showing pictures of a poor sea turtle that got entangled itself in a balloon. And once we showed that, and they made the connection with the parties that they were having and the big release of balloons at the end of the school year, they themselves said, we don't want to, please let's stop, launching the balloons at the end of the year. So we had a lot of schools that took this pledge, and 6 local authorities that as well prohibited this kind of thing.
You mentioned YouTube. Again, from the perspective of changing and incentivizing behavioral change, I think you'd be the first to agree that communication is an absolutely essential component of any life project, but particularly one where you're seeking to bring about changes in behavior. What sort of innovations did you bring into, what kind of communication method did you use?
Well, preaching to the converted, I am a journalist myself, so I... yes, believe very much into communication. We did a lot of things. We produced reports based on emerging issues. We were providing news organizations with visual things, which was very important because marine litter was becoming an issue. But of course, they didn't have the televisions and the newspapers. They didn't have any visuals to go with it. So we provided them, and we sort of trained the journalists as well, providing a larger context, educating them about the real problem, avoiding the perpetuation of the false images of the islands of trash, which are very well known. It's a great simplification in a way of the problem, but they're not true. They're not as we are led to believe they are, and all the images that we have in mind are just temporary rafts of plastics that come out usually from rivers or when there's a flood, but then of course they disperse. So we trained journalists as well, and we provided them access to the people. So especially for the Fishing for Litter initiative, we invited them over, and we provided them the contact. We made them talk to the fishermen themselves, and they really appreciated it. So providing access, a lesson for, a suggestion for other projects, it would be that. Just provide the visuals, because nowadays journalists, they can hardly go anywhere. So provide them with stories, good stories on emerging issues, and contact with the people.
You must have pulled some pretty weird things out of the sea in this road. Tell me more. What do people throw away?
Oh gosh, you can find anything. The most scary thing that we found was the head of a mannequin that came
Must have been shocking.
Oh my goodness, yes. Not to me, but it rolled out out of a fishing net.
Ooh.
And luckily, you can see it here.
Oh yes, there it is, look.
And
There's somebody holding up a gas mask. Is that a gas mask?
Exactly, that still come from the fishermen. And I mean, you can imagine, you know, opening the net and you have all the fish rolling out and then the head of this mannequin.
Oh,
it was terrible.
Utterly terrifying. Can you
was
imagine dragging that up in your fishing net?
And luckily, the fisherman was, you know, a youngster in the 20s, so he didn't have a heart attack, but had he been an older guy. Then they found, we pulled up scooters, washing machines, but then all the rest, I mean, caps and toys and balloons again.
Smaller things that are,
yes.
more ubiquitous,
Everything you find on the streets, on your walks, you will find it underwater.
I'm just curious as we come to an end, Eleonora, about how you feel about life, because if there's one sort of unifying characteristic I find about life projects, it's the way that people feel about not only their own project, but what it allows them to enter into, this kind of community of like-minded people who share ideas and perspectives. I mean, has that been beneficial for you personally?
Oh my God, yes, absolutely. I'm very grateful to the LIFE program because it really allowed us to do what we wanted to do and to learn from other projects as well, and to become part of a community where you could feel that what you were doing and what the lessons that you were learning could be shared and picked up by other people. That is something that I am really, really grateful. Even today, being here means a lot because in Italy we don't have that kind of sharing. So having this kind of a community, I mean, I find that the community principle is what made the Clean Sea Life project work very well and be very effective. And there's a larger community of life projects that really propels each of us forward.
Well, thank you for coming on Bauhaus Radio. It's a great project, and it's one that I think its legacy will stand the test of time, to be honest, and long may it be replicated and given to others. And good luck with the Salva Mare legislation. Please do let us know when it's finally passed by the Parliament.
Will do. Keep your fingers crossed.
Well, I will do. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming on Bauhaus Radio. Now, our next guest is Jo Sullivan, so I'm going to ask her to take her seat. And Jo is a consultant based here in Brussels who focuses very much on the environmental field with her company Conscience Consulting. And given the name of your consulting outfit, Jo, it's kind of interesting when you talk about conscience and behavioural change. What is our approach to behavioural change when we talk about environmental and climate issues? Is it the carrot? Is it the stick? Is it making people feel bad? Is it making feel good?
Well, first, good afternoon, and thanks for having me here today. I think if we've just seen, any of us who've witnessed the COP26 last week, it's clearly a question of carrot and stick in a way. We've seen actually the biggest driver for action on climate change, which is of course including the renovation of buildings, of new designing cities, and how this the new European Bauhaus, kind of the project all comes together, and the reality that it would bring is the real potential, the real motivators are the young people, the people on the streets who are generally doing better than policymakers, we have to say, generally doing better than business, although business has stepped up. And so I'd say people, cities, mayors are really ahead of the game together with people. So are people, do we have to do something as agitators or activists to actually motivate people to get involved? Actually, the people are already out there. The young people are already out there. Now what we need to include is all members of society, including the disadvantaged, who are often left out of these policy decisions. And of course, redesigning a future infrastructure has big potential and big potential gains for actually bringing more participatory democracy. So if we think about who needs to be included, we have to think about all kinds of people from all walks of life and elders, as well as young people. And the role of policymakers and the role of the European Commission and the role of all of us really to to get people involved is essentially about information. It's about awareness raising, but it's also talking to people in the language that they understand to make the messages on the need for action and the need for change and the need for everybody to be part of the green transition. Really a message about inclusivity and about potential in people's daily lives to take meaningful actions.
But that can work both ways in a sense, because what you seem to be suggesting is that policymakers need to catch up with what's already happening in society. So in other words, those groups, those activists, those citizens need to be speaking to policymakers in a language that policymakers understand. You know, is there that disconnect? We talked about COP26, but it's makers risk being left behind and not setting the standards, but having to catch up.
Well, I mean, you're totally right. And of course, we can't, I mean, policymakers is a very disparate group,
sure.
Very different. I mean, we look at, I mean, just coming back to the COP, you look at the perspective and the potential of the Green Deal for transforming Europe. It's very much far ahead compared to other regions of the world. I mean, there are countries around the world who are very much leading the way, like Costa Rica traditionally, other countries, Rwanda, in these areas. But generally, in terms of regions, Europe is leading the way. But then, of course, there are very many differences. I mean, we can say the Commission is very much a driver and a pioneer in this. But in the member states, there are very different perspectives, and there are very real concerns about some people having to change if they're working in traditional sectors. What does that mean for people? Can they afford to buy a new car? Can they even anyway afford to buy a car? Can they afford to change jobs? Do they have enough potential? Is there enough... Is there a climate of fear anyway around the fact that people are just many struggling to survive because the middle classes have been squeezed over time? So it's quite hard for the many people, the average person in many countries, to even feel they can be part of the transition. So to answer your question, you know, the quality of policymakers depends on the quality of the vote. Many people don't vote anymore because they're disenchanted by policy. So there's a real job. I mean, I really think there's a real job to reconnect quality of democracy with the quality of policy making, and only then can we have a quality environment. So I think the motivation really comes from young people because they are really feeling that, and actually it's touching their hearts and souls. So policymakers are, in fact, in general, those ones who are a little bit lagging behind the curve for the next generations. Maybe we need to think about processes which are less about short-termism and more about long-termism. So those policymakers have the courage and the means to be able to make decisions which actually will support future generations.
Yeah, you talked interestingly about inclusiveness and you know, making it relevant to all members of society. Thinking about the new European Bauhaus, what we've heard from the Commission is very much focused on that inclusivity, about new ways of living in new cities, in new urban environments. But at the same time, when people have priorities like they need a roof over their head, they're not necessarily thinking about the beauty and aesthetics. You know, is there some gap to make up there in terms of, you know, because we associate Bauhaus with great beauty and very clever people designing magnificent buildings. How do we make that more relevant to the way people are living today? Or are people living today in a way that is actually, again, taking the policymakers towards them?
You know, I mean, I think it's a really good point because everybody has the right to beauty, everybody has the right to sustainable future, everybody has the right, surely, to be part of this beautiful future that's being mapped out. It shouldn't be something for the elite, let's say.
Yeah.
And so then the question is affordability and accessibility. And so subsidies could be redirected to enable affordable housing. I was on a panel last week with a group organising, you know, working on against fuel poverty, so to enable, to refit, refurbish social housing in Glasgow, so that those people could live in beautiful, from an ecological as well as an aesthetic perspective, and affordable housing for people who are disadvantaged. And so they would be able to, with these kind of mechanisms, this was funded by the Scottish Government actually, so it depends on public money. I mean, the fact is, to be honest, there is enough public money. It's just a question of how it's spent. And we know from last week that there's 400 billion spent a year by governments subsidizing fossil fuels sector around the world. So if we just take a teeny weeny part of that and put that into disadvantaged areas of cities, to refit buildings and to give people the ecology and the dignity they anyway need to live in a way which then they can become actually active citizens.
More active,
because
precisely,
it goes, it goes
less
hand in
excluded.
hand.
Yeah.
If people are struggling to survive, they're struggling to pay the bills, and they're living in poor accommodation, then, you know, frankly, they don't have time to vote effectively. They don't have time to engage in community groups. And, you know, we see, and from my own experience in Brussels, the local communities are getting much more active in this area. They want citizens to participate. And actually, we need, for healthy democracy overall, for a just transition, we need to enable, and local policymakers and mayors need to enable local people of all types, of all walks of life, to engage, to be fully participating in the system as citizens. So I really think the climate movement and the social justice movement go hand in hand.
Tell me a bit about Conscience Consulting, some of the work that you're doing, and some of the challenges that you're addressing in the environmental field.
Well, we've been running for 15 years, and the name came up because, I mean, as you said right in the intro, what does it take in terms of mindset and real kind of heart, soul, mind connection to make the right policy decisions? And then the question of how do you make that? So my philosophy is really to bring unusual people together, to encourage European institutions or UN institutions, who are some of my clients, as well as business leaders, which are also some of my clients, as well as NGOs and NGO coalitions, for them to speak to each other. Because traditionally, policy has been made in silos. We also see that within institutions. It's very hard to connect democracy with climate, with trade, with climate. So policymakers and businesses, actually, they often have worked in silos. And then we think about businesses, they often work in different departments. So there's not that real connection. That's not really that the different ideas coming together as kind of one simple idea of a kind of flow of consciousness. So what do we really want in terms of the big picture? So my work is essentially around coalition building, building coalitions for good. One, for example, is something I've worked on that I always pitch these ideas. So I'm not a classic consultant in that I have the ideas to make society, make the world a better place, and then I go out, find clients and people and organizations that want to do that with me and try and join them together in work which really kind of creates a step change in thinking. So together they can make a voice and amplify that voice and really affect some change. So one of the clients recently is, or the organizations, is a coalition for radical decarbonization of materials. So this is part of the Green Deal, which hasn't been explicitly referred to, but it's very relevant to the Bauhaus because it's all about materials, the materials we have in our homes, the materials we use for our buildings, and that includes kind of from cement to steel, but also to textiles, to packaging, to the products we eat, almost. So the idea there is, and what we've brought together is a really unique coalition in Brussels, the Brussels bubble policymaking. So we have 3 companies that are leading that. One is a food company, Oatly. Another is a packaging company committed to nature-based materials, Tetra Pak. Another is Stora Enso, which provide many of the paper and pulp, which is part of the nature-based solutions, if we're thinking about the big picture, pulling out of fossil fuels and getting towards a nature-based, no-pollution world. So those are the 3 main companies involved. And then we have the Secretary General of the European Youth Forum, so the voice of all youth movements in Europe, together with the head of the Institute for European Environment Policy, so bringing science to the table, as well as the Executive Director of the European Environment Agency, as well as the head of Europe for the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So you imagine those people who don't normally, the youth activists together in the room, pushing the companies. So it's all about pushing everybody forward in the direction. And the main goal is essentially to make sure that the Commission takes on that kind of big picture thinking in terms of the impact of materials, not just about circular economy, it's literally about pulling out as much as we can of fossil fuels as quick as possible, so we keep within the 1.5. And of course, that's so relevant for cities. I mean, how will cities survive in the future if there are too many floods, we can talk about redesigning the future, but if we don't have a climate in which those buildings can survive, we're really kind of, we're not seeing the big picture.
So you're bringing together sometimes disparate groups, certainly people with very different perspectives on the same issue. I guess then that New European Bauhaus as a concept is really one that you relate to, because it is an interdisciplinary thing at heart, isn't it? I mean, it has the potential really to bring people together in a way that few initiatives can.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's what I think is brilliant about the initiative, because it's appealing to beauty as well. It's appealing to ecology, all these kind of mind things that we think about. Kind of logically, we need to fix the climate. Logically, we need to do better on energy efficiency and better materials. But it's also appealing to people's souls in a way, to people's hearts. And I love the way it's written, because it is written in a way which is meaningful to people. And we think about the way cities are structured right now. They're structured in a way which was basically designed for a lot of women with their children to stay at home, a lot of guys to drive into town with their big cars, roll up to their offices with their fancy desks and then drive home. The cities have not been designed for children. Cities have not been designed for elderly. Citizens have not been designed for communities to get together. Children hardly meet in the same street. Neighbors don't know one another. I mean, so cities have to be redesigned really from the bottom up, not just for the climate, but also for aesthetic and also for people. And so bringing those interdisciplinary aspects together, for me, is really stepping forward. It's the work of the European Commission and the European project. It's the Green Deal coming to life for people. So it's really starting from, how do I want to live personally in a city? So it wants to be beautiful, wants to be clean, and it wants to be a kind of place where people get together and can be productive. So,
Joe, thank you very much for coming on Bauhaus Radio. It's been fascinating to talk to you. I wish we could have gone on, but we have another fascinating guest waiting in the wings, Professor Skoulos, who's going to join us shortly. Joe, thank you very much, and we'll hopefully see you later on in the conference.
All right, brilliant. Lovely to speak to you.
Great,
bye.
Thank you. You're listening to Bauhaus Radio. It's 11 minutes past 2. We're going to start the afternoon session in about 20 minutes, but in the meantime, to keep me company is Michael Skoulos, who's come from Greece to be present at this wonderful venue, the Event Lounge in Brussels. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for arranging this.
It's a pleasure. You were speaking in the session which was just before lunch.
Right.
And this was about incentivizing behavioural change. And the moderator mentioned that your comments were provocative, were expressed with vigour, which is great for us because I want to elaborate on them a little bit. We talked about carrots and sticks in the session. And you had something to say about that. And in particular, you mentioned education, education, education. And you mentioned the duty that the European Union has as a body to lead that, really. I mean, is that, have I got that right in terms of...
Absolutely, yes. Well, my point is that, first of all, there is something that it was not clarified fully during the session. When we are talking about education, we are talking about formal education, non-formal, and informal. And I'm talking about education, all these three forms. Non-formal is when NGOs or other non-professional educators get into the school, and the school gets out to the society, the school. And informal is what you are doing, what the press, what everybody is doing with a purpose, So, and this purpose is actually to shape not only knowledge, but also attitudes. So we start from observations or data, we make it information, from information we make it knowledge, and from knowledge we want to have attitudes and behaviors. So this is the whole process. In this process, when we are talking about carrot and stick and carrot, perhaps we reduce the education in a training, and actually a training of pets, of animals.
A kind of binary, you do this or you don't do this.
Yes, because we should not mix carrot with award and stick to discipline.
So people should feel a sense of altruism about doing something.
Exactly. I mean, there are two different things, and in my point of view, a word is very important to be at the level of ideas, at the level of responsibility, citizenship, and other things that are absolutely necessary, more than a candy or a sweet or you know, an ice cream or some money. And this is, for me, very important. I'm not saying that we should not use stick and carrot in other cases when we are dealing with companies, when we are dealing with benefit, with material benefit, and then you have to do that. So this is the point that I made.
Yeah.
And because sometimes we generalize terms, we may confuse somehow people. On the other hand, I'm not saying that with education alone we can actually deliver for the Bauhaus or for sustainable development.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the tools I mentioned, that of governance. We need science and technology to enhance the carrying capacity of the systems. We need institutions, regulation, administration,
the framework,
and the frameworks, and we need also, in order to shape and encourage changes of behavior, we need this global education, which goes, you know, throughout our life, lifelong, and it is. In Greek, we have two words. The one is education, the other εκπαίδευση, the other is παιδεία. Παιδεία goes beyond knowledge and actually tries to remedy actually something that education cannot do alone. You know, with education, with the cognitive part and that, at the end of the day, we may know what is right, but we don't follow it. And today we are, you know, we witness all this difference, gap between statements and actions. And if we go back to the philosophy of ancient Greece and Aristotle, he said, well, already Socrates, this is the quality, human quality, that is called akrasia. We know what is correct, but we don't do it. And with παιδεία, we try to overcome that. We try actually to go beyond knowledge and strengthen to follow your, you know, beliefs through your attitudes and behaviors. And this is exactly where we need to invest more, and at European level, with all our background we have in Europe, which is unique, and we have to build on that. I think Bauhaus is an excellent opportunity for that.
Well, indeed, but also we have that basis of the ancient Greek philosophy that you mentioned, which is again a foundation stone for still thinking about the way we want to live today. I'm curious about some of the discussion in the session, regarding business. I mean, you mentioned about that, one way to incentivize businesses in this new economy is that they should be able to profit from the green economy. I mean, can you explore and elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, actually, today we know we have the knowledge and the means to do things better. We need, at the same time, and here the role also of consumers, we need two things. The one is to make sure that what is done, even when we make mistakes, is done in good faith of what we have done. Because the society does not believe any longer on that. They believe that, business is to make money, and they don't care about whatever. And this does not help also the good business. So again, this is a matter of education and the trust. So two things. The one is to help in showing, I mean, transparency goes together with trust. It is absolutely necessary for people to understand also the difficulties in putting theory into practice. But this is something that has to be done honestly. And this is one of the things that some companies try now, some within the corporate social responsibility, some in other ways. So this is the not just how we sell things, it's how we explain things. And this is important. I mean, to make difficulties from the private sector, the corporate sector, common knowledge for people to understand and trust. The other thing is that indeed there are many ways in which you can earn in the medium and longer term than cash and carry immediately straight away. Yeah. And this is important again to understand when you are dealing with companies with what philosophy they operate.
Yes.
And how. So I think that we are now in a new era. And in this era, the responsibility of the companies becomes, in my point of view, a big asset, a big capital.
Yeah.
And it has to be, first and the most important is honesty. From the moment you say, I cannot make this bottle without spending so much energy or what, and I have three options. I selected this because of this.
Yeah.
From this moment, you are not the one against the other. The social movement is understanding.
There's an element of trust.
An element of trust. And this is very important because we know that not everybody, or perhaps the majority still, thinks how we can increase our benefit and revenue.
Yeah.
Because we are responsible to our shareholders, not to the stakeholders.
But do you think that's changing?
It is changing. Yeah. I believe it is changing at medium level, and neither at the very small or mega level.
But that seems to be quite an organic process, at least from where I'm looking, because governments can only go so far in regulation. There has to be this change in the mind and this sense of citizenship for companies, for private business as well. From your perspective in Greece, is that something that's happening?
Yes and no. I mean, there are more than before. And we learn, actually I learned many things today. Although I'm in the sector, I didn't know about many of these excellent projects. Again, media is not helping at the moment. They don't present these successes enough. We have, the pessimistic and, views prevailing. On the other hand, the corporate sector has many layers, and they are not all convinced. And there are huge interests, as we know now, after also Glasgow, and we see that things cannot change very rapidly. What is important for governments is that although our analyses are not optimistic, are pessimistic, you have to conduct policies in an optimistic way, and this is partly done through the civil society. So governments, when governments have to give, let's say, to lead, many times reduce their messages to inaccurate, I don't want to say lies, but to a certain extent camouflaging many things.
Yes, misinformation.
Misinformation, yeah. Or stressing few elements that hide the other. So again there, we are not yet in an era of trust. And this is also the case, less than in other parts of the world in Europe. Thanks God, we still feel that the governance is within ethical frames. So, but there is still a gap. And there is where, again, education plays a role in reading behind
yes.
but also in helping decision makers. In my organization, we have, apart from the NGOs, we have 133 NGOs, practically all the organizations of the Mediterranean. This is the European Environment Bureau in Brussels and the Arab Network for Environment Development from the south. So we are talking about an umbrella quite big, bringing together many million of individuals. But we have three circles. The circle, the MEDIS, is the circle of educators. We have more than 6,000 educators in this network. We have the ComSud, which is the circle of Mediterranean parliamentarians, like an NGO of parliamentarians, individual members who believe in sustainable development. And also the network of ComGest of journalists. So all these are necessary in order to influence change.
Yes, and with the parliamentarians, they're able presumably to work within their own parliaments and as a forum to amplify those voices.
They are in and out, of course, because they are not...
well, also the quality of democracy varies somewhat across the Mediterranean basin. I mean, is this something that you're a little bit perhaps concerned by, given, there are conflicts, there are, these things are not necessarily decided with the same level of scrutiny, democratic scrutiny. I mean, is this something that's...
Yes, you are absolutely right. And, well, I have to say that the majority of the members of the of ComSud do not stay in the parliaments for more than 2 terms.
Yes.
Showing the difficulties they have in promoting actually protection of the environment, sustainable development. Yes, in many countries in the south, we have this distance between nice statements and inertia. At the same time, the gap between north and south is important in many areas.
Take the stage
resources in the population growth in the south is something that is beyond control.
And civil society, I guess, is less developed.
Civil society is less developed in numbers, but many of them are very strong and radical, and they are different. Their life is not always easy. So it is very difficult to generalize. What is important is that with our organization, acting for more than 30 years, and with the Arab Spring, we didn't lose more than 5 organizations.
7, one on site, 7.
Showing that they are solid, with a basis in the society.
Yeah, to survive.
To survive.
To survive that tumultuous change, yes. Well, Professor Skouras, thank you very much for coming on Bauhaus Radio. It's been a fascinating discussion, and I guess the academic community is also a significant player in the new European Bauhaus. But I'm afraid that's where we're going to have to leave it for the moment. We're going to go back to our moderators in the main session hall and go down and listen to what's being discussed as far as monitoring behavioural change is concerned. That's all from Bauhaus Radio for today. Join us tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's quite a...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this afternoon session on day 1 of our conference on beautiful, sustainable, together, life in the new European Bauhaus. So this morning, we heard why New European Bauhaus is so important to deliver, help to deliver on that transition envisaged under the Green Deal. And we began to discuss some of the challenges that need to be addressed and how New European Bauhaus concepts can help to meet those challenges. We're focusing today on changing mindsets and providing incentives for behavior change. We heard some really inspiring examples, both of how best to engage with citizens and indeed how to incentivize that behavior change. Lots of discussion about what works best, what is less effective, and crucially, why this matters so much. And it became clear in our discussions this morning that the very ingredients for success that our speakers were identifying are precisely the key elements and ingredients of New European Bauhaus, with its focus on its values of sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion, on co-creation and co-design. It's not just about transformational projects, it's about transforming the way we develop and deliver them in order to make the Green Deal, as the Commissioner said at the beginning of the day, a cultural positive, human-centered experience. So, just one housekeeping note before I introduce the next topic. Housekeeping note, some of you have been asking, the presentations will be made available to you after the conference, and if you want any clips, any of the videos you've been seeing, any clips to get that new European Bauhaus message out, they will be available. There's an email address at the bottom of the email with your registration details. Just email and someone will magically provide. So do take advantage of all those materials that are being generated and use them to get that message out. So we're now going to turn our attention to impact, the monitoring and measuring of behavioural change. And I'm delighted to have Van den Abila, our moderator of these sessions, to take it away. Over to you, Philippe.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And indeed, I hope you all enjoyed lunch and you're fully liquored up, because we now plan to go to full exhaustion in our session on monitoring and measuring behavioral change. As Jackie just said, indeed, in our morning sessions, we've already touched base on engagement of citizens and also on incentivizing behavioral change towards more sustainable practices. Now we want to look into a fair share of detail on how to monitor and measure that behavioral change and the challenges that both the LIFE and the European Horizon 2020 projects face in documenting that change. So does the way to monitor and measure behavioral change, does it have to be tailor-made to the local context? Do we need bespoke solutions for every specific problem, or can we also use the same approach that proved effective in one particular problem or context? Can we translate that with good results, obviously, to another location or another issue? You hear it, we have a lot of questions on our plates, but I am glad to add that we will have a gathering of angels flying through over the next 90 minutes to try to answer those questions, or at least to provide you with some food for thought. I have 7 speakers that will be sharing their experiences both from the LIFE projects and the Horizon projects on monitoring and measuring behavioral change. It's quite a stretching schedule, I acknowledge, so again we'll break the session into 2 parts. First we'll have 4 speakers dialing in from across Europe. I'll then have a short session, a short brainstorm or a roundtable discussion with those 4 speakers, and then I'll add another 3 speakers to our program. By the very end of our session, for those of you still standing, we hope to entertain a Q&A session, a vivid and interactive Q&A session. So again, I cordially invite you to submit any questions or remarks that you may have through our Slido app. That's slido.com #NewEuropeanBauhaus. And then the beauty of a hybrid event is that it enables us to take a tour of duty around Europe. My next 4 speakers will be dialing in remotely from the Netherlands, from Spain, from France, and from Sweden. And I propose to start in Sweden and go directly to Umeå, the city of birches, or Björkarnas-stad, if I pronounce that correctly. Some 5 years ago, the World Wildlife Fund has coined Umeå as Sweden's climate city. For good reason, because this city has a proven track record in turning climate strategy into tangible action, and in the very process also engaging residents to act climate smart. So it is both my pleasure and my privilege to introduce to you Johan Zandström, Head of Sustainable Development at the city of Umeå. Johan has worked for 15 years on energy efficiency and climate change topics, and was both the visionary and the architect behind the fossil-free public transport in Umeå. He has also been instrumental in the Green Citizens for Europe project, developing innovative tools and methods for interactive and co-creative citizens. So I invite Johan to kickstart our session on monitoring and measuring behavioral change.
Yes, thank you. For really a nice presentation, both of me and of course of Desiree. I'm Johan Sandström. I'm head of unit for sustainable development here in the city of Umeå. I'm going to give a quick insight on some actions that we have been working with when it comes to behavior change, and also how we think about monitoring behavior change actions. And if you who don't know, Umeå is the largest city in the northern part of Sweden. And we have been financed by LIFE, the LIFE program, with a project called Green Citizens of Europe, that we also renamed Be Green Umeå. Next slide, please. Yes, I just see the slides very, very small on my screen. So here you can see so this is U-Bike. This is the city's electric cargo bike sharing systems. We're currently testing this system right now. We have 2 stations here in Umeå, one downtown and one at the campus area. Bike pool, and they can pay a monthly fee and then can use the bikes up to 3 hours for free. And it's been around for a couple of years, and it's really been a huge success, and we had a good usage of the bikes. And this is an action for us to see how we can test different new technology and different systems that we can also develop further and also use in other areas in Umeå. Next slide, please. And this is a slide that shows how we've been monitoring the U-Bike system. And I think when it comes to service and measuring is to combine hard stats with attitude service and see how they correlate with each other. And it's also a good way to first make a survey to see how the current mode are before you make a change. For example, building new infrastructure like this U-Bike systems or new bike lanes or new electric buses or something. And we usually also do an information campaign after the transition. And also make a new survey to see how the attitude has been changed after we also been implemented the system. But here are some stats from the U-Bike cargo bike station. On the left side, you can see which kind of bicycle is most frequently used. We have per week. This is also kind of like the hard stats that come directly from the booking system. And on the right side of this slide, you can see the results from attitude service when we have been sending out questions to the people that are using the system. And for example, if they think that cargo bikes could replace private car owning, or if they have bought their own electric cargo bike after they have been testing the bikes in the U-Bike stations. So it shows a way on how we used to monitoring behavior change. You can have the next slide, please. And this shows a picture of different campaigns that we did during the LIFE project. And as I said earlier with U-Bike, it's always good to do information campaigns when you try to change behavior and the change is done. For example, in the middle here is a campaign we did when we implemented a park and bike system in the city. And also you see the guy who's crying in this picture, also done when we implemented a new system for car sharing. And the twist on that was so horrible and boring for all these lonely people that are driving in the cars. In January, it's 1.2 passengers per car commuting here in Umeå, and also I think it's the same thing all over Europe. So we did. It's so sad with all those lonely people in the cars. But it also was a way for us to do an information campaign when we are putting out the new system, and we also had a system that we can get a lot of statistics from how many people are car sharing, and we also did attitude service regarding car sharing. And it's also so that people are always more open to changing their behavior when it's some other change occurring in their lives. For example, when they're moving to a new neighborhood, there's also something we've been try to do, that we always try to have something done when we are building a new block of the city, for example. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. There's another somewhat crazy example of a campaign combined with statistics. There are measuring done in Swedish cities on how much litter there is on the streets. And after that, we noticed that maybe it's too much litter here in Umeå. So the cities decided to install new garbage can in the city center with more recycling possibilities than before. And to highlight this, we made a mini musical around the city. So this is the musical Trash. So we had a local musician who played the role of a kind of like a garbage Jesus trying to unite two gangs. One gang were the somewhat cool dudes who throw the garbage on the streets, and the other one were the more proper ones who wanted to stop all the littering in the streets. And RG, the somewhat garbage Jesus, trying to unite the two gangs. So we played the musical outside in the city center. And after that, we also did different surveys on how many people noticed the new recycling trash bin after we did a campaign. And in the long run, we were also measuring how the effect was on street litter when we have been placing out those new garbage cans.
Thanks a lot, Johan. Sorry, in light of timing, I propose we move on, but I greatly appreciate you calling a musical Trash, and I also appeal to what you've shown on the guy that was crying in the car. So thanks a lot for painting us a picture of a truly green city, Johan.
Thank you.
It's a picture which is no longer a vision, but a tangible reality in Sweden, so I think it should serve as an inspiration for all of us to accelerate our joint efforts in shaping a more sustainable future. And then indeed, let's move swiftly to our next speaker, which is Ernesto Fobel-Cubels. He's a smart city project coordinator in the municipality of Valencia in Spain. That is, together with Dresden and Antalya, Valencia was one of the 3 lighthouse cities in the Matchup Horizon 2020 project, a project that aims to design and implement a palette of innovative solutions in the energy, mobility, and ICT sectors. It is driven by the heartfelt desire to turn urban problems into smart opportunities to improve the citizens' quality of life and also to boost local economies. So I, for one, am all ears to hear from Ernesto how to maximize the upscaling and replication potential of high-level urban transformation strategies.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, having the opportunity of talking about what we are carrying out in the city of Valencia and, generally speaking, in the Matchup project. So if we could start with the presentation, could you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, here you can see the pillars of the project. As you have mentioned, there are different pillars based on energy, mainly in energy efficiency and renewables, mobility, focus mainly in electromobility, multimodality, IT, intelligent transport system, and so on. Regarding ICT, we have developed quite a lot of actions in terms of Internet of Things and the urban platform. And last but not least, could you move to the next pillar? Because we have here the 4 that is the social pillar, because we have quite a lot of actions for a total in the 3 cities of 141 actions. There are a bunch of actions with a social component. And part of them are those for which we are going to explain what we have carried out in terms of the social evaluation approach. well, here you can see the consortium in which as you have mentioned, we have Valencia with a small consortium for the different pillars, Dresden with the same, Antalya and different cross-cutting work package leaders for a total of 28 partners from 8 different countries. Could you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, as you can see, these are the objectives of the project, and one of them is the monitoring and evaluation program, and this for what we are. We have developed a complex evaluation framework that I want to explain in the next, please. Yeah, as you can see, we have 3 different evaluation frameworks: technical, economic, and social. And the thing is that we are going to give the same relevance to all of them, because in some projects, I know that the focus is more on technical aspects, and the social is a kind of a residual framework, but we are trying to give all the relevance to this. Could you move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Here you can see the process that we have carried out in order to define the approach of the social evaluation. The process has been collaborative and iterative. So these 2 features are key for us, so as to define the objectives and the expected outcomes of the different actions. In the first, we could define this process in 3 different steps. First is a top-down step in which we have compiled information from existing scientific literature and different frameworks defined by other projects such as CDKs. We have defined the different dimensions of that we want to assess, and with this we have composed a first list of indicators. And then in the second, this step has been carried out with a top-down approach, because it has been led by the experts in this topic. And then after that, we have assessed this first list of indicators, social indicators, by partners, and after their feedback, we have analyzed and reviewed these different indicators and select them based on different aspects. For example, relevance, measurability, reliability, comparability, timeliness. So different aspects that have meant to keep them in the final list of indicators. And after that, we have defined the final model for this assessment. Could you move to the next slide, please? Yes, because we are, strictly speaking, we are not measuring behavior, but we are measuring the concept, the multidimensional concept of quality of life, and for that, in that aspect, the quality of life, we have focused the social evaluation. So, and this approach, this concept of quality of life has different dimensions, as you can see on the screen. We have material living conditions, governance, living environment, equity, social acceptance, and employment, and these are the main dimensions that we have compiled so as to define this model. Could you move to the next, please? Yes, and landing these concepts, we have carried out this process by which we have carried out 2 different surveys, one ex ante, another will be carried out ex post, because our project initially was scheduled for 5 years. We are now in the 4th, finishing the 4th, but due to COVID situation and other reasons, we have extended up to 6 years. So we have in front of us 2 years for monitoring, and then we carried out a first survey, dividing the survey in 2 main concepts. First, environmental awareness, and second, social acceptance. And with these two main pillars, we will carry out another survey close to the end of the project. So with this, obviously, we will have the chance of comparing if the actions that we have carried out, both at the city level and at district level, has been the expected outcomes, and if they could be replicated and scaled.
Ernesto, sorry to interrupt, we're a bit strapped for time in our schedule, so if you could perhaps round up your presentation.
No, this was my last slide, and I finished my
thank you,
my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ernesto, for sharing with us the lessons learned of the Matchup project. Again, we will make all the presentations, the slides available for you to go through in more detail for your perusal. I heard Ernesto talk about redesigning cities with a palette of innovative solutions. I also recall the softer solutions, such as specific social engagement activities. So I believe this also ties in well with our program of tomorrow, where we will be discussing sustainable cities and districts in much more detail. Now, let's try to restore the gender imbalance by introducing two ladies of high caliber here. First one is Corinne Four, who holds a PhD in marketing from the University of Florida and who joined Grenoble École de Management as marketing professor some 10 years ago. Her research interests are in the area of new product development, but also sustainable behavior, especially when it comes to waste and energy consumption. No wonder she has been closely involved in the Horizon 2020 Cheetah project, which stands for Changing Energy Efficiency Technology Adaptation in Households. Do tell us, Professor Four, did your Cheetah take a giant leap at light speed?
Yes, hi, and thanks very much for inviting me to this session and for the very interesting talks before. I just will make a little bit of advertisement for Grenoble, which will be the green European capital city next year. So we are interested in what you're doing in Grenoble also. But to this presentation here, so our project was about energy efficiency adoption of both technologies, but also policies. So our focus was on household acceptance of upcoming changes. And we did not expose them to real changes, as you were showing in the previous presentation, but we in fact did some online surveys where we exposed them to some potential changes. And there are a little bit some tricks or some difficulties of doing this kind of studies with attitude measurement, particularly when it's about change. So if we can go to the next slide. So we, what we in this project is we gathered information from about 18,000 participants or households throughout 8 European countries. And in these studies, we asked them about a number of their reactions to a number of situations with technology adoption. So it would be, for instance, new heating systems or smart thermostats or different technologies, but also to some new business models. So for instance, home equipment, and also to policies, which we collected the data in summer 2018, and 2 months later, the Yellow Vest movement in France started because of lack of acceptance of some policies. So I guess we were a little bit ahead of our time, but unfortunately, we could not stop that movement. So if we, what we did, which might be interesting to some of you in this project, is we use what is called a discrete choice experiment, which is a method that is a little bit different than the usual surveys with attitude measurement that are typically used in most attitude surveys, and that have the strength to being able to really understand the importance of decision factors when people make a decision to change or not their behavior. So this was our focus. We were interested in these decision factors. And when you typically do these types of surveys where you are asking about decision factors, what you see, if we go to the next slide, I hope it will be visible, you can also click that everything shows. One more click. Yeah, thank you. So this is a result that we got from a previous H2020 project, Brisky, which we did a few years ago. And we were asking here like two questions, like typical types of questions that you ask. You ask people like, it was the same 8 countries. So how much does price matter when you decide to purchase a refrigerator? How much does performance matter when you decide to purchase a refrigerator? And if you probably cannot see the percentages, but if you look at these pictures, what you see is some responses that are relatively useless. Pretty much everybody is saying everything you hear, price and performance, but we also ask about sustainability, we ask all kinds of different factors. And everybody says everything is important. And if you look across the different countries, except for a little bit of a difference in Sweden, where across the board we found that the Swedish respondents were more likely to be a little bit less socially desirable. So they are a little bit more critical in their responses. Otherwise, everybody gives you pretty much the same answers. So that is not very useful. And it is difficult to identify what really matters to people. So instead, what we use is, on the next slide, a method of discrete choice experiment. So I show it here on an example also with the purchase of refrigerators. What you do is you face people with some scenarios where they have to decide what they do if they are forced to purchase a refrigerator. And you face them with some simplified choices. So here they have to choose between 2 refrigerators that have different characteristics. These characteristics are representing, allow us to represent the trade-offs that people make when they make a decision. Because of course, everybody would prefer a huge fridge with unlimited warranty time, with a price of €100 and so on. But this is not, and very energy efficient. But this is not reality. Reality is you have to pay for what you get, and you have to make trade-offs between different characteristics. So what you do with this method is that you expose people to successive choices. So they do 6 or 8 of these different choices. And it allows you, because one of the attributes is how much they are willing to pay, so the price that they pay, it allows you to calculate the willingness to pay that people have for particular attribute levels. So you know exactly how much are people willing to pay for an A++ fridge compared to an A++ one, and so on. It is more similar to the types of choices that people really do. Of course, it has some limits. You cannot ask for millions of attributes. You have to simplify the choices quite dramatically. So you need to pre-test. You also need to work with experts. So we worked with policy expert and technology expert on all the technologies that we included to have the right levels, the right prices, and so on. But the interesting possibility or the interesting contribution is that people make, and it is much easier for people to respond to these types of questions than to respond to something like attitudes that are a little bit vague. So we run these types of studies across the 8 countries. We did always the same study. And when we adjusted in the analysis, we adjusted by country characteristics and also by household characteristics. So accounting for income, accounting for whether people live in urban or rural area, and so on and so on. Heterogeneity in the responses, but not. Yeah, I mean, basically based on the household and also country and house characteristics, but always the same choices that people were facing. So maybe to the questions that you had.
Perhaps,
and that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Professor Fuhr. And indeed, this cheetah that we were talking about is not the 500-pound as it shows how it can simplify behavioral change into a simple series of choices. Now, let's move quickly to our fourth speaker in this session, who will be connecting from the Netherlands. Lara Bouwman is assistant professor at the Health and Society Group of Wageningen University, where she conducts research on innovative approaches to nutrition promotion. Lara holds a master's degree in human nutrition and a PhD in communication sciences, so I, for one, cannot think of a better person to tell us this project, which aims to reduce the environmental impact of our food choices by engaging European citizens to adopt a healthier and a more sustainable diet.
Thank you, Philippe. So nice to be here today and hearing all these other projects in the EU, actually. So I represent the team of Suitable, which is our abbreviation of sustainable eating. And besides Wageningen, it includes also the Sustainable Restaurant Association in the UK, mobile app designers Green Apes, as well as the Barilla Center for Food and Nutrition in Italy. And you already explained that our aim is indeed to engage European citizens in more healthful and sustainable diets. And we try to do that through the cafeteria setting of businesses and universities in the UK and Italy. So our activities include guidance for caterers and kitchen chefs on creating sustainable meals and offering those in their locations, as well as guiding their customers in selecting those sustainable dishes, as well as learning about the why, how, and what of sustainable food choice. So while I talk you through the project, you will see my colleague Leah Rosen preparing her dinner. So can you please start the video? And this dinner is a sustainable, healthful, and most important, of course, very tasty autumn bowl. And she illustrates the project's effort to enable people to become inspired, knowledgeable, and actionable about eating in a way that benefits human and nature. So about our project, we have actually 4 theoretical drivers, which are positive, playful, practical, and participatory. And of course, it's not a coincidence that it's 4 Ps, like in marketing is like very regular. So these translate firstly into an emphasis of what people can do and eat rather than what they cannot do or eat. So we try to provide a positive outlook on why and how to change. And we also value playfulness. It's the starting point of the Green Apes app. This is a gamified online learning tool with very fun challenges that range from label checking at the supermarket or the cafeteria to ranking foods and composing your own sustainable meal, like Leah is doing right now. And each challenge that we offer includes learning validation through puzzles, quizzes, or for instance, the upload of a meal picture. Activities are also very practical with very hands-on specific tools and tips so people can empower themselves in making sustainable choices. An example is the revision and menus together with the chefs to comply with the specific suitable criteria for healthful, sustainable meals. And the last P is participation, and this stands for our participatory co-creation process in which we collaborate with students, employees, kitchen staff, caterers, as well as management to shape all activities. We value their expertise because they are the experts, of course, in the challenges they face and the opportunities they have for change. And also we do this because it's very important to build trust and commitment, of course, to initiate and uphold these changes after the project is finished. About monitoring and evaluation, like other speakers, we also have like a qualitative and quantitative way of measuring what we accomplish. And this includes the environmental level, the behavioral level, as well as psychosocial indicators for change. So first, to assess changes in CO2 equivalent and water use in the cafeteria. At the behavioral level, we assess changes in sustainable meal choices, of course, in the locations, as well as sales data and in-app validation, roundtables, and survey. At the psychosocial level, we also use this mixture of assessment methods, and we also include roundtable discussions and interviews. And our main goal for this psychosocial level is to assess changes in 3 important capacities that are driving food choices. And these are the motivational, the cognitive, as well as the actionable capacity. So about activities started January 2020 in 7 Italian and UK cafeteria, yet of course we're fully halted to COVID after 1 and 2 months of activities. So in the UK, it came to a full stop actually, and we only recently managed to restart our activities in the locations. But in Italy, we had some activities that could be adapted. So that is why we already do have some insights in what we accomplished with our activities. And on environmental impact, for instance, this decreased in some locations up to 32%, which means 500 grams CO2 equivalent less and about 400 liters of water less per meal consumed if we compare this with the average impact of a meal consumed by EU citizens. And we have just finished the first analysis of activities in Italy, and that shows that people that ate a sustainable meal at the cafeteria and or made a suitable recipe at home increase their capacities in knowing which foods are sustainable, how to make a sustainable meal, and they were more motivated to eat like this more frequently. But we also discovered was interesting that there was a larger learning effect among people who actually made the meal themselves at home. And we recently restarted in 5 locations in the UK and just evaluation, monitoring. At Queen's Mary's University, for instance, it showed that the motivation among students is pretty high, yet that they indicate that they have little actionable capacity, which means that they lack the very practical skills and know-how to eat sustainably in a very uncomplicated way. Especially because of course, many students don't have a large budget to buy their food from. And in the coming months, we will monitor whether and how our activities contribute, of course, to the further learning on eating healthfully and sustainably, and how this drives an increased meal choice or behavior change, as well as environmental impact.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, and I can already tell you from what I hear and see in our venue here in Brussels that you've certainly raised the appetite for a healthy and sustainable diet.
Mission accomplished.
Yes. Sleeves. I have 3 more speakers up our sleeves, and in order to grant and offer them the exposure and the forum they deserve, I propose to confine or to compress our first roundtable discussion to merely 1 question, which I'd like to raise to Johan Sandström, because I cut you short from your conclusions, maybe, Johan. I understand the Green UMEA project had tangible results. We are talking about the grand total of 15,000 people who started to travel in a more sustainable more and reduce their energy use. So maybe very quickly, Johan, if we're talking about measuring and monitoring, how was this measured?
Yes. We did a large survey on how many people have been addressed by activities done by the project, and we were making question to those people if they have changed their behavior in some way when they have been in contact with us. So I think that was the main action on how we were trying to measure the effect of the overall activities. It was a project that was going on for like 5 years or something.
Yeah.
So I think we
and
that was
touching 15,000 people, so for sure, indeed, making a significant contribution there. So thanks again for that, Johan. I propose that we take all our other questions at the very end of the session, also your questions that you can still convey through slido.com, #New European Bauhaus. So without further ado, allow me to introduce Endre Stigger, Executive Director at Klimabündnis Tirol. Endre will share with us a status update from the Doppelplus project, which aims to steer the behavior of low-income households, which are particularly vulnerable to the consequences of climate change, towards climate protection, and by doing so, raising living standards and reducing energy bills. If you're with us, Endre, please take the stage.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I will present the monitoring of the climate action campaign for low-income households without presentation. I will focus on the heart of the project, which were the household coachings of low-income households done by volunteers from the target group. The volunteers were asked to document each coaching in an online data protocol, and with the help of the online documentation tool, it is determined how many people participated in the counseling in each case, but also the content of the coaching was written down. During the coaching, the households have been informed that they will be called afterwards, after 2 or 4 weeks, to evaluate the coaching. In total, 119 interviews were conducted. We decided to use the method CATI, computer-assisted telephone interviews, and read, as I said, 119 households. In addition, the households that took part in the CATI interview were contacted again by email 6 months after the consultation and asked to take part in an online survey. The extent of saved kilowatt hours of energy and CO2 equivalent has been estimated by using the default formula of the Austrian Energy Audit Standard. The most important results can be summarized as following. Over 15,000 people have been reached. Over 800 household coachings were carried out by trained volunteers. Over 2,000 kilowatt hours of annual savings per household could be estimated. An average of annual savings of 209 euro per household was found out, and over 2 million kilowatt hours of energy savings in the whole project, which means 630 tons CO2 equivalents of savings. Since the project addresses energy efficiency, mold prevention, the reduction of food waste, awareness rising for renewables and environmental friendly transport and mobility, it achieved an impact in the respect of environment and resource efficiency, and primarily in the context of climate action. Accordingly, the final results of the monitoring show an increasing sensitization of the target group for low-income households. Thus, based on the results of the monitoring, the following key statements can be made. Firstly, the majority of people who participated in different project activities were very satisfied with the offer. 70% of the consulted households were very satisfied and 30% were satisfied with the household coaching. 68% of the consulted persons who participated in a workshop on the topic of climate mitigation in courses for German as a foreign language were very satisfied and 25% satisfied. Secondly, the results of the survey with participants of the household coaching show that the project has a positive influence on people's attitude towards the importance of energy saving and climate mitigation. More than 72% are sure that the behavioral tips they were given contribute to reducing their energy consumption. More than 72% were motivated by the advice to pay more attention to the topics of energy consumption and climate protection.
How can you control? Already before it was difficult, but...
Within the household coachings, the participants got also a starting package, and on these starter packages, it can be assumed that through the allocation and use of the energy-saving devices within the starter package, like LED lamps, thermometers or hygrometers, refrigerator thermometers, and hourglass shower coaches, the 800 starter packs issued will save almost 119 euro or 400 CO2 equivalent per year. In total, the sum of all calculated saving items of the duration of effect of 1 year are 2 million kilowatt hours and 640 CO2 equivalent. So 18% of the electricity costs can be saved through the services of the project. The result is a relief for those households, and figures show that the project has an impact on an individual household level. The participants in the coaching sessions received a series of energy-saving tips. In the telephone survey, it was asked whether these had contributed to a change in behavior. Some of the energy-saving methods had already been implemented prior to the counseling. For example, about 48 of the respondents had closed pots and pans with a lid when cooking, or 51 had used their washing machine in an energy-saving way. Approximately 61 said that since the counseling, they regularly switch off switchable power strips. 42% avoid using lamps with high power consumption, and 51% now set the refrigerator to be less cold. The respondents were also asked about the receipt and implementation of various tips for reducing heating costs. The most frequently implemented tip was to change the ventilation behavior. It is better to open the window completely for a short time instead of keeping it open tilted for a longer time. We also focused difficulties. For example, in the test run of the telephone interview, it turned out that the questionnaire was too detailed and too complex for the target group. The questioning had to be adapted to the target group. Unfortunately, it was also not possible to offer the telephone survey in several languages. In general, it was a challenge to reach the target group via phone, but nevertheless, 119 households could be reached, and the results of the monitoring could be presented now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Andra, for giving us this update. And indeed, with COP26 results that have just come out and with rising energy prices, I think it's crystal clear for all of us that we also have a pressing requirement to mobilize and engage those low-income households in climate actions as well. So thanks for bringing that to the attention. Our next speaker will be calling in from Greece. So let's give the stage to Professor Zisis Samaras, who is director of the Lab of Applied Thermodynamics at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. Professor Samaras' work deals primarily with engine and vehicle emission testing and monitoring, and he has carried out a wide range of projects on modeling emission from internal combustion engines. Today, I'd like him to briefly talk about one particular project, which is the Mile 21 LIFE project, targeting more information and less emissions, and at the same time, empowering consumers for a greener 21st century. Professor, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Philip. To build a house, it means, in German, so...
But your mic just
You're
came
in the
on,
air.
so did mine.
Yes, you know what I did? I have to remove my pin because I pinned presentation. So if I can have the first slide, which I don't see, actually.
Yeah. We're going to pull up your first slide, Professor, right away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So while the slide, comes up, thank you. Mile 21, first of all, I would like to acknowledge the participation of the other institutions in this project that included TNO in the Netherlands, ICCD in Germany, Emisia also in Greece, a company close to the university, and 4 consumer organizations from across Europe, Autoconsumo from Italy, from Spain, from Belgium, and from Portugal. The target was to offer support to the users in order to reduce fuel and energy consumption of the vehicles under real world conditions, provide also the possibility to record and self-report fuel consumption, and equally importantly, to be in the position to compare vehicles when they decide to change their vehicle to buy new one or even a second-hand one. The target is really to provide real-world fuel consumption of vehicles, since we know that the published values coming from the OEMs, and according to the regulation, they are generally lower, up to 40% compared to real-world fuel consumption. Next slide, please. I will try to give answers following really the questions that were addressed to us. Therefore, the first thing is to tell you how we try to monitor the impact of our project. We did 3 things. One was to have a flash survey for some frequent users of our platform. The second was to have a more detailed, extended survey, in particular, using scientific methods for the different users. And finally, to make statistical analysis and more deep analysis, I would say, of the tool that was used and offered to the users for self-reporting of fuel consumption. Next slide, please. So having these tools in our hands, a very fast idea, what we got, we had a significant feedback from the flash questionnaire, and this was expected largely because of easiness to reply to this. However, the whole thing was relatively simple and straightforward. We had much lower engagement for and much fewer users, of course, more extended tool, and we had an overwhelming response to the final input of the data, analysis of the data, and the statistical, let's say, significance of this report. To give you an order of magnitude estimate, we started these surveys during the last 3 or 4 months, because we are at the end of the project, and we have something like 350 responses to the flash questionnaire, only 50 responses to the more extended questionnaire, and about 800 responses or input for the self-reporting tool. Then the next slide will, it brings up the fact that how representative the answers can be and how we can make comparisons between the different countries. First of all, we have to show the coverage that we have in Europe. These are the countries that are involved really in this exercise. We also realize that fuel consumption is not a straightforward thing. It, as you might expect, of course, is difficult to assess. And also an additional complication was that the exact user location was not available to us for privacy reasons. GDPR is prevailing here. So expansion from urban areas that we are situated to the countries, and even more important to other countries, is not a straightforward thing and needs to be taken into account. The next slide, with the next slide, we give you an overview of the flash survey impact. We can see, and this is very comparable to what Andrea was saying before, that something like more than 50% of the respondents were very satisfied with the tool and their input. I have to tell you that I have a big question mark behind this, because there is a general tendency, at least I'm not a statistician, I'm not a behavioral scientist, but this is what I see, that generally those who respond, they're very happy with the response, unless they are extremely unhappy with the response. We were in the first case, but there were 4 very simple questions of about 350 people. So the next slide, yes, attempts also to discuss and answer one of the important questions. We tried to use as much as possible the suggested from the Commission KPIs and the KPI Web 2 reporting, and we tried to use it and apply it in this particular case of ours. I'm afraid that we are not satisfied from this, and we believe that we do need more tailor-made approaches. We do need to expand the way that those tools are used in order to match the specific needs of each particular case. For example, here it is asked, and I heard from Laura before about the food tons of CO2 saved or kilograms of CO2 per kilometer per person saved. However, we can, of course, we can report what we are measuring. Maybe I have forgotten to tell you that we do 2 things. One is we measure on some cars, so we are collecting information on fuel consumption, we're transmitting it to a central database, and then we are modeling. We are modeling the performance of the vehicle according to the real usage conditions, and we try to match, and we try on this basis to provide, first of all, these estimates that are asked here, but also tips or guidance to the user on how to improve fuel consumption. Now, talking about these numbers, we need an additional level of modeling with additional uncertainty, if you wish, statistical uncertainty. So we have to have the certainty that we know what the occupancy rate is of the cars in different areas, how they are driven, if they are driven similarly or differently, the composition of the fleets, which is extremely important, and so on and so forth. We believe that we have to revisit, the Commission needs to revisit, life needs to revisit those particular tools that are being suggested. And with the last, there are 2 slides more. One, the next one, yeah, we have been very much concerned about the transferability of the data. As I said before, because of the modeling exercise, we need, in order to transfer, we need to have a clear understanding that the situation where we're transferring our data is comparable to the one that we start from. So, for example, if we're talking about fleet composition from one country of Europe to the other, we do have those data, and we therefore can model. However, moving to other parts may be easier. If we move to North America, for example, it's not that different from Europe, but if we move to China or to Africa, maybe things are extremely different and not comparable. And finally, in order to give, with the last slide, an overall approach, despite on the question, do we need, do we care, do we have to continue monitoring? Evidently, the answer is very simple, straightforward. Yes, for we think 2 reasons. One is transparency. We need to know where taxpayers' money goes and how it's used, and also possibility to make comparisons of different solutions. And for this, we think that expanding a hub like Cordis, but being larger and encompassing also life and other projects, we believe it's necessary if we want to make comparisons of the different tools and the different projects that are being financed. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope it's not too far away from the 6 minutes.
No, that was perfectly fine. So thanks a lot, Professor Zizis, for pointing out that there's indeed much more than meets the eye. I learned that there's quite an important difference between official and on-road vehicle or fuel consumption. I also heard your rationale and reasons for monitoring impact. And then the very last speaker of this session, to my delight, is sitting with me here in Brussels. So it's my genuine pleasure to sit shoulder to shoulder to Johannes Slejik, who has been a university assistant for research and teaching at the Institute for Management Accounting at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz since 2017. Since last month, Johannes joined the Energy Institute of the university as a researcher with a PhD. I tease him with the challenge to cover in administration kiosk application, and as eCrew on establishing community renewable energy webs. So very warm welcome to the studio. I believe we want to kickstart the discussion by showing a short video, correct?
Precisely.
Then I propose we have the video in the air and we have a look at the video of Johannes.
Electricity production and consumption within a power grid need to perfectly match every second problems up to large-scale power outages. In extreme cases, for example when heavy cloud cover brings photovoltaic production close to zero across a large area, our most effective contribution is to lower our own energy usage as much as possible.
We wanted to see how much impact we could generate from PCAP. We notified our users about a date and time when their support was needed. We asked them to reduce their energy consumption during a specific 15-minute span and set for them a target level. The response exceeded our expectations, with 43% of our users hitting the target. Afterwards, we surveyed our users about what they actually did to decrease their energy consumption. 63% of them turned off their electronics, 30% of them postponed using their major household appliances, like a dishwasher, and 27% even postponed cooking.
This shows that households are receptive to notifications about their energy use and are willing to take action. Mobilizing this potential could significantly reduce the costs of providing electricity for all of us.
That's a fairly strong value proposition for PCAP.
Already. Thank you very much for this introduction and for the video that I was allowed to play here. So I'm going to talk on the one hand about PCAP, and on the other hand about eCrew. Both are actually Horizon 2020 projects. And the PCAP is actually more, or encourages an individual motivation, whereas eCrew encourages like collective action towards behavioral change for energy consumption, energy efficiency. So PCAP, as we have just seen in the video, it makes the consumers actually to a demand-side manager, which means that consumers learn to take on a proactive role in this energy transition. So they can gauge with the PCAP their own energy consumption. And through or with push-up messages, they can actually change their energy behavior, their energy consumption. So all in all, for example, like delaying a dishwasher, the use of a laundry machine, something like that. So, oh, and sorry, I need the slides here too. Next slide, please. That's in a sense the title, and the next slide. Right, and this is shows the PCAP, the platform, so to speak. And next slide. There you go. We had our study, we used or involved 2,500 households in 4 European countries, and we had 2 test groups and 1 control group, and we did receive, we were able to identify significant changes here, thankfully. For example, the average consumption was able to be decreased by 7%. Also, behavioral change because of the push-up messages was able to be changed by about 1.15%. Now, that doesn't seem too much, but overall, including the consumption, it actually is notifying. Also, customers kept engaged because of the app and the push-up messages. There was also a household comparison possibility, and that also led to a short-term improvement. And very interesting and very powerful, perhaps, we also recognized a peak load shifting, which means during energy peaks, and because of push-up messages, we were able to shift those peaks. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. And this PCAP, in a sense, this project led us to the eCrew project, establishing communities, renewable energy webs. We are aiming to, or looking for new business models for energy utilities in cooperation with consumers and prosumers. So energy communities. We established 3 lighthouse communities in Europe, in Spain, in Germany, and in Turkey, and are just about in this enrolling program. So we're using the platform of PCAP to enroll it into the lighthouse communities, into the single households, adapt the smart meters, and well, we're in the middle of this enrollment program, which means trying to get consumers and prosumers on board. And of course, in 3 different countries, this is a challenge. As we have already heard today, we need awareness programs for consumers to really join, on the one hand, and also shared sustainability values, but shared in the sense between the consumers and prosumers and the energy utility, so for them to somehow work together. And with that, I already like to say thank you, and I hope I covered that in the time.
Thank you so much. That was indeed an endeavor, but thanks a lot for that, Johannes. Also, thanks for highlighting those 2 projects. 2 important factors, I think, which are often overlooked. So the sheer potential of demand-side management, and also the role that consumers and prosumers can play in establishing new renewable energy webs. So thanks a lot for that. Johannes, we're a bit short on time, but I'd like to see whether we have any questions that have come in through Slido, then we can pass them through our panel. Let's see, how do you all imagine the so-called bottom-up initiatives living up to the expectation I hear today to make impacts measurable? It's a good one. Any idea, Johannes? Because
well, bottom-up initiatives, I think, are actually that's like the base, the necessity. So, I mean, of course, we have 2 ways. The energy utilities, they want, to a certain degree, they need to be involved. And also, I think they want to be involved, at least in our lighthouse communities, for example. And to some degree, they would like to show a top-down hierarchy. Yeah. But the initiative must come from bottom up, so we need to actually look at the consumers and the prosumers that engage, that are engaged, that take on their responsibility for this energy transition, for their proactive role, which means yes, of course, those are bottom-up initiatives, and they are measurable, for example, through digitalization. Smart meters makes it possible to engage prosumers and consumers to make that impact measurable. And in that sense, energy utilities can actually use that as a as a powerful instrument working with the prosumers in particular, but also the consumers, if such digital platforms are established.
Thank you so much, Johannes. I have a question for Laura, if she's still with us. Basically on domestic content or local content, if I can call it like that. Was your project able to consider the distance of the food? For example, an organic tomato produced locally versus imported?
Very good question. We have some researchers in the project that have been spent a lot of time on establishing a database based on in which a lot of products are there that are, let's say, assessed for both their impact on health as well as sustainability. And sustainability does include all these indicators of transport, every multiple indicators. And based on that, we have developed the recommendations, like what is most important for chefs to buy. Yeah. Should it be, for instance, the Dutch tomato grown in a glass house, or should it be the one transported all the way from south of France, but not produced in a glass house? So we have actually created a very hands-on database that chefs, for instance, can look into and look up, like, what is for me right now in my location the best choice.
That's a clear and concise answer. Thanks a lot for that, Laura. We have a lot of questions on our Slido, which goes to show that indeed we've been seeing a lot of rich presentations and a lot of content that also stirred a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we won't be able to cover them now. Let's just wrap up by saying I'm an engineer myself. I've learned two things. First and foremost, you can't manage what you don't measure. Secondly, what gets measured gets done. And this is, I think, again, it's so important that we do monitor and measure behavioral change. I'm depleted, so I like to hand it back to my communicating vessel, who will be filled with energy and passion. Over back to you, Jackie.
Join me in a round of applause to Philippe and the panel. Thank you for another very rich discussion. Philippe will be back with us for another marathon of moderating tomorrow, but enjoy a well-earned rest, Philippe, and I look forward to seeing you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning.
Likewise.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of day one, but before we close, we're going to talk a little bit more about how new European Bauhaus principles in life projects. So let me welcome our guests for this closing session. Delighted to have with me Angelo Salsi, who is Head of Natural Resources, Climate, Sustainable Blue Economy and Clean Energy Department at the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, better known to all of you as CINEA, and Christian Strasser, Head of the Life, Energy and Climate Unit, also at CINEA. Gentlemen, welcome. We've had an incredibly rich day of discussions, today focusing on issues about mindsets and behavioural change and so on. But in a broad sense, Angelo, I want to go back to where we started the day, because the Commissioner Sinkevičius, was talking this morning about the Green Deal as a way to connect, to make it a positive, a human-centred experience, a cultural experience. How do you see this fitting with the broader framework of those very high Green Deal ambitions?
Microphone, yes,
yeah.
I have it. So the Green Deal, first, everything here is green. So I don't know whether it's a deal, but certainly it's green. And the Bauhaus, how does it fit? The Bauhaus is sort of underlined or presented with three words usually. So it's the word sustainability, it's the word affordability, and the word aesthetic. Okay. So if you look into the Green Deal, sustainability is the essence of the Green Deal. It is designed in order to reach as far as possible this concept. I mean, there is no theoretical absolute sustainability. Everything you take in one way or another, you have an impact. So, but the sustainability is there, is in the main fabric of the Green Deal. The second element, affordability, I think it's a great, it has always been there, the concept, but if you look at the just transition mechanism, so the logic of considering that the ecological transition has to be for everyone and not only for the white Caucasian and rich people, but it has to bring along also those that cannot afford, for example, buying an electric car, then the affordability element is again into the basic genetics of the Green Deal, and I think this is a great improvement of the narrative of the European Union. It has been there, but in a more disguised way before. Now it's really up in the narrative. The last element, which is really the novelty, if you want, of the Bauhaus, is the aesthetic element. Not that the Europeans don't like nice things. We have a certain drive, if you want, for beauty and aesthetics, depending from the fluctuation we have in our history or society. But indeed, putting it into the political, it is a breakthrough in itself. So.
Absolutely, and that's why that title of our event here, with the word beautiful in the middle of it. We don't often talk in EU policy circles about beauty, Christian, do we? How do you see it? Would you agree that's the key element that was missing, perhaps? Clara Della Torre spoke this morning, the Deputy Director General, about connecting the Green Deal to our living spaces. And Ursula von der Leyen has talked about it as of the Green Deal. Is that how you see it? Would you be that poetic about it?
Yes, okay, good afternoon. The aesthetic aspect of it might play a role in all that, but I see the Bauhaus element as well coming from the history, from the 20th of last century, in fact, where it was a game changer in terms of profound transformation. Something had to happen. And I think, and I come to a broader aspect here, this profound transformation is also the key element today, because we are really at the verge of doing something in terms of climate change, you know. So the Bauhaus is also an element for me of this profound transformation where we go and what we need to do. And indeed, the three elements of aesthetic is, we have it in the title of the conference, is beautiful, sustainability, or sustainable, and in fact, the last one is together. And in the aesthetic part of it, we have in the clean energy transition sub-program a lot of areas and a lot of aspects to do with buildings, with building renovations, etc. So in fact, in that sense, absolutely also aesthetic plays a role, and I think you catch the hearts with it. Yeah? So it plays a role where, in fact, you invest something and what you do.
And it's interesting you talk about catching the hearts, because we had a fascinating discussion in an earlier session about incentivizing behavior, and people saying, don't talk about carrots and sticks. Sticks are for pets, not for human beings. And it shouldn't be about that. It should be about building a new culture, building a new ethos. For both of you, and Christian perhaps first this time, in terms of motivating ordinary stakeholders with a role to play, to really apply these principles, to if you like, get into the Bauhaus concept, get it into their heads. What do you think is the key to driving that process now? And then we'll come on to how the program, the LIFE program, and the sort of projects you fund can help. But in broader terms, what's the key to drawing them in?
I think the key to drawing in is honesty, to have really a communication with citizens, with stakeholders, which is true and fair, to bring them in fact, because I feel a certain responsiveness. Yeah, people are aware of the climate change, are aware that something needs to be done, and I, in my view, prepared to do something. So in fact, behavioral change can be achieved. We have to do it in a fair and honest way with citizens, explain them. The details we have heard today in this conference already about the different behavioral change success stories from different projects, so I don't go into these details here, but in fact we can achieve that, yeah? And I think the time is ripe for that.
Absolutely. And you say people are aware, but Angelo, often I think many members of the public see this as a negative. These are the things we're going to have to do, and it's going to hurt. Do you think Bauhaus helps to convince people with this focus on improving our daily lives, on beauty, on our surroundings, helps to turn it from a negative story into a positive one?
Well, we heard this morning about stories. We have to tell stories and give images more than concepts. Now, the problem is that obviously the Bauhaus as a concept is potentially a very interesting element on which you can develop a storytelling, and therefore creating images, positive images in the brain of people that later on they will try to emulate, follow, or anything like that. But we have to populate that story. So we cannot stop at the concept, and I think that's probably one of the most powerful tools among the many have is preach like you act. So I would invite, for example, public institutions that are confronted with a choice. Let's say I need a new school. I can do a new building, or I can refurbish a very nice building which is completely empty. Which one do you take between the two things?
Okay, let's get down to brass tacks. Let's talk money. Because the Commissioner said in his opening video message this morning that funding is, of course, a key part of this story. Now, as I understand it, Angelo, we have 85 million euro dedicated to new European Bauhaus projects 2021-2022. But the idea is that many other projects will incorporate this as an element of context or priority. How is it actually going to work? And specifically, how do you see the role of the LIFE programme? Because also there will be money from Horizon Europe, from the Single Market programme and so on. How do you see the role of LIFE within this?
I think the role of LIFE is, to a large extent, what you've seen already during the course of the day. We had a number of projects that were not really designed up front to match all the parameters of the Bauhaus, but were touching one or the other. And this morning, during an interview they asked me, how can one contribute to the other? So LIFE and the Bauhaus. And I go back to my first reply to you. I think that LIFE has a lot of stories and best practices and knowledge on sustainability, whether this is energy related, circular economy, nature and biodiversity, whatever. While we are a bit less equipped in the part of the narrative on affordability, and certainly even less on aesthetic. So probably what we have to do in the years to come, we have to populate the narrative of LIFE to make it more cozy for those that want to design a project that targets, for example, even all the three aspects in one go. We did the same many years ago. They told us, but you are not very welcome with research under LIFE. I said, okay, fine, let's make it more welcome. So we started using a narrative that welcomed the researchers. And so we have to do probably the same thing here. And I think that LIFE will be a great instrument for those that really want to push forward the concept of the Bauhaus with practical and tangible examples.
And as you say, we've heard a lot of inspiration here, a lot of examples of the principles, the values being applied, even though we didn't call it Bauhaus until now. It's building on that. But Christian, if I was out there and thinking about how do I'm interested in applying for some of this funding and so on. This is an enormous concept, New European Bauhaus. Within something that people can tangibly see, yes, my project fits or it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, we have currently our annual calls running, And in fact, of course, I assume that somebody like you described now has an idea, has a concept, what they want to do. And the first thing is, of course, to study the call documents, because it's a huge information level there, and to see if the proposals fit into such calls, And there are, I can tell you, regarding Bauhaus, even specific priority Bauhaus activities. But in addition, of course, as we said now, many other activities around that are also related directly or indirectly to the Bauhaus idea. No? So setting up a proposal needs time. The deadline for the current call is already end November, so I can already say it's too late. For this year, I would say it's too late. The clean energy transition deadline is in January, on the 12th of January. So set up, in fact, so study your call documents, set up a consortium with partners. In fact, for that you need partners around. You can use the database of LIFE, where we have 6,000 projects, around 6,000 projects already in this database. We have also in the funding portal a database for beneficiaries, for partners, so that's important. And then, in fact, get advice from various sources. You can get advice from external consultants, we can get advice from national contact points, they help you as well, and also advice from us, from the Commission.
Absolutely.
In fact, where you can also address your questions if something is unclear there. By the way, here I have to say that we are not advising people or beneficiaries on ideas or project topics. We just cannot do that because we don't have the resources for that, but more importantly, we cannot do that for transparency and fair treatment reasons. So we cannot really advise somebody, yes, your idea is very good. It will be
But you will be looking, as I understand it, Angelo, a last question, for innovative thinking, for projects that really are identifying new ways of looking at issues, new approaches, because that is both crucial for part of the new European Bauhaus concept. It is, as we were saying earlier, transformational projects, but also delivered in a transformational way. How important is that innovative approach going to be, not just now, but through the long-running application of these principles?
Well, I don't know if innovative is absolutely the right word or something that we should be looking forward in absolute terms. Certainly everything that brings us a step forward, and you call it innovative or not, it's a positive element. What I think here, what we're looking for is a new constituency or an additional constituency to what we already have under life. Under life, we typically have all the world of the people taking care of nature and biodiversity, and all the sectors of the circular economy, climate change, and so on. What we are missing to a certain extent is the world, for example, of architect, of urbanist. They do appear here and there, but it's not one of the constituencies that you would immediately think when you think of life. And if you don't have these people on board, you hardly can really address or design a project which touches the three elements of the Bauhaus. We have projects on waste in the building sector. Fine, great. But this is just one slice of the thing. We have project on energy efficiency. Again, another slice. But you see, these slices are always divided one from the other and addressed in a sort of a vertical way. I would like to see the more horizontal one, starting, for example, when we talk about soil. Urban sprawl is something that damages soil, but urban sprawl is a result of urban planning. Urban planning is a result of urbanism, and so on
So
and
it's
so on.
that connecting of the dots.
Yeah.
But to do that, and something we have talked about all day, it's about bringing all those disciplines together, bringing in the people we haven't seen so much around the table to come together to develop those ideas. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That is all we have time for today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow morning, just a reminder, Bauhaus Radio starts at 8:30 sharp. Lots more interviews with change makers, with our policy makers. We will start the formal conference proceedings at 9:30 sharp, and we'll be focusing for us because we're going to be focusing on transforming urban areas. We're going to look at topics energy efficiency, the use of sustainable materials in buildings, and promoting sustainable transport. And we're going to start in the morning by hearing from Maria Gabriel, the European Commissioner for Research, Innovation, Culture, Education and Youth. She will be speaking right at the start, so do join us on time. It only remains for me to wish you all a very pleasant evening. Thank you to all our speakers in the morning. Goodbye.
Well done.
Good evening.